I just have to find. I don't have any problem with the wherewithal because I have plenty of energy to do that if I direct my mind to it. I know I can do it, and so it's a matter of finding a good piece of property where I can build a shack at first, if need be, to start out a shop, to build a shop out somewhere. But I
Well,
think I'm
okay,
going to need more
for
property
that,
and a few and electricity, at least, and water. I'm going to have
okay,
some
so on
infrastructure.
that point, you know how there's all the public land? Well, a corporation can't own
Yeah.
any. And so they are just being the wards, or they're just taking care of it until someone
Yeah.
comes to claim it. And to claim something, to claim like anything, like your name or anything, you go, you
Yeah.
stake your claim, right? So you stake out the perimeter of your claim, then you go
Yeah.
and you take it and you put it into your local newspaper, and if it's public land, then you can claim it. Like
Exactly. So,
I'm not sure about specific details, so I haven't made any
well,
moves in that direction. I just know the basic
yeah.
idea.
Yeah, well, also there's this, there's open land, rural land for sale like all over the US, and some of it is as low as like $80 or $70 a month, $100 a month for like up to like 20 acres depending on the area. Some of it might be kind of rough area like horse country in like northern Arizona and Nevada even, or like places like
I'm
that.
sitting,
But
I'm sitting in a coffee shack, literally in Whitman. Oh, it's not that cheap. It's 20 grand.
wait a minute. What did
Um,
you say? What did you say? Hold on. Say it again, man.
Whitman, Arizona. It's
Uh huh.
20 grand for 5 acres. It costs about $90 a year for
I
land taxes.
know. See?
But dude, you gotta haul water in, and you gotta
Yeah.
be off
No.
grid. Like
How
I'm
much?
roasting
Yeah. Yeah.
coffee
Yeah.
on solar power, Sonny.
Fuck yeah, man. See, that's the way I would rather live, bro. So, like, I just got to get a few things in order, and then when I can be mobile again, like, I want a rig that I can, like, eventually move, but,
You
it's
said
going to
you
have
were
to start
drinking
off in the
coffee. What
meter.
kind of coffee you drinking?
No, I'm gonna be able to travel like literally my bicycle. I could go probably 80 miles or more a charge and then have to stop for 5 hours. Well, after riding 80 miles, you would want to stop for 5 hours and sleep. So then you just get up and just keep going. So like 3 days, I could go at least 250 miles in 3 days. I bet. And that wouldn't even be
A
pushing
lot of
it that
riding.
hard. Because look, I rode 5,000 miles in the last 3 years. That's more than 1,000 miles a year. So break down months into how many? 3 years, 36 months, 5,000 miles in 36 months. So that's a lot of miles, man. I put those on consistently. Like, I wish I had fixed my phone. You guys love technical difficulties with companies? Like, isn't that the funnest thing you ever imagined?
Dude, I had AT&T saying that we were using over 150 gigabytes on
What?
streaming, and like we couldn't even use a piece. We looked at our phones and measured how much we were using, and we couldn't even use like 20 a piece for like everybody. I wasn't using even 20. My wife wasn't using any more than like not even 10. And like I don't know, companies are screwy in that way. But as oh man, it's just all of it goes really deep because like you can also just buy land for gold. If you buy land for gold, then all of a sudden it's like it just takes it right out of their registration system. They can't like once you buy it for
Hmm.
gold, you bought it lawfully, and they no longer have jurisdiction as well. But some of the land that like having to haul water into a piece of property, like that's
No,
heavy,
that
man.
sucks. I would want some water running. I don't think it'd be that hard to get something close to some water, honestly. Fuck it. Even
I
if you have to
mean,
go
that's what I'm
higher in the
talking about with
foothills.
public land, like state parks. That's public land. And you go, you stake your claim, you put it in the
I
newspaper. If nobody disputes it, then it's yours after, I think, 3
Damn,
weeks.
I'd go pick those hot springs up above the spillway in San Bernardino, going up towards Hesperia, where I'd been going since I was like 17, these hot springs. And my father, for God's sake, before he passed, actually a while before he passed away, at least a decade and a half, 15 years maybe, he would go up there in the winter. So you'd be sitting in a hot spring in the winter with it snowing and you're completely warm in the hot tub while it's
Dude, you could
snowing.
have like a pipe set up where it's just like running that hot water through your house with a little freaking fan blowing on it, like it's your heater. That'd be the bomb.
You'd have to
I mean,
get a
it's not that
clean
hard to build
place.
something like a rocket mass heater. Basically, it's like a giant rocket stove.
There's so much they didn't tell us about
You'd have
everything.
to you'd have to cut all the wood for that. I'm just talking about using that something that's already there. Like that's the easiest crap ever. That's like hydropower. It's freaking awesome.
Let's let's stop this power off.
Well, I mean, at this point, there's a whole bunch of people in there. We should like probably talk about flat Earth or something, I guess.
Yeah, it is
Yeah,
like
I was gonna say, Brandon, I just came back. You were just saying how you wanted to, learn all the flat Earth proofs and whatnot, and then
Yeah, I mean, I
you
know
just
the
you just
basics,
went
but I
on
don't
talking
know
about everything
details.
but flat Earth. So that's a good suggestion.
Well, I mean, that's what I was talking about, and then Sonny got
No,
excited
I
about
know Sonny's
registration,
learning.
so
Yeah,
I was, entertaining the idea with him for a moment. I mean, I know way more about the lost stuff than I do flat Earth stuff, but I want to know
yeah.
more about as much as I can about flat Earth because I want to be able to have the
well,
conversation.
all you got to do is learn about the globe Earth, and then you go out and check yourself and compare it to what others have done. Go do it again. Repeat the process where different people go using different methods of light traveling a distance. That's pretty simple. So you could do a mirror flash on a bright day out at a beach where there's water in between you and the point out on the point somewhere, like let's say Point Magoo or Point Doom, like off of the point where people surf. So like you could do any yeah.
Well, at this point, it's taken so long on the other conversation that I'm gonna have to go on mute so I can walk into this grocery store and get eggs.
Yeah, that's I'm still having trouble. I guess it takes a couple days for them to get cheap phones on these days. They had the technology, but they destroyed it, and it's a painful process to get it back. Right?
Oh, it
I guess
is.
so.
Always is.
Yeah, so interesting how it takes so long. I'm gonna have to get on the phone and personally talk with somebody overseas for them to look at the servers, see what the reference numbers are to the errors, and then like the last time it got disconnected, of course, what do you think? Going from one department to another. I'll transfer your call. They're overseas. How many thousands of miles of undersea cable is that?
Tell me what American.
Quite a bit.
I mean, need that Nixon technology, the 250,000 mile spinning wheel reception.
They have like cables under there now that are like following the path of the old cables. No doubt is what I would say because those are known positions because they marked them. They used this sextant to do that because they didn't have any radio. Like they have radios, but not in the early days. They didn't have any radios. Not until like the 1920s, 1914 maybe. 1908. When did they start a radio? I think 1908. Like because it was right around the time the vacuum tube was invented. the very first one. That's how all these things about light started coming up, folks. Do you know that? The double slit experiment, all of that stuff, because of what this weird shit does, this electricity going through a bulb, a filament in a vacuum, does very strange things that you wouldn't expect, like sending a low AC current across against the wind or against the current, if you will, instead of going like there's DC coming in at 400 volts, going from anode, the top of the tube, to the cathode, the bottom, and it's lighting up that tube right in the vacuum. Now there's a vacuum gap between the filaments of the grid and the anode, and also of the cathode. So you all this high energy DC is flowing in a straight line, because that's what DC is, in a straight line right directly from positive to negative. Now, in the grid, you introduce an AC signal and it goes opposite against the flow of the 400 volts. And it flows all the way in the wrong direction till it gets to the tone adjustments, to then to the to the tube that does the reversing. I forget what they call that one, but there's a term for it. It reverses it, so positive, negative, negative, positive, and it sends it out in two signals, and then it goes to the power system, and that power sends it to a speaker coil. And the speaker coil transfers the energetic pulses that are coming from the AC in the wrong direction, folks, all the way to the speaker and a guitar amplifier, and then out the wrong way. Not negative, not positive, negative. That kept on flowing as DC. My guitar signal is going in opposite and coming out the speaker as a pulse. Now, isn't that a trip? The opposite direction inside that tube, thousands, they say thousands of whatever electricity is. Thousands of like electrons are flying from negative to positive and flowing out the anode in the wrong direction. The DC's coming in, remember, going from up to down. Just think of it like that, to ground. So on top of the tube is the anode, comes in, goes down through the vacuum space. The grid comes in, it has more wires attached to it so that it catches certain parts of the grid. So the grid comes in as my guitar signal. It shoots it on the grid out the anode. And at that time, that's when this tube is like pumping these electrons the wrong way. See, when I learned about that, I go, that's absolute magic. I never had any idea that's how a tube guitar amplifier worked, but it's really pretty crazy if you think about it. Now, they really only did the same thing with transistors, where you can make the same kind of amplifiers with little tiny transistors, but it definitely doesn't have the same exact effect by any means. Like, it's a different beast altogether. Like, because my amplifiers, I can make the sound blossom into the room, like it's amazing. Where it comes out like it has a delay because it's like analog kind of, but in natural harmonic kind of way. And I digress. So thanks for letting me share that about the electric guitar amplifier, tube amplifier. That's how they work pretty much in a nutshell. I find it pretty incredible. So do any of you know about tube amplifiers? I'll pick your brain. Anyone else, I should say, because a lot of people probably do. Or maybe that's fallacious on my part. Maybe I just think they do. Maybe they don't, and I do.
I have one. I've got
Oh,
a
you
tube
do?
amplifier. It
What
needs to
kind
be
is it?
fixed though. I don't.
I love
It's an
it. What
old
kind?
school. My grandfather made it in class in school.
Wow. Do you know what it's
And it's
based
like
off of?
I
Like,
don't know. Could you tell by looking at it?
well, yeah, you probably could tell by looking at it. Like, I have a pretty
It was
trained eye.
handmade, so I can tell you that it's handmade.
So there's no schematic to it, is what you're saying. So he probably designed it
No.
after something that was. Now, what year? Do you know what year he built it?
Oh, it was probably 50s.
So early
It's old.
50s.
Done.
Mid-50s.
Yeah, well, maybe I
Yeah.
don't know. I mean, I'm guessing. Yeah.
So let's just say
I'm guessing
52.
maybe.
Split the difference. 52, 53. Let's say 53. So
Yeah.
let's say they were made in 1953. So what was famous in 1953? The Fender 53 Deluxe amplifier. Yeah, the Deluxe. They went through some changes in the 50s, but they were pre-CBS. That's when they
Mm-hmm.
switched over in 1965. So prior to 65, they were pre-CBS, and they're made by really well-known standards. And that Fender created himself and made those first amplifiers. So it might be designed after a Fender Bassman.
Mm-hmm.
It could
Could
be,
be.
or it could be a Fender Concert, a Fender Princeton. Depends on how large and how many tubes it has.
It's got like 4 or 5 tubes.
So it'd probably have like two power tubes then, and that could be a deluxe. Two power tubes, one converter, rectifier. That's what's called. One
Yeah.
rectifier, two power tubes, and
It's got a huge
three
transformer.
and two
Two of
and
them.
two preamp tubes. That's how you do it. Two, yeah. So that's just simple. Like probably is similar to that. There's not really much you can do to them other than like hot rod in between, do certain things like there's all kinds of things like long tailed pairs. Like that's what like Clapton played. Like he played one of these old Bassmans, and so did I think Hendrix did too. Tweed Bassman, like did like 1955 to 1960 Tweed amplifiers. So I know how to build those. I built a 5E3 myself, and I still have one of the cabinets I built out of solid pine board. It's not solid, but it's a really pretty good, durable, loud pine plywood. It's pretty solid, like furniture quality. And I
Right on.
dovetailed it. I dovetailed it myself with a Japanese handsaw and a saber saw.
Damn.
I did a saber saw, and I finished it off with a handsaw, Japanese handsaw. And you
Right
should
on.
see it. I got pictures of it somewhere. I probably do on here. Let me see if I can find it. Had to make sure I was in the right VC text, like I could forget. There we go. 1 second.
Make sure you're in the right one.
If I remember how to search for my own stuff.
Oh, that's right. You can find something you posted before.
I found all my posts. Sunny on the plane. Hold on a second. That's funny. That's funny, Sunny. Keep trying though, kiddo. Well, you should see all the things I posted. Amazing.
Oh, I'm sure there's a lot.
I'll just post some of them. These copy image. These are worth seeing again. Like this. It's a beautiful shot. Hold on, there we go. I'm so far behind the voice text. You'll have to forgive me. Here's something that looks like a piece of cuneiform, like writing to me. Honestly, like, and I found this sitting on a handrail of a bridge that goes across a creek, and it looked like somebody just set it aside. So hold on, there's one, and there's two sides. So it's like got uniformity as far as lines. And 1 second. Can I paste? Yeah. So now check it out. These two of this stone, it didn't look like any other stone around there, which is totally amazing. And now look at if you get close and zoom in to these, there looks like there's clearly lines, and then in between there's little figures down there. And then when you look at the second one, There's lines, and that looks odd. That looks like that someone was
I have
etching
a
it
rock kind of like that.
when it was
Not quite
soft,
the same, but
and it's hard
similar.
as hell. Like that's a purely piece of hard. I wondered, is that a piece of red brick? Because I don't think so. It's too shiny. It's almost like brown quartz or something. Pink.
Looks like something like petrified wood or something, or petrified
It's
something.
really weird. So it looks like it's got etched into it like when it was clay to me. And so I've learned I think the old world is North America. So I wouldn't be surprised, especially in a place where in a creek bed where I see all kinds of different pieces of stone that look like they're from far and wide. Like they could be anywhere on earth. Like how did they all get to this one place and get washed down? They're so varied I can't even believe it. It's like amazing because they're all covered with dust, but like if you pick up something that kind of glints a little bit and you wash it off, you find out it's like this brilliant piece of marble. Like, so what was here? Hmm. Where all of us are right now. There's things that happen beneath us. The cities of new were built upon the cities of old. Oh, here's a shot from about 4 feet above the water. Right. Let's see. We'll review. Here's the first one. And then that was 4 feet above the water. Here's 6 inches above the water. Same view. I didn't move. Yep. Look how glassy that water is on the second shot. Ah, look at that. So the second one, I'm only about 6 inches above the water. Four feet, 6 inches. You can still see that far sign way out there, off here to the left of the channel, up there looking forward. And you can see in the first one further back, and then you kind I just knelt down, had it zoomed into out there still. Only barely any got covered up. You see that? You can still see the little spit of land between them. That's the example. How level water is. Look at that line where it goes across the sand. From this perspective, that line is a completely straight line. So honestly, you would see it even at that distance. I know I would. I was a machinist. I know the difference. I know there's lumps of water over in that second one in front of my view, which the Glovers wanted to deny. Here's a picture of the World's Fair was here in San Diego in 1915. And I go check out this mansion that was built in 1905. And it has a fucking brilliant little place over there with a rose garden, some grassy area. I'm just I'm just rambling on, you guys. You could go ahead and switch. I'm just posting a few things, and I'm going to go outside again soon here after I drink some orange juice. Yeah, my little house is really pretty functional. Digging it about now, but I just rode like well, how much? Like 5 miles each way. I rode like 12, 11 miles today.
Damn, that's a lot.
I'm gonna go out again because I got lights. I got really good lights. They're like race car lights.
Nice.
And
I got one too. And
super light
mini bike.
and
Put
rechargeable.
batteries in it.
Yeah. And now that I got my little vape, doing really well. Yep, it helps. Takes a whole tribe to heal some people. Well, I like the idea. It takes a farm to heal an individual. I wish I had my own farm. Maybe one day. In that wood shop. I would love to have a wood shop.
I got one.
Yeah, I'd like to build so if you're up in Northern California. Well, you know what?
I live in Northern California.
I could take a train. Oh, that's pretty cool. There. Hmm. That's pretty cool. Like this this thing I got from the dispensary, it's like cannabis. It's like a syrup and it's tropical punch. So do a little thing and it's like 10 milligrams and it's nice, man. It's like a tiny little amount. Right? You name that song.
Sonny, what instrument was that? It was a ukulele
No, it's a guitar.
guitar.
Baby, when I think about you, think about
Darling, when I live without you, I live without live without you, I ain't gonna love. And if I had put some yes, baby, love satisfied, always feel like taking. That was all play with my fingernails, y'all. No pick.
You nailed it.
That's all
Woo!
finger picking.
Yeah, finger licking good.
Yeah, I did that with my nails, man. My nails are fucking rock got fucking guitar playing nails, man. Fingernails. Like I bash the shit out of them, but I have this method and it works for me. And then I can pick up a pick and do even better once I use a pick again. But the finger picking is like really freaking nice. Because it helps get my hand in tone again. Because like we all have problems. I ride a bike all the time, thousands of miles a year. So like I've injured my hand at different times. I endoed a couple of times in the last couple of years. I didn't injure myself doing that, except I damaged my teeth doing that. They literally smashed down on my teeth, and I didn't even know I was hurt for a really long time. But my teeth don't hurt like that, so thank God. So I keep going. Keep rocking.
Dang.
California Republic reporting in.
So I'm out of the
Oh man.
grocery store and I can talk again. In my town, they tried to make everyone use the self checkouts, and they tried to like totally take away the cashiers in some of the stores. But everyone in my town was like, "Fuck you, nope, we'll just wait, we'll just wait." It was great.
We'll just keep waiting for the cashier. That's a great idea. Just a big
Well,
long
I
line
mean,
waiting. Hey man, wait. I was in a place like that recently at one of the great and uh one of the great campuses uh in California, which to be remained unnamed. There are several big ones that are in California, but I digress. But anyway, it's no big deal. Like I've seen their campus when it was rag and taggedy, like temporary buildings and like double wides. I've been around almost longer than that place has been, which is a trip. And I'm just using general terms. I don't want to dox myself. Like I could, and I have, and I don't really care about it that much because if somebody really was paying that much attention to me, good on them. Like good luck to them because I move around a lot. So I hope they're having fun. They would never they would never know where I am. Too bad for them. They can't go where I can go, do what I can do, and see what I can see. I'm grateful for that. It's nothing to be ashamed of. I get to see the most beautiful place on earth right here where I live, all that water. So, anyway, I'm going to check out because my phone still isn't mobile ready, only Wi Fi. And so I won't be able to get any Discord out of the house still because my phone. I'm going to turn this new one off again. Maybe I think last time I took the battery out of it too. Maybe I should try that again. But anyway, I'm going to ride for a little while. There's still a little bit of light, so I got to put on my heavier jacket because it's getting cold quickly. I'll see you guys a little bit later.
Later.
So, Blitz says you're a flat earther in denial. What makes them say that about you? Or wait, you might not be able to unmute yourself, I guess. I don't know. I see a little extra thing on your mic. Man, Discord's changed so much since I used to be on here. Like, at least on the app. I don't know what it's like on the computer. I haven't re-downloaded it on the computer. But um, oh, I've been in and out. I'm gonna get off of here because I'm about to go out in the country where I won't have any service at all. So it was nice talking to you guys. Good to see few familiar faces, or at least the familiar screen names. Talk to you later.
Yeah, likewise, man. Likewise. Good. Have a good one. Take care. As usual, take care of yourselves. And take care of others around you. Or at least be wary of them.
Hey, Helio, I'm trying to play the debate right now. Why isn't it not working? Oh, you there, Helio? Mm.
Hey, I'm thinking since it's kind of dead right now, why don't we listen to the live debate? How about that?
Helio, can you hear me?
Yep.
Yeah, I was trying to play the debate, but it's not working.
Let me. Which link were you using? The one that you just posted?
Yeah.
Let me try the one that I was listening to. It's Kingdom in Context. He has a little bit of commentary, but but he's still playing it live, but he's not interrupting.
Okay. Yeah, just
Try that one.
any of them would work, but
Yeah, the audio is good on it too. So yeah, let me try that.
Okay,
That's what I was gonna put. Yeah, he's got like on his channel. There's like almost 700 people watching there. So
okay, nice.
yeah, it's pretty cool. Let's see. I guess they're getting rid of me. I'm glad that was over. Holy shit! Did you listen to it?
Yeah, yeah, I caught like halfway through, and who is this guy anyway? This the Glover. I've never heard of him before.
Well, he put out a video about a month ago, just like he's got a big congregation around in Nashville, and he just went bonkers on flat Earth, and he gave out a challenge. Said, "Hey, I'll get $30,000 if you if you want anybody who wants to debate." And Dino will answer, with him, and so that was their initial meeting or whatever, and you see how he is. We'll see. So now they're about to get, and Dean was right on everything. He hit every point. That was good. And so I'm interested to see when they get into their presentations. It's going to be even worse, bro. It's going to
Yeah, because it's supposed to be about the Bible, flat or cosmology in the Bible, right? I'm thinking that's the debate.
Sure, but I mean, it never is though with flat Earth, right? Because it doesn't matter if you're a Christian or a believer or not. When it always comes down to the math, right? And that's and whether you believe government conspiracy. I mean, with all their stuff they were talking about the Antarctica, and you can go there. Like dude's just like, yeah, anybody can go there. We can do it. And Dean's eventually just going, you know what? You do it and come back and tell me how it went for you.
Yeah, no, he seems very confident that he's gonna be able to do that, so it will be interesting. Yeah, but it's gonna get worse if he's trying to debate from the Bible that it's a globe.
I know, right?
For him,
because Dean already has a whole presentation from the Bible.
Yeah, of course. I mean,
they were just really talking about regular, kind of standard flat Earth debate comments and stuff.
Yeah. So far,
it's going to be really cool. So yeah, they're setting everything up right now. I'm watching. I turned the audio off here. Let's see if this link works before we.
Okay.
See, I'll go boom. Go to the.
My internet is crap as well, so I thought maybe it was my internet, but
nah. Well, it doesn't. Where once you put a link in there, it really doesn't matter how fast your internet is. So that shouldn't matter.
Yeah.
Let me try this. A lot of time, yeah, you did you push M stop. STOP. That clears it. And then let me try this link and see if it works. If you're not subscribed to Kingdom in Context, he's just watching and giving light commentary over it, not interrupting what they're saying. Has to say every once in a while, and so this is what the audio will be coming through that. I guess Dean's up there getting ready to start his debate or his first presentation. Let's see. I think this is it. Let's see if it works.
Let me see.
No,
Maybe the volume is down.
no, but it should. When I hit that, the other bot should jump in. It's just not jumping in. You know what I mean? The Flat Earth Music bot.
Yeah, it's
When
the
you hit,
radio bot that comes up. I don't know
now
what
the
that.
radio bot's in there for something else. That's a different bot. But when you hit play, the music bot should jump in here.
Mm,
Damn. Huh. Uh,
I don't know, but I think they started. So
yeah.
let me know
But
if
if you
you
guys,
figure it out. I'll.
yeah, no, I want to listen to it.
I know I want to listen to it too.
All right,
So
I'll mute. I'll mute and see if I can figure it out, and
yeah,
I'll turn.
sounds
All right.
good. Okay, bye.
Yeah.
you don't know what those things are. You have no concept of what the actual universe is. So everybody who tried to make proclamations about the physical universe based on Bible passages got the wrong answer. So what happened was, when science discovers things and you want to stay religious, or you want to continue to believe that the Bible is unerring, what you would do is you would say, well, let me go back to the Bible and reinterpret it. Then you say things like, oh, they didn't really mean that literally. They meant that figuratively. So this whole sort of reinterpretation of the how figurative the poetic passages of the Bible are came after science showed that this is not how things unfolded. And so the educated religious people are perfectly fine with that. It's the fundamentalists who want to say that the Bible is the literal truth of God, and want to see the Bible as a science textbook, who are knocking on the science doors of the schools trying to put that content in the science. Enlightened religious people are not behaving that way. They're saying, yes, science is cool, we're good with that, and use the Bible to get your spiritual enlightenment and your emotional fulfillment.
I have known serious religious people, not fundamentalists, who were scared when Carl Sagan opened his series with the words,
"The cosmos is all that is, or ever was, or ever will be."
That scared them, because they interpret that to mean, then if this is it, there's nothing else, no God and no life after.
For religious people, many people say, well, God is within you, or God, there are ways that people have shaped this, rather than God is an old gray-bearded man in the clouds. So if God is within you, what I'm sure Carl would say, in your mind, and we can measure the neurosynaptic.
Okay, now we're going to move on from him. But you understand, see, you say, why does it matter? Because people have believed this instead of believing what God's word said, and many people have fallen away. They've walked away. People have said, I'm not following God anymore. I'm not a Christian. I watched a thing this week where even many Bible scholars are departing because they accept science as God, as like it's infallible, instead of trusting God's word. Let me tell you, this world is full of lies, folks. I believe they've lied about everything. I believe they've lied about the sun, moon, stars, the whole thing. I can tell you this much. I don't care how many people you brought in here. I'm going to stand with what Jesus said and the way he described it. And what's beautiful about it is every now and then he gives us the ability to prove it. And I have Joe Hanvey here. We may call him up, but Joe Hanvey has been doing some amazing experiments in photography. He has actually photographed the nebula with the stars in front of them with a shadow behind the stars on the nebula, showing you it's not what you've been told. Matter of fact, NASA artists do most of what you think is space and planets and all this stuff is NASA artistry, and I have them admitting it. Disney, guy worked for Disney, now works for NASA. I'm going to skip this atheist right here. We're going to now. I'm talking about how science can impact. Here's a story of how science can impact young Christians. And boy, we have young Christians falling away from God left and right. And one of the reasons is they go to school, they go to college, and they start getting taught this stuff, that it's not the way that the creation is not the way God says, not the way the Bible says, and they fall away. And some, it's even worse than that. They commit suicide. Jesse Kilgore, community college student in New York, took his own life when he was just 22 years old. He was raised in a devout evangelical Christian household, was a firm believer of Christianity until he took a biology class in college, which led him to experiencing a crisis of faith. The biology professor also recommended Jesse to read The God Delusion, a book written by atheist Richard Dawkins, an atheist biologist. As a result, reading his book and taking the biology class, he learned a lot of things which challenged and contradicted his own beliefs, which caused him to abandon his faith and ultimately take his own life. This is sad, but it's true. And this is where we are. I could give a lot of examples of this. There's more studies, but it says right here in a research study on the impacts of science and the discontinuation of faith and practice in Christianity in young adults, In their observations, this is the Center for Science and Culture did this study, they noted that 59 to 70% of students growing up with a Christian background will likely lose their faith or abandon their religion by the time they reach college. An example of someone who contributes to this statistic is Kyle Simpson, who had a similar story to Jesse. Like Jesse, Kyle was raised a Christian, but science changed his mind and beliefs when he was in his 20s. Although he did not take his own life like Jesse, Kyle decided to discontinue his faith in Christianity. So you're going to tell me it doesn't matter. Now, I want to say this tonight. I want to say hey to our atheist friends. One of the reasons I'm going down this road is because here we have Owen Morgan, who has about 400,000 followers. Another guy, the Friendly Atheist, who has about 100,000. They're all talking about they're going to watch this tonight. Well, I'm here to tell you right now, I'm going to show you some fruit that when people have seen the evidence for a flat, geocentric, non-rotating Earth, that many atheists have seen the evidence and come to Jesus as their Lord and Savior. They've come back to the faith. And I just want to say hey to them, and I appreciate them sharing on their channels that we were having this debate, and now they're laughing it up. But I want to tell you what, they don't realize they're losing a lot of their atheist friends over what we can show them. They're coming to Jesus. Now, let me share with you. Let's go do this right here. Now, I want to say, I put this up because I want everybody to hear them, but I'm going to read this. That many atheists have come to know God. They've come back to the Bible. They've come to know Jesus as their Lord and Savior. And they didn't do it because all of a sudden they just started believing the Bible out of the blue, or somebody showed them something, another lie or another trick or another fairy tale. So many atheists and scientists think that those of us who believe in a geocentric, stationary, flat Earth only came to this belief via our religion or crackpot YouTube videos. But that is not the case. It was seeing the evidence of real experiments, doing the math, making our own conclusions from our own observations about the nature of our world that brought most of us to this understanding of creation. For 99% of us, it was after seeing the evidences that we all realized what the Bible taught, that the Bible taught these truths all along. And it is that journey of examining the evidences that show we do actually live on a geocentric, stationary, flat Earth that has brought many atheist agnostics to faith in the Bible, and thus finding God Almighty, our Lord Jesus Christ, as their creator and personal Savior. Now, I want to show you, we're not afraid of science. We actually go out with high zoom cameras and telescopes and lasers and actually do test in different climate time, in different weather and different conditions to see what we can prove. And I'm going to show you some of that in a minute. But here's a testimony that this is Paul Logberg from Sweden. He was raised an atheist, became a mechanical engineer, and began looking into some conspiracies and came across flat Earth, and he laughed at it. And then, well, you'll hear his story. It's only 2 minutes.
I was an atheist 39 years, have gone through universities, schooling, everything. Never had really an interest in God. Never really was a God hater, but of course I had other issues like idols and stuff, and like all atheists have. In Sweden, basically all people are atheists, 80% atheists, 15% Muslims nowadays, and 5% others. I was one of the atheists, of course, like all. 2011, I started investigating what is wrong with the world. Why is the world going absolutely crazy? Land at flat Earth around 2015. Yes, April 2015. Just laughed it off. Okay, this is just completely crazy. But after a month, I looked into it anyway and thought I'll get a good laugh. But no, I saw straight. Okay, there's no way that it's a ball. And then I got interested in what does the Bible actually say? Oh, if it was right about that already from the start, maybe it's right about the other parts also regarding the endings. Turned out, yes, it was. Gave my life to Christ in 2016, and didn't look back. The world is just so filled with lies, it's actually quite sickening and disturbing. But we have one hope, that's Jesus and his word. and I'm grateful for it. I hope this helps someone. Take care. God bless. Bye-bye.
Now, I love this. Paul flew in 2017, all 6'7" of him, flew all the way from Sweden because he wanted a pastor that believed the Bible to baptize him in water. Amen. But he's not the only one. This is Soren from Denmark. He actually heads up the Denodal Europe page now, but he was a complete atheist. I want you to hear his story.
How you guys doing? My name is Soren. I'm from Denmark. I used to be an atheist up until 2015 when I mockingly began researching flat Earth. And when I had researched that for about a year and a half, I came to the realization that we've been lied to, that the Earth was in fact a flat stationary plane and not a spinning water ball. That opened up the possibility of a creator, which in turn shattered my atheism. And while I was researching that creator, I came across videos from Pastor Dean and the late Rob Skiba. And as I was watching them, they were talking about creation, biblical creation, which matched perfectly the research I've been doing and thousands of others on the true shape and nature of creation. So my trust in the Bible was restored, where I before didn't have any faith. Why trust the Bible when you couldn't even trust page 1? Now I could trust page 1. And as I continued listening to these guys, their sermons, I began to understand sin, and I understood the gospel and why Jesus had to come and die on the cross for us, which led me to true repentance and saving faith in Jesus Christ and his finished work on the cross. And now I am a born-again, spirit-filled disciple of Jesus. Praise be to God. So I'm forever thankful that truth in truth sets people free. And I'm forever grateful to my Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. God bless y'all. Love from Denmark.
Hallelujah. I'm sure Soren's watching right now. One more before we move on from this. This is Chelsea. She's actually here tonight. And God's done a great thing.
I was a staunch atheist for about 15 years. And it was a dark and despairing worldview that I wouldn't wish on anyone. It always left me wondering, what's the point? I found this little corner of hope and mystery and the possibility of life out there. And I could fill a library with all the science fiction that I read over the years, trying to fill the void of atheism. Enter COVID, and like so many others, I asked myself, what else are they lying about? And it turns out the answer is everything. It turns out the world is run by a bunch of Satan-loving liars who have us so bamboozled that we don't even know where we are. And it turns out that we've been living in their science fiction. You see, when you tell a story that begins with something exploding out of nothing, out of a cajillion years and a whole lot of chance, you don't need God for that story to make sense. In fact, you have to do some disingenuous gymnastics to write God into that story. If you see that we're really living in something like a cosmic terrarium, you can't avoid the conclusion that we're in somebody's terrarium. Try to write God out of that story. I dare you. There's only a few short steps for me from the mind-blowing realization of the flat earth to the God of the Bible. I thought, okay, there really isn't any evidence to support the heliocentric globe model, short of CGI, but why would they construct a lie at that scale, and how? The biblical worldview is the only worldview that can truly make sense of that level of deception. A level of deception that has fooled multiple generations into believing that we're on a spinning water ball in a vacuum, when everything in our experience screams the opposite. That level of deception demands that we confront the existence of evil, because that's what their science fiction is, and that's its purpose. People ask me, what does it matter what shape the earth is? Well, the truth always matters. No lie is benign. But I'd ask them, would they construct such a massive lie for no reason? No way. This massive lie has an equally massive purpose from beginning to end. The very foundation of the scientific worldview that aims to make God irrelevant. And I'd bet the farm that it plays a critical role in the great deception in the times ahead. In my experience, had I not come to the truth of creation, I can't imagine what else would have not only shaken me from my atheism, but also brought me to the truth of God's word. I'd heard the gospel and grew up in the Bible Belt, but I could not reconcile that worldview with the one that I'd already implicitly accepted, which told me that the world is a meaningless accident. I had to first understand the very foundation of their supposedly scientific creation story is a lie before I could come to the truth of the gospel of Jesus Christ. At the end of the day, I think the inherent cynicism of the heliocentric universe that exploded from nothing is fundamentally incompatible with the gospel of Jesus. You really think that our Creator, who's so personal that he offered himself as a sacrifice so that we may be redeemed, matches up with some behind-the-scenes intelligent designer who had a veiled hand behind a big bang that created an ever-expanding universe where there's no such thing as up or down? I don't. I believe we are very carefully, intentionally, and lovingly placed in a world that is not just some random piece of a vast creation, but it's the very heart of creation itself. I believe that he is not in heaven we vaguely imagine as somewhere else, that his throne is just right above us. He is invested in us. That much the Bible makes clear. And so I pray that you reject the lie that would have you believe otherwise.
Now, literally, in my book, Like Clay Under the Seal, I have one chapter dedicated to atheists come to Jesus. And it's testimony after testimony. And I just, for the sake of time, I'm not going to read them all here. But you see, I could do this. I could do this for 2 hours on atheists that have come to Jesus because of understanding and seeing the evidence for a flat, stationary, geocentric, non-rotating flat Earth, as our government documents want to say. I'm going to speed through this. I want to say this. These are reasons people people believe that we live on a spinning ball or sphere orbiting the sun in an ever-expanding universe. These are really the main reasons. The boats disappearing from the bottom up. We can say that doesn't happen. Pictures from space. We found out that that's a lot of fakery. Fisheye lens photography that creates a fake curve all the time. The alleged shadow of the Earth on the moon's surface during the lunar eclipse. That's easy to deal with. Foucault's pendulum. I mentioned that earlier. Eratosthenes, who probably didn't even exist, but his experiment works on a flat plane with a closed sun exactly, so there's no sense in that. Using that as an argument. Circumnavigation, you can go around your neighborhood or you can go around a sphere. You can do it either way and end up back in the same place. And satellites and GPS, I have a great deal about what those are from not only declassified government documents, but just available documents. And of course, grandiose scientific explanations. Now, I'm just going to show you this. Of course, we've all seen this. If the boat went over a curve, there'd be no way to bring it back. But as you see when you zoom in, the boat's there. Now, if it's over a curve, you can't see it. Nothing would enable you to see that boat. But I don't care how powerful your zoom, but when you zoom in, the horizon's empty and you zoom in and the boat's there. They're not disappearing over a curve. They're just getting out of our ability to see it. So that is another misnomer. Here's the video I showed you about perspective. There's the guy walking away, and you notice that his feet are disappearing. Then it goes up to his knees, and up to his waist. He's walking on a flat football field. He's disappearing from the bottom. You know, the Neil deGrasse Tyson, all these people say, oh, you want to know how it's curved? Watch the boat go over the horizon. I mean, they still say this, and I can't believe that they don't know this. I think they intentionally receive this. So you see it coming back. That's just how our vision, our eyes work. It's not a curved surface. And of course, here's so you're telling me you can drag that ship back over the curve with that little telescope there. Now, I don't have time to go through. I'm going to just run through these very quickly, but we know.
Where was that music coming? That wasn't on our end, was it?
Clouds and stuff. They create these images of Earth. They're not real pictures.
That was crazy.
Even the guy who did the blue marble says it's Photoshopped because it has to be. I mean, it's ridiculous. NASA artists do the pictures of the world. So this is just insane.
And this is sort of how it.
Here's two pictures they tell us are from space of the Earth. I want y'all to look at North America. Which one is correct? Because the one there, the big one, seems like North America is taking up a big section of the ball there, much bigger than it really is. So we get these kind of things and they want us to trust them, but it's just impossible. Here's where they faked the, the big picture we had for years was Apollo 17. And Apollo 17, they said, they're at the moon 240,000 miles away. They can see the whole Earth. But look, they only got a picture of that little circle there. They didn't get the whole lit side of the Earth. So it proves that they weren't high enough to get it, that they faked it.
Finally, the element that seals their fate.
And this is where they faked it. I'm not even going to play it. You can go watch a funny thing happen on the way to the moon. Bart Sibrel, he shows the picture footage. How many of you want to see it? Y'all want to see it real quick? All right, I'll back up and show you. Just so you know you can't trust them. Here we go. I'll play it.
Finally, the element that seals their fate. Of all the footage of Apollo 11 requested from NASA over a 5-year period, one gem was discovered just before the completion of this documentary. An old reel received by mistake. It contains the raw or unedited footage of the crew of Apollo 11, Michael Collins, Edwin Aldrin Jr., and Neil Armstrong, staging part of their mission for nearly an hour in living color, with exceptionally clear behind-the-scenes audio of conversations discussing the techniques used to achieve a disingenuous picture depicting the Earth at a distance in order to falsely demonstrate their far journey from it and their ability to survive passing through the Van Allen radiation belts. It cannot be misconstrued that this staging was done for some other reason prior to the mission, for the reel itself is slated and dated July 18th, 19th, and 20th, 1969, the very days of the mission, when they were said to be Again, the illusion they are attempting to create is the Earth at a distance to demonstrate their far journey from it and their ability to survive passing through the Van Allen radiation belts. Understand, too, that only about 20 seconds of this raw footage was ever broadcast to the public, and these conversations discussing their deception were believed to be private until now. Here they discuss that these television transmissions were in fact not broadcast live as everyone believed. They were first screened and edited for playback later.
Roger, Neil, we just wanted a narrative such that we can, when we get to playback, we can sort of correlate what we're saying. Thank you very much.
Here they discuss the fact that they have turned out the lights and have blocked out sunlight from entering the spacecraft through the other windows as to not cause any reflected light to fall onto the spacecraft's wall in the foreground.
Okay, very good. Well, we shut out the sun coming in some of the other windows into the spacecraft, so it's looking through the number one window, and there isn't any reflected light.
The reason this was done is so that the truth of the matter would not be revealed. It is this. Though the federal government would have you believe that this is a view of Earth from a distance out of the spacecraft's window as it nears the moon, it is not. What they have ingeniously done is placed the camera at the back of the spacecraft and centered the lens on a circular window in the foreground, outside of which it is completely filled with the Earth in low orbit. The circumference of the window then appears to be the diameter of the Earth at a distance, with the darkened walls of the spacecraft appearing to be the blackness of space around it. That is why they wanted the interior dark and blocked out the sun from entering through the other windows. Here you can see the extruded window, probably 2 inches thick at the bottom. This is because the Earth's shine is coming in at a downward angle. It also causes the Earth to appear to be an irregularly shaped circle, for you are seeing the outside of the window at the bottom and the inside of the window at the top, which together form 2 different sized halves of a circle. Subsequently, this take was never used. As they perfected the shot, a crescent-shaped piece of black material was inset slightly into the window to create the illusion of the Earth's terminator line dividing night and day. It is uncannily convincing. During this segment, intended to be edited and played back later for the worldwide television audience, dated July 18th, 1969, Neil Armstrong condemns himself as he states that he is 130,000 miles out, or halfway to the moon. As the NASA flight log also states on this date, when he is in reality in low Earth orbit of a few hundred miles.
Roger, Houston, Apollo 11. Calling in from about 130,000 miles out.
Here, during another segment, also intended to air after review, Neil Armstrong falsely explains to the viewers how the shot is attained by putting the camera's lens to the window's glass, as it would have to be if they were the claimed distance away from the Earth.
We only have one window that has a view of the Earth, and it's filled up with a TV camera.
If the window was completely filled up with a TV camera, as he stated, then an astronaut's arm would not be able to get between the camera and the window, as it obviously does here in this outtake.
South America becomes invisible just off beyond the Terminator or inside the shadow.
You can also notice how the astronaut operating the camera reacted to the mistake by attempting to pan away from it.
All right, I'm going to end that. You guys see, this is why we can't trust their pictures.
Finally,
but I'm going to go on. I want to go through all this. I could go through all the fakery. They were using fisheye lenses and all the way in the 60s. I need to get to the Bible stuff. I can give you this proof all day long right here, what things really are. High altitude balloons, that's what satellites are. We're going to go down through all of this stuff. I'm going to go. That's what they say is out there. You never see those satellites and debris out there, though, in the ISS flyover feeds. But here we go. Let's get to this. Y'all see I had a lot of slides. There's long distance photography of Chicago, 60 miles. You shouldn't be able to see any of it. All right. I can't do it all. I'm getting to the Bible because I know we're out of time. All of this stuff's on my website, folks. The sevenfold doctrine of creation series. This is our own test. I can show you. We saw Spool sitting on the dock at 11 miles away. That's my film right there at 11 miles away. Spool sitting on the dock. This Earth's not curved. I can tell you that right now. You can go with us and we can show you. See, let me zoom out. At 11 miles, there should be a 7-story building bulge blocking my view of what's sitting on the dock in the Alabama state docks there. Now, let's keep going. I've done shots. We've catch cars going across bridges at 13, 14 miles away. We know the height of them and everything. So we've done our own experiments. And we've had PhDs in physics. We've had engineers. We've had Army officers. Just let you see, I'm going through them quick here. I'm going to get to the Bible stuff. I have 244 slides, y'all. Scientists prove that Kansas is flatter than a pancake all the way across. All right, let's go here. We're to the Bible. Let me do this. All right, so we go back to the Genesis. I'm going to go through the Bible as quickly as I can on this stuff. In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth was without form and void. Darkness was upon the face of the deep, and the Spirit of God moved upon the face of the waters. And God said, let there be light, and there was light. And God saw the light that it was good, and God divided the light from the darkness. And God called the light day, and the darkness he called night, and the evening and the morning were the first day. Now, I want you to notice something. He uses the term here, first of all, the waters. One thing we know about water, it always finds its level. We use levels to build buildings and to keep them level. And the term face is a geometry term. It's a math term. And to use the term face of the earth and face of the waters is used multiple times, many times in the Bible. And what does the face mean? An individual flat surface of a solid object. But even if you want to argue that, I can tell you that you go out and you see like a pond or a lake and you see this perfect reflection upon it. That perfect reflection, that mirror reflection that you're seeing cannot happen on a curved surface, only on a flat one. Let's keep going here. Here's the key, though. Here's what most ministers and even so-called creation ministries get wrong is this issue is what is the firmament? What does the Bible teach about it? God said, let there be a firmament in the midst of the waters and let it divide the waters from the waters. And God made the firmament and divided the waters which were under the firmament from the waters which were above the firmament. And God called the firmament heaven. I'm going to break this down as fast as I can for you. He talks about the open firmament of heaven, our atmosphere where the birds fly. The Bible teaches that the firmament that he's talking about here that he calls heaven is a solid crystalline structure that supports waters above it. That is called heaven. And then there is the third heaven where the throne of God is. All right, that's your three heavens, not some outer space, not some expanse. In fact, the most disingenuous and the most dishonest definition of this word is to call it some empty expanse. That is not how it's defined. That is not how Moses and Joshua and everyone believed what it was, even Josephus. I want to show you that. We got to let the Bible interpret the Bible. When we talk about what is the firmament, right? We know that God said here, Genesis 1:6-7, about the firmament divided the waters from the waters. The flood happened here, and it says that there were three things. In 600 year of Noah's life, in the second month, the 17th day of the month, the same day where all the fountains of the great deep were broken up. That's one. And the windows of heaven were open. That's two. And God remembered Noah, and this was at the end of the flood, and all the cattle that was with him. And God made wind to pass over the earth, and the waters were assuaged. For the fountains of the great deep and the windows of heaven were stopped, and the rain. So you had the fountains of the deep, the windows of heaven, which opened to let that water in that was from above, and then you also had rain. Anybody that says it was just rain is not being honest with the scriptures. It's that fact. We had three sources of water at the flood. What Christians believed for many years was a thing called the canopy theory. Dr. Carl Baugh taught it and others taught it, where they said that the firmament was a vapor canopy that was around the earth that condensed and then flooded the earth, and thus doing away with the firmament. The problem with that is the Bible proves that wrong, that the firmament collapsed as a canopy, because 1,350 years after the flood, the Holy Spirit moved on David to say, "Praise him, ye heavens, and ye waters that be above the heaven. Let them praise his name, or praise the name of the Lord, for he commanded, and they were created. He hath established them forever and ever. He hath made a decree which shall not pass." So anybody that says that the firmament or this was condensed vapor canopy that disappeared is not true. We have 1,350 years later, he's telling us the waters are still above the heavens. The Hebrew word for firmament is the Hebrew word rakia. It has a root word. Almost all Hebrew words have a three-letter root word. So you have rakia is the word for firmament, and the root word is raka. All right. Here's the definition of these words according to not only what the Hebrew meant, but also what they believed. So we have to see how God uses it. But firmament rakia does not mean an empty expanse. Anybody that tells you that the firmament or rakia means empty expanse, like Dr. Danny Faulkner of Answers in Genesis, he will say it's an empty expanse, that the firmament is outer space. He is not being true to the definition of the Hebrew word. Literally, it says that it's an expansion of plates, broad plates beaten out. So it's literally, the word means taking something that's solid and beating it into a shape. Okay? That's the definition of the word. The verb raka acquires the sense of beating out precious metals, spreading that out, and results to spread over, to overlay. All right. He goes on here. Of course, this is the Brown Driver Briggs. It says extended surface, solid, expanse as beaten out. Not an empty expanse, but expanding something that's solid over something. That's the picture of this word. And the Hebrews, the ancient Israelites, believed that it was solid. The firmament was a solid structure and called it the vault of heaven. So here's your definition: the vault of heaven or firmament, regarded by the Hebrews as solid and supporting the waters above. This is what all of the ancient Jews believed because they believed the Bible. Amen? They believed it about the firmament. Here is another lexicon. Gesenius Hebrew Chaldee lexicon defines rakia like this: the firmament of heaven spread out like a hemisphere above the earth, like a splendid, pellucid, translucently clear, transparent, crystalline, glassy, allowing the maximum passage of light as glass, sapphire, stone, to which the stars were supposed to be fixed, and over which the Hebrews believed that there was a heavenly ocean. Now, this is another lexicon defining it as they believed it, as the Bible spells it out, not as new Copernican Christians want to believe it is to be. Now let's keep going. It says, additionally, Hebrew scholars believe, again, when they translated, in 250 BC, they translated the Hebrew Old Testament into, from Hebrew to Greek. That was called the Septuagint version, around 250 BC. When they translated the word firmament, they used the word stereoma. All right. And when they use the word stereoma, that is known word. Thayer's Greek lexicon defines stereoma, that which has been made firm, the firmament, the arch of the sky, which in early times was thought to be solid, a fortified place. Do you hear that? So the word they translated. So you're going to tell me Hebrew scholars translating the Bible from Hebrew and the Greek scholars translating it to make it, they just decided, no, we should pick a thin vapor or some kind of gas. No, they said something that's firm, that's solid. Again, this is what the scriptures teach. Now let's keep going because there's more. Here's the, it says strong extended surface, expanse beat. Now just showing you that it's multiple lexicons. Now here's Job 37:18. Now, this is going to show you, this may not be technically God speaking, but this is one of the wise men of the East that were Job's friends. And this is what they believed. This is showing you what he believed. He said to Job, hast thou with him spread out the sky, which is strong and as a molten looking glass? So what this proves, you can say, well, that wasn't God talking, but this is what they believed. And why did they believe it? Because they believed the Bible. They believed what God had already revealed to them. But let's keep going here. Is it that way? Now, the Hebrew word for spread out there is raka. Now, here's the definition of raka, and we're going to come back to this in a minute. The definition of raka means to pound the earth or as a sign of passion, to expand by hammering, by implication to overlay with sheets of metal, to make broad, to spread abroad into place, to stamp. Oh, somebody say stamp. Or like a seal pressed down. This is what a stamp is. He says that's what this word rock is. Now let's look at the ancient Josephus, the historian. Now, many believe that Josephus was also of a priestly line, that he was a priest and a Pharisee. So he was well acquainted with what the Jews believed about creation. And this is what he said about the firmament. He said, and this is in book 1, entitled The Constitution of the World and the Disposition of the Elements. Josephus, born in the 1st century, but crossed over into the 2nd century. He said, after this, on the 2nd day, God placed the heaven over the whole world, separated it from other parts, and he determined that it should stand by itself. So he's talking about the firmament here, that God placed it over the whole earth and that it stands by itself. In fact, in architecture, an arch is the strongest structure that you can build. And it also must be strong because it supports a lot of water. And he says here that he placed this firmament, the crystalline, notice he says crystalline firmament, round it and together in agreement and agreeable to the earth, and fitted it for the giving of moisture and rain and for the affording advantages of dews. On the 4th day, he adorned the heaven with the sun, moon, and the stars and appointed them their courses. So this right here, Josephus is teaching a true biblical Hebrew cosmology, because he says God placed a firmament over the earth. He says the sun, moon, and stars are in that firmament, and they all move in a circuit. So he's teaching the sun moves, the moon moves, the earth moves, the stars, sun, and the moon, but not the earth. You understand? This is what the Jews taught and believed. All right? Now let's keep going. Does the Bible say more about this? And then basically God made a terrarium. This is the longest lasting terrarium in the world. You put the right things in a terrarium, guess what? Things flourish. They live forever. It's a beautiful structure that God made. Now let's go to this. We need confirmation. We'll go to the firmament. Is it crystal? What is it? So Ezekiel's talking about it in Ezekiel chapter 1. And he says the likeness of the firmament upon their heads of the living creatures was as the color. The King James used a color, but the definition of that word is the appearance of the terrible crystal, stretched forth over their heads above. And there was a voice from the firmament that was over their heads. And when they stood and they had let down their wings, and above the firmament that was over their heads was the likeness of a throne, as the appearance of a sapphire stone. And upon the likeness of the throne was the likeness and appearance of a man above it. So Ezekiel, in his vision, he is seeing this firmament over their heads. And he said the appearance of it is like a terrible crystal. And he says, and I see the throne of God sitting upon it. And I see this image of a man upon it. So the Bible says God's throne sits upon this firmament that's solid, and it's like a sea of glass. I wonder where that's in the Bible. We keep on. Revelation 4 says, after this, I looked, and behold, a door was opened in heaven, and the first voice which I heard was as it were a trumpet talking with me. He said, come up hither, and I will show thee the things which must be hereafter. And immediately I was in the spirit, and behold, a throne set in heaven, and one sat upon the throne, and he that sat upon the throne was to look upon like jasper and a sardine stone. And there was a rainbow round about the throne in the sight of an emerald. And the throne, and before the throne, there was a sea of crystal, a sea of glass like unto crystal. This is what the Bible said. That before the throne is like a sea of glass that's like crystal, and God's throne is seated upon it. And it's interesting, he says, that there is an emerald rainbow or light emanating from that, and I wonder what that might be. But of course, the scientists say that's electromagnetic radiation from the sun. Right, you know what I believe it is? The glory of God coming into the earth. Shining through the crystalline dome that he sits upon. Revelation 15 also refers to the sea of glass at the throne of God. He says, I saw another sign in heaven, great and marvelous, 7 angels having the 7 last plagues, and for in them is filled up the wrath of God. And I saw as it were a sea of glass mingled with fire. Well, guess what? One of the ways you make glass is melting sand with fire. And he says, now listen to this. He said, a sea of glass mingled with fire, and them that had gotten victory over the beast and over his image and over his mark and over the number of his name stand on the sea of glass, having the harps of God in their hands. Folks, Benny Hinn the other day said heaven was a planet, another planet out there. That is the biggest bunch of nonsense I ever heard in my life. It's right above us. God's throne sits upon it, and he looks at us like grasshoppers through his firmament dome. This Amos 9:6, of course, the King James. I love my King James Bible, but sometimes they did not translate words, pick the right words correctly. I know some people, I think that they were perfect translators. They were not. This in the Amplified, you actually have to look up every word in the Hebrew in this verse to even understand what it's talking about. But listen to this. This is Amplified version of 9:6. It is he, speaking of God, who builds his upper chambers in the heavens and has established his vaulted dome, the firmament of heaven, over the earth. He who calls the waters of the sea and pours them out on the face of the earth. The Lord is his name. So here's another scripture that gives you an idea of the firmament. Now, here we are. The Bible teaches a circular, flat earth, the North Pole, magnetic center, the Antarctica, the ice walls. We've talked about that the earth is stationary. Now, this is what the Bible says with a molten dome over it. Now, let's keep going through the scriptures. Any way you go from there south, we could talk about this all day long. They say there's not an ice wall, but there it is. Antarctica is the ice wall boundary around the oceans. I've got a whole sermon. It's like 2 hours long on just Antarctica and the ends of the earth. There it is, Job 26:10. He's compassed the waters with bounds until night and day come to an end. He has inscribed a circular limit, right? It's not on the face of the waters. I mean, you just keep going. He has fixed a circle on the surface of the waters, and on and on. There's even declassified documents that says most of the coast of Antarctica are covered by great depths of snow and ice, extend seaward beyond the shoreline, terminate with vertical cliffs approaching 200 feet in height. So we want to say the wall's not there, but it is. Now, language is important. Language is important. A circle is not a ball. Okay? And God's word makes this very clear here, that a circle is not a ball. In Isaiah 42, we're going to read that in a minute, it says it's he that sits upon the circle of the earth. There are people, Christians, that are still saying that means the earth's a sphere. It never says sphere. The definition, this word is kug, and it means a circle. And it talks about in Proverbs, he inscribed a circle upon the face of the deep, not a sphere. In another place, in Isaiah 22:18, he uses the term that King James translates ball. It is the word dur. So there's 2 different words in the Bible, Hebrew, the original Hebrew, for circle and ball, kug and dur. And God never uses dur, which means a sphere, to describe the earth. Never, never, never. All right? Here it is. You look it up: a circle, a circuit, a compass. This is the Strong's definitions. Circle. Proverbs 8. Here's the word dur. To show you, look it up. It says ball, pile, something that has shape to it, like that. All right. 2 different words for circle and ball. Never used. Here it is. This is Proverbs. It says, when he established the heavens, wisdom was there. When he drew a circle upon the face of the deep, when he made firm the skies above, when the fountains and springs of the deep became fixed and strong, when he set the sea its boundary so that the waters would not transgress the boundaries by his command, and when he marked out the foundations of the earth. So he's talking about God drew a circle. Let me tell you, I built my own fire pit back when I turned 50. I'm about to turn 56. I don't know if I can still do it, but I you know what I did? I wanted a perfect circle because I wanted to build a 4-foot diameter fire pit out of we have stones on our property. So what I did was I took a stake and drove it in the ground. I took a chain, ran it down the stake, and I took another one out here 2 feet, and I inscribed me a circle. And then I started building my outer wall. I just didn't put a firmament on it because I wanted to cook stuff in it. Amen? Now, this is, again, what God describes. Let's keep going. Now, let's go back to that. When he says he's made the sky strong like a molten looking glass. Now, let's go back. Now, let's go to look at Isaiah 40, 21 and 22. He says, have you not known? Have you not heard? Has it not been told you from the beginning? Have you not understood from the foundations of the earth? It is he that sitteth upon the circle, kug, not dur, circle, not ball of the earth. And the inhabitants thereof are as grasshoppers, that stretcheth out the heavens as a curtain and spreadeth them out as a tent to dwell in. So when he's talking about spreading out the heavens, he's talking about when he spread out the firmament over the earth. Notice he said, like a tent. Like a tent, not a ball. Do y'all see the difference? I ain't never been in a spherical tent in my life camping. And God said he made the earth like a tent. And here we are in a tent. Is the floor curved? No. God said this, you want to know what the earth looks like? It's like a tent. Just like a tent. And the word for tent, of course, here's what an old tent like Abraham and Sarah would have been in. Flat ground, spread out over them for a place to dwell in. The word for tent here in the Hebrew is ohel, and it means tent, right? I want to show you something. Let's go to, this is Psalm 19. Now, Psalm 19, I couldn't start out with the beginning, but this talks about how the firmament shows the handiwork of the Lord. All right? So the context of this, he starts out talking about the firmament, and then he says this. He says, their line has gone out through all the earth, their words to the end of the world. In them, talking about in the world, our world he made for us, he has set a tabernacle for the sun. Guess what the word tabernacle is here? It is the Hebrew word ohel, which means a tent, meaning that the sun is in the tent. Amen? Then he goes on to talk about the sun. He says, he set a tabernacle, a tent for the sun, which is as a bridegroom coming out of his chamber, and rejoices as a strong man to run a race. His going forth is from one end of the heaven of the firmament to the other, and his circuit unto the ends of it, and there is nothing hid from the heat thereof. The Bible word here for circuit, guess what it is? Kug. It's a circle. Circuit means to move in a circular path. So what we believe and what we see, what the Bible teaches, what Joshua was saying it was happening, was the sun was moving in its circular path. Now get this. This is what will blow your mind. Notice it says that nothing will escape the heat of our sun. Nothing. Somebody say nothing. Guess what? Look up nothing in the Hebrew and it means nothing. So let me ask you a question. If nothing that God made can escape the heat of our sun, how are there galaxies millions and millions of light years away? The Bible says the sun is in the tent, inside the firmament, closer to us, smaller, moving in a circular path, and that nothing that God made for us escapes the heat of it. So y'all got to deal with that one right there big time. Here's another one. There it is, an example of it in the tent. Now, is there evidence to show that the sun is inside the tent, inside the firmament, closer to us, smaller? We have it every day. You're going to start watching. Some of you who are skeptics that don't believe this, you're going to walk outside one day and you're going to see this. You're going to see it with the sun. You're going to see it with the moon. But you're going to see the clouds behind the sun and the moon. You're going to see this. I have photographed this. If the sun is 93 million miles away, there's no way there should ever be a cloud behind it. Not ever. And notice that Job said there in 37:21, now men see not the bright light or the sun that's in the clouds, which the wind passes away. He's trying to tell us, where is the bright light he made? The great light, where is it? In here with the clouds. And sometimes we catch the clouds behind the sun. Even photographers who aren't trying to catch it. Look at that. And then somebody wants to say, oh, it's just the sun so bright. It's just an illusion. And then somebody puts a negative filter on it and proves it right there. Clouds are in front and behind. I'll tell you something else about a sun 93 million miles away. Let me tell you, there's more. It doesn't make hot spots. If that sun is 93 million miles, this is a high altitude balloon that reached 110,000 feet. If that sun is 93 million miles away, how is there a hot spot directly under it? There should be even light across those clouds. This could have over and over again. Look at the hot spot there above it. This is just a photographer who's not even a flat earther. The hot spot above the clouds right there. If that sun's 93 million miles away, the light rays should be coming in evenly, and there's no way there should be hot spots. You might get refraction. You might say, oh, the light rays are refracted, but wait a minute now. That's a hot spot, meaning that's close to it. It's just like anybody that knows lighting in theater knows that you got to deal with hot spots, meaning where the light's right on it, right? I could do this all day long, but there's evidence, and this is why atheists have come to Jesus, because of this kind of evidence. The sun is not 93 million miles away. It's just not. Like, these are pictures for people who are not flat earth, biblical cosmology believers. I could do it all day long. Look at that. It happens with the moon too, regularly. In fact, this Reddit post, this is a person saying, I went out and saw the moon and it looks like there's clouds behind it. How is that possible? And people were like, it's just an illusion. You're not really seeing what you think you're seeing. That's an excuse they have. You're not really seeing what you think you're seeing. Look at there. Clouds in front and behind the moon. I have photographed this myself. Now let's move on to this. The Bible is very clear about this. You want to believe we're on a spinning, flying water ball, and as you call yourself a Christian, you got to deal with these verses right here. And this verse, we're going to start with a few of them here, but it's pretty clear. Zechariah 1:11, and here's what it says. The angel that was talking with Zechariah answered and said, and the angel answered and they answered the angel of the Lord among the myrtle trees, says, we have walked to and fro through the earth. These are these entities that have gotten permission. And they said, behold, all the earth sitteth still and is at rest. Somebody say, all the earth sitteth still and is at rest. How is it wobbling, spinning, flying, and in danger of asteroids hitting it? Some people say, oh, that's just talking about the people of the earth. No, he said the earth sitteth still and is at rest. And guess what? I looked these words up in the Hebrew. Guess what it means? Sit still. At rest. Not moving. In fact, the word in the Hebrew, actually, yashab here means to sit down, especially as a judge or sitting in ambush in quiet. All right? Now, this is what this is. So if you're going to say, no, I believe the earth is spinning and it even wobbles as it spins and it's flying through an ever-expanding universe, then you just got to throw this out right here. But is that the only place God said it? No, it's not. So the earth is not moving. Here we go. 1 Chronicles 16:30. Fear before him all the earth. The world also shall be stable, that it be not moved. Now, literally, I heard Dr. Danny Faulkner of Answers in Genesis say, well, this just means like David when he said he wouldn't be moved. No, we're not talking about a man and his emotion or his religious beliefs and his stand. We're talking about the earth. He said the earth is stable. He said that it be not moved. Psalm 93:1, the Lord reigneth. He is clothed with majesty. The Lord is clothed with strength, wherewith he had girded himself. The world is established that it cannot be moved. Somebody say that. Cannot be moved. What does Satan come in? God said the world's still at rest, said it cannot be moved, and Satan comes in with a theory, says it's spinning, flying, wobbling, moving. Yet Einstein admitted that there's no experiment that can be done to prove that the earth is moving. But he said, I still believe it's moving. Right? So Einstein knew you couldn't prove that the earth was moving. Now here's Psalm 104, 1-5. He says, blessed and affectionately praise the Lord, O my soul. O Lord, my God, you are very great. You are clothed with splendor and majesty. You are the one who covers yourself with light as with a garment, who stretches out the heavens like a tent curtain. Here it is again. Multiple scriptures. The Bible says, let by 2 or 3 witnesses, let every word be established. So here it is again. The world he stretched out like a tent to dwell in, who lays his beams in the upper chambers, in the waters above the firmament. That's actually exactly what the Amplified says. Who makes the clouds his chariot, who walks in the wings of the wind, who makes the winds his messenger, flames of fire his ministers. Those are angels, so those are literal things. He said he established the earth on its foundation so that it will not be moved forever and ever. So see, I'm an earth is still guy. And then you got the earth is moving guy over here. It's pretty plain. Then it takes us to Job 38. So if you think we take verses out of context, Job 38, you can't, when you're talking about creation, God himself speaks to Job, and the context of that conversation is the nature of God's creation. God himself speaking to Job. He said, the Lord answered Job out of the whirlwind and said, who is this that darkeneth counsel by words without knowledge? Gird up thy loins like a man, and I will demand of thee, and answer thou me. Where were you? Where wast thou when I laid the foundations of the earth? Declare if thou hast understanding. Who hath laid the measures thereof if thou knowest? Or who hath stretched the line upon it? Whereupon the foundations thereof are fastened? Or who laid the cornerstone? So the context of this verse is clear. This passage is about creation. And God says he has foundations to the earth. Now, if you believe the spinning ball heliocentric nonsense, you believe that we have an iron molten core that is hotter than the sun, like 13,000 degrees, with liquid magma around it. And now they say there's even water around down in there somewhere. Does any of that sound like a foundation or stable or solid? No. No, in fact, they say that this, here's their example. They say we have a lead nickel core. Haven't you ever checked the melting point of lead and nickel? It's way lower than 13,000 degrees. But of course, they'll say, well, it's because of pressure. It's always their little excuse to get out of something. But it's crazy. God said he laid foundations of the earth. Let's keep reading. He literally said to sink them down just like you would. I used to be in construction. We used to have to dig deep foundations. And they were poured very specifically. So he talks about it. Now I need to speed on through here. You see it right there, to sink, press. Oh, like a seal too. He talks about the foundations. Now here's 1 Samuel 2:8. It says, he raises up the poor out of the dust. He lifted up the beggar from the dunghill and set them among princes to make them inherit the throne of glory. For the pillars of the earth are the Lord's, and he has set the world upon them. Does the heliocentric Copernican model sound like he's setting something on pillars, on a foundation that's stable, not moving, still in at rest? I don't know yet. See, this is what happened to me. You talk about what happened in the beginning. I just started believing this. I didn't filter it anymore through the world's nonsense. Now we see the world is still in at rest, and I mentioned a minute ago about the Michelson-Morley experiment. It says Michelson-Morley found the Earth wasn't moving by using the speed of 2 light beams against one another. The null result was one of the greatest puzzles of physics at the end of the 19th century. It says the possibility was that the velocity would be 0 and no fringe shift would be expected. But this implies that the Earth is somehow a preferred object. So number one, they discovered that the Earth is really the center, the preferred object of the whole creation. And then he says that it was not what moving. And of course it was, they did find 1/6 movement of, again, only 1/6 of what they said it was supposed to be moving, the speed it's supposed to be moving. They found 1/6, so that's the movement, again, of the ether current. And I can't get into that. But here we go. Let's get some, here's one of these documents. Now I'm going to read, this is one of these documents I dug up. This is, let's see which one this is. Oh, there it is. The general equations of motion for a damaged asymmetric aircraft. Now, what's interesting, this is point 1 and point 2. This is one of my favorites because here in the introduction 1, it says, in order to analyze the dynamics of damaged aircraft, the dynamic equations of motion must reflect the underlying physics. Somebody say, must reflect the underlying physics. So if they're going to study damaged aircraft and how things happen to it in the sky, it says that the dynamic equations of motion must properly reflect the underlying physics. In the next part, he says, this is just part 2. That was in part 1. He says, in this paper, the rigid body equations of motion over a flat, non-rotating Earth are developed. Now, if in point 1 you say that studying this must reflect the true, proper underlying physics, and the next thing you say all of our equations of motion are based on a flat, non-rotating Earth, how else can you read that? And if there's not a flat, non-rotating Earth, why would it be in here? Why would this unicorn be here? I'm talking about the fairy tale unicorns. Unicorns were real, by the way, but not the fairy tale unicorn. Y'all see that? Let's read it again. In order to analyze the dynamics of damaged aircraft, the dynamic equations of motion must properly reflect the underlying physics. In this paper, the rigid body equations of motion over a flat, non-rotating Earth are developed. So here we have the Bible saying that the Earth does not move. It's stable. It's at rest. We have the Michelson-Morley experiment proving the Earth does not move, that just blew up physics in the end of the early 19th century there. And then, the late 19th century. And then we have a government document about how damaged aircraft work, and they admit that the proper underlying physics and equations are based on a non-rotating flat Earth. That's 3 witnesses, y'all. Y'all hear me? That's the Bible, true scientists, and a technical manual about aircraft. 3 witnesses. Now, I know some people love to pull this one out, so I'm going to deal with this. Oh, about the Earth hanging on nothing. What is that talking about? Right, let's just go ahead and get this out of the way. Right? Here's what it is. King James Version says, hail is naked before him, and destruction hath no covering. This is Job 26:6-7. He stretcheth out the north over the empty place, and hangeth the earth upon nothing. Now, the Copernicans, the ones that want to have this space, say, oh, see, that's space. We're hanging on nothing. No, my friend. You must dig a little deeper because the Hebrew words bear out what this means. And again, we have to take context. You can't take verse 7. You got to take verse 6. So he's talking about hell or Sheol or the underworld, the underground. What do we know is in hell? We know there's different degrees of hell. And I'm not talking about Dante's degree, I'm talking about Bible degrees. But we know that we have different words, and there's Tartarus for the deepest part of hell. And then we know that Satan is going to be bound when Jesus returns. Satan's going to be bound and placed in somebody say, bottomless pit, which is in hell, which is the lowest part of hell. Okay? Now, what this here is saying, and let's go, the Amplified does it really well, but the Amplified Bible, and looking at the original Hebrew word here, when it says he stretches out the north over the empty place where he hangs the earth upon nothing, when it says the word for upon clarifies this question about the earth allegedly hanging upon nothing. An empty place is the word tohu. Now, tohu in Hebrew, tohu vabohu, was used in the creation when it says the earth was without form and void and darkness covered the deep. Well, if you look this word up, it means a desolation, destruction, chaos. And I can't get into all that right there. But he says that it's pronounced tohu, right, is chaos, wilderness, waste, confusion, a place of vanity or emptiness. The Hebrew word here upon is all, which can be translated above or over. And so in the Amplified, it says, Sheol, the place of the dead, is naked before God, and Abaddon, the place of destruction, has no covering for his eyes. It is he who spreads out the northern skies over the emptiness and hangs the earth over nothing. See, this is what we believe. Nobody knows how deep the earth is. God said the heaven for height and the earth for depth, nobody would know. It's unsearchable, unknowable. The deepest hole ever dug is about 8 miles. The Russians did it. We don't know anything beyond that. But at some point down there in hell, there is nothingness. There's a place of vanity and emptiness. There's a bottomless pit where Satan's going to be chained for 1,000 years. And God stretched it out. And if you guys saw my Mountain of God in the North and Paradise series, some of you, if you haven't seen that, you need to watch it. You understand that God's throne is right above the North Star. The North Pole is right there. And where we're taught, the Bible shows us that it's really underneath. Underneath there is where paradise and hell starts, right there. So it makes sense. This verse makes sense when you know the truth of the shape of the earth and the nature of things. But taking this into context, it's not talking about hanging the earth in some empty space. It's talking about hanging the earth. Oh, the earth is just over this place of nothingness. So we deal with that. Now we get to Joshua. I'm just going to say, what did he say? Sun stand still upon Gibeon, and the moon in the valley of Ajalon. And the sun stood still, and the moon stayed, and the people avenged themselves upon their enemies. Is it not written in the book of Jasher? So the sun, here's the Bible says, so the sun stood still in the midst of heaven. That means it was moving, not the earth. So Joshua here is teaching a completely different cosmology than the world and many of you have accepted. So the sun stood still in the midst of heaven and hastened not to go down about a whole day. And here's what's interesting. He said the sun was over Gibeon and the moon over the valley of Ajalon. Do you know what that means? The sun and the moon were over specific places that were pretty close to each other. It's amazing, exactly east and west of each other. Look at here. There's Gibeon. There comes our moving sun. And there's our moon down over here in the valley of Ajalon. He could see them both. And what's interesting is that happens to us every now and then. In their circuits, they catch up with each other once in a while. And that's why you'll see the sun over here sometime in the sky and the moon right there by it. But Joshua knew exactly what areas of the earth they were over. And that's what the Bible says. Can we keep going? I can prove. Here we go. Let's go on. I got more illustrations. I'm going through them. The sun doesn't go down. We talked about that. It says to go or come. Now, there's Gibeon. There it is again. Goodness, I must have doubled up some slides here, right? Here we go. We're getting through them. Of course, these crepuscular rays, these type of rays coming down shows the sun is not far away. I can't even get into that right now. All right. I've covered this. The Bible says the sun moves in a circuit. The ends of the earth, there's nothing hid from the heat thereof. There's your circuit, means course or path. Here's the Hebrew word for circuit there. A revolution, that is the sun's course, circuit. Here's another thing that's impossible in their model. And I'm trying to go quick, y'all, but it's a lot. The sun, he says here, Ecclesiastes, the sun arises, and that word arise just simply means it's not elevation. It means the rays begin to shoot forth when it comes close to us. And then he says the sun goeth down. Again, that's the word bow. That just means to come and go. It doesn't mean to go up and down. And he says that the sun, though, hasteth to his place where he arose.
I'm
Then he
calling
goes
it
back to
right
the same
now.
place.
Of course,
How is that possible?
Greg Locke has no
In a
argument against
heliocentric
any
universe.
of this. He's not going to come
How
out
can the
and give a
sun? They say the sun's
presentation.
moving through this
He's going to
universe. Does
come
it
up.
ever expand?
He's going to come
How
up
can
on
it ever return
stage
to the place it was before?
and raise hands with Dean Odell and say, "Yeah, we were just putting
Doesn't
on a
do it.
show
Either the
the
Bible's
whole
true,
time."
or your
Watch.
secular heliocentric.
There's no way he
Copernic
would have let him
cosmology
do
is true.
this
They can't
this
both
long
be true.
at his church. There's no. If it was a
Here's an
debate,
interesting
he wouldn't have gone down
document
this
I
long.
found from one of Russia's
Just
top
watch.
scientists that we stole from them during the Cold War.
It was a
A.A.
show.
Orlov,
It was a
his family
setup the
was
whole time.
Highly
Watch.
awarded, decorated scientist in Russia. And we stole this from him, and this is in declassified now. And he's talking about lunar solar disturbances and motion of artificial Earth satellites. And he says this here: it is assumed that the sun moves along a circle near the center of a planet satellite system of the masses. He says an analysis is made of the motion of the satellites characterize any eccentricity, he says, an inclination of its orbit relation to the plane of the sun's motion. He says the sun's motion. He says the sun is moving in a circle. This is a Russian scientist in a top secret document. It says the sun is moving, has motion, and it moves in a circle. Isn't that amazing that God said in Psalm 19, the sun moves in a circle? Now, the shape of the earth. I know hey, Pastor, you told me we could do it 6 hours, so I'm trying. I'm trying, but I have to get it all in, all right? Now, this is the shape of the earth. Now, of course, everybody knows my book is entitled Like Clay Under the Seal from this verse in Job 38:14. Now, I know he's going to try to attack that, so I'm going to deal with this. I'm going to just destroy any possible attack on it. Because number one, the context of Job 38 is creation. Many Bible scholars, translators have translated that this is talking about the earth being or taking shape like clay under the seal. But I'm going to give you some other witnesses from Scripture that this is exactly how God made the earth or shaped the earth. But here's a few verses. We'll look at them. Here's the King James. It says it is turned, talking about the earth, is turned. It's not talking about spinning, because he said it means change. That Hebrew word means change, like you would change a potato into mashed potatoes, right? Or like a person who was clean, the word is used when they got leprosy. It says their skin changed, okay? So it's not saying spinning. He says it's turned or changed as clay to the seal or the signet ring. And so clay was a lump of clay or seal, and they would press it down with a signet ring, all right? So that gives you a flat surface with upturned edges there. The complete Jewish Bible. Anybody think the Jews know how to translate their own Hebrew scriptures? I would think the Hebrews would know that no Hebrew would get us the Hebrew correct, okay? So here's the complete Jewish Bible. It says, then the earth is changed like clay under the seal. So they even got it in there. And then, of course, the Amplified Bible says the earth is changed like clay into which the seal is pressed. The NIV says the earth takes shape like clay under the seal. So there you have all these several different translations, and you have the definition of the words, which I could go into. Now, here's the verses that confirm this, because the Bible says in the mouth of 2 or 3 witnesses, let every word be established. Amen? So this idea of the earth taking shape like clay under a signet ring or seal being pressed down flat, this image is also what we get in other verses about creation, but you have to look up the Hebrew words. I'm going to give it to you here. So Isaiah 42:5 says this, thus saith God, the Lord, Yahweh, Jehovah, that created the heavens and stretched them out. Notice it says, he that spread forth the earth and that which cometh out of it, he that giveth breath unto the people upon it and spirit to them that walk therein. When he says he that spread it out, just remember that. He spread forth the earth. Another scripture, Isaiah 44:24, thus saith the Lord thy Redeemer, he that formed thee from the womb, I am the Lord that maketh all things, that stretcheth forth the heavens alone, that spreadeth abroad the earth. Again, he says that term. Now, notice it says by myself. I'm going to show you a mistake that King James makes here. He says, who stretches out the earth by himself. Do you know I can read a little Hebrew? And you know what? And I've got my Hebrew scholar here, one of them, Dr. John Strazacic, to get it right there, PhD from Fuller Theological Seminary. He'll tell you this too. This right here, when it says he spreadeth abroad the earth in Isaiah 44 by myself, is not in the original. It's et ma'im in Hebrew. Et ma'im means upon or in relation to the waters. Ma'im is the waters of creation. So he's saying that he spread the earth in relation to the waters, just like he says in Genesis 1. Let's keep going. He says, and then there's Psalm 136:6. It says, to him that stretcheth out the earth above the waters, for his mercy endures forever. So let's look at this term, spreadeth out, because 3 times here, he says he spreads out the earth, meaning telling you, this is how I did it. Like if a woman's rolling out some dough, she says, I spread out the dough, but how does she do it, right? He's going to tell you how he did it. Right here is the word. It's that word again, raka, where we get the word rakia from. But the word raka, the verb, where he spread out the earth, this is what it means. Look at this. Brown Driver Briggs Lexicon, also the Strong's. Beat, somebody say stamp. Spread out, press down. Y'all see it? Stamp. Stamp is just another term for, guess what? A seal. But he uses the term stamped, pressed down. So literally you could read those verses, if you back up to those verses, that he stamped forth the earth, that he pressed it down. This is the same picture. So 3 times you have this. There it is. To beat, to stamp, to beat out, to spread out. Guess what? You can buy these. They're called stamp kits. You see it? Go ahead and put it back up there. Stamp. What's the definition of stamp? Bring down one's foot upon heavily on the ground or on something on the ground. He stamped his foot in frustration. Impress a pattern or mark. Wax stamp kit. There it is right there. That's what the word stamp means. So we have those verses. Now I'm going to end, well, hopefully we'll end on this. But here's, if you want confirmation from the New Testament, I was getting prepared to do a message on the marriage supper of the Lamb. I wasn't even studying creation or cosmology. And I was reading this, and I've read it many times out of the King James Version. It says, when the 1,000 years were expired, this is Revelation 27-9. When the 1,000 years are expired, Satan shall be loosed out of his prison, and he shall go out to deceive the nations which are in the 4 quarters of the earth, Gog and Magog, to gather them together to battle, the number of whom is as the sand of the sea. And they went up on the breadth of the earth, and they compassed the camp of the saints about in the bluff city, and fire came down from God from heaven and devoured them. So this is talking about the last rebellion after the 1,000-year millennial reign. Now notice he uses the term the breadth of the earth here. Now, it's what hit me. The Holy Spirit hit me. And I'm reading this, and I'm like, he could have just said that they came out upon the earth. No need to put the breadth of the earth there, right? It's actually like an added word. I'm like, why is that even there? And I'd never looked it up. In all my 36 years of studying the Bible, I never looked it up. So I looked it up. Start looking up these Hebrew and Greek words. It gets dangerous because the word breadth here is the word plateaus. Sound familiar? Plateaus. What are plateaus? They're a flat land, right? Well, the root, and then notice in your Greek dictionary, it's gonna lead you down the root words, and it says the word here is plateaus, which means width or breadth. Plateaus, we know what it means. He says it's from 4116 in your Greek dictionary. So let's go to 4116, which is the root word plateus. Plateus. What does plateus mean in the Strong's Greek dictionary? To spread out flat. So literally the verse in Revelation 20 says they went up upon the flat earth. That's the definition of the words in the original language. Here's where it gets even crazy. Notice it says that plateus has a root word. Platus says it comes from 4111. Right? So let's go to 4111 and see what it says. Here's the word 411. Here's the word in Greek. Listen to what it means here. Plaso, to form, mold something from clay or wax. Literally, the potter fabricates or shapes something from clay or wax that's flat. That's that word, the breadth of the earth. This is why you have to study the Bible deeper than many of us have over the years. We lose so much understanding when we don't go back to the original Hebrew and Greek, and even sometimes to the verb tenses of the Greek language. And they're all three together. And I'm going to just end with this part. I'm not going to show you, but there have been two astronauts that were interviewed. One, the general, highly decorated Myślaw Hermanewski, who recently died. He was the only Polish cosmonaut for the Soviet Union. He was asked in an interview right here, you've been there. Is the Earth really a sphere hanging in outer space? And his answer was, the Earth is flat, as some may expect. I didn't expect this question. I assure you it's flat. And there was another Russian cosmonaut who was awarded to be the hero of the Soviet Union. He said, we haven't been to space. If someone claims that we have been, it's not true. It's not the truth. These are two astronauts. I believe in the days ahead, these are whistleblowers. I believe in the days ahead, we're going to have more whistleblowers that come out and tell the truth. Well, folks, I have given you the witness of Scripture, the witness of scientists, astronauts, but even those don't matter. The Word of God is clear. God made the earth still, and it rests immovable, stable, upon pillars, upon a foundation. And in God's creation, there is an up and a down. Jesus ascended up. Where is that? Where is up for the poor Australians? Heaven is up, hell is down. That is a simple concept. Doesn't work on a spinning water ball. All right? But God said he made the earth with a firmament over it, and it's a solid, crystalline, molten glass dome. And his throne sits upon it. And he says over and over, the earth is shaped like clay under a seal. It's the breadth of the earth, the flat earth. It's motionless. This is what God describes in the scriptures, and this is why many atheists have got saved when they've seen the evidence. So I rest my case. God bless you.
Thank you, Pastor Dean. Thank you. That's good. Give him a hand. Not everybody wants to debate these issues, and so that's a big deal, right? That's a big deal. And so thank you so much for your thoroughness. Sorry we don't really have 6 hours apiece. We could talk about this for 20 hours apiece. Okay, you're not going to get the whole ball of wax, right? You're just not. You're not going to get all of it at one time. There's a lot there, and so I recognize the fact that we feel like at least that we're feeding you with a fire hose and just trying to give you so much information. And I know we had to skip through a lot. So once again, give him a round of applause. Thank you, sir, for your honesty. I appreciate that. And it's good to have a little, our honesty back and forth, even our snarkiness. You know, we get a little fired up about things. That's all right. That's part of it. And so I want to go into the word of the Lord and give you the perspective from my vantage point theologically Now, I'm not a real big high-tech redneck PowerPoint guy, and so some of the verses will come up just when I call the guys in the back. They can throw them up. I'm just a Bible guy, right? So I'm gonna do some flipping, and this is a Bible debate. So I suppose that at least a few of you have your Bible tonight, and so I don't have to take
I'm gonna
as
say it
long
again.
as
They
he did,
set
only
this
because
whole
he has a
thing
lot
up
of information that I don't have, right? A lot of information
to
that
let Greg,
am not privy to, as
Dean
it were,
do his
and so he had a
presentation.
lot to say, and so
He's
I
gonna
just
make a
I
fool
want
of
to kind of keep the
himself
perspective so
because he's
we can
acting.
kind of go back and forth if there's time for that, Lord willing, in a few moments. But let me just start right off the rip with the word of the Lord, and then just kind of go down through some very important aspects of what I believe the Bible teaches. Psalm 8 and verse 1, the Bible says, "O Lord, our Lord, how excellent is thy name in all the earth, who has set thy glory above the heavens. Out of the mouth of babes and sucklings hast thou ordained strength." And the Bible says, because he's ordained strength, he says unto the people that he steals, he stops the avenger, he stops those that come against him. And then he makes a very interesting declaration in Psalm chapter 8. He begins to talk about the fact that because God made everything the way that he did, because the world has been absolutely made by God. I read just today, as a matter of fact, this right here. He says, when I consider your heavens, the works of your fingers, the moon and stars, which thou hast ordained. He said the finger work, the finger painting, like a little kindergartner, the finger painting of God is indeed the heavens, the firmament, the moon, he says, and the stars. It took nothing for God to make that. But then he asked this question: what is man that thou art even mindful of him, or the Son of Man that thou visitest him? So here's the two different directions that we're going. I get enclosed dome, all of that. We'll talk about that. But listen, my idea is not just talking about the expanse, because firmament clearly means heaven. It's what the Bible says. I don't believe it means expanse. It means heaven. It's what the Bible says. But I so believe in the expansiveness of God that David looked up and he saw all the things that the Lord had created. He saw all the unbelievable things in creation and said, holy smokes, who am I? What is man that you are even mindful of me? Why would you even think about me amongst so many unbelievable things that you have created? The vastness, the expansiveness, the more and more. You see, I don't believe that the universe expanding, Genesis 2:1, God made it all at one time. I believe our understanding of the universe is expanding, and those are two very different ideas, you understand? And so we have to recognize the fact that, yes, we believe that we are the creme de la creme of God's creation. Okay, he didn't die for birds. He didn't die for rocks. He didn't die for planets. He didn't die for atmospheric conditions. Jesus died for the sins of the world. So yes, I understand that we are the center of creation. I understand that we are the darling apple of God's eye. But even in the Bible, the man created by God said, holy smokes, creation is so much bigger than me. Why would you even think about me? So this, to be honest, is not about creation. We don't disagree on creation. I don't believe in a Big Bang theory. I don't believe in millions of years. I believe in 6 literal days of creation. I don't believe in any of that. I don't believe that we're from monkeys. I don't believe any of that stuff. Okay, all of that's nonsense. We know that that is evil. We know that that is wrong. That is science, falsely so-called. That is Romans chapter 1, suppressing the truth. And the man of God said that. I get all of that. And so really, at the end of the day, there was a lot of talk about creation, but not really a lot of talk about yay or nay about flat earth. We believe in creation. Just because I believe in a model that is different than yours, which I believe, as I'll show in a moment, is biblical, does not mean that I'm an evolutionist. I don't believe in evolution. I don't believe that science is greater than the Bible, because the Bible's not a science book, but it's scientifically accurate, you understand? It's not a math book, but it's mathematically accurate. And so to begin the debate with really what I would consider a straw man argument of it's about creation. Yeah, of course it's about creation. We don't disagree on creation. We don't even disagree on the way that God did creation. We know in the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth was void and darkness was upon the face of the deep, and the Spirit of God moved upon the face of the waters, and God said, let there be light, and there was light. Nobody in this room, unless you're lost, would deny the reality of that biblical fact. And so we're really not fighting creation. We're fighting, let me just use the word cosmology, right? We're fighting the shape of the earth. Okay? So I'm going to get to the Bible. But it's interesting because so many times people say, well, this is what all of the early believers believe. No, it's not. It's what some ancient Hebrews believe. Absolutely it is. And they like to use that little picture from Logo Software. Look, Logo Software is promoting, this particular idea. I called Logo Software and I said, look, I got to ask you guys a question. They sent me actually a statement back, an email statement that I have in my phone right now. And they say, we absolutely do not believe in what they say, anti-science when it comes to the flat earth theory. We just have to put things in there based off of what people actually did believe at one time until they began to understand through observation, through experimentation, and through what you guys would say, what you can clearly see, experience, and feel. And so it's not that some people did not have that cosmology, but please know this, because here's where flat earthers sometimes on YouTube want to change the game a little bit. They tell you that it was the cosmology. No, it was a cosmology, because a lot of people believe that the earth was on the back of a turtle. Or it was square, or it was triangle, or it was, and some people still believe this to this day, an infinite plane over and over and over. Some people, and I'm not saying the people in here, so you ain't got to boo me, but some people have the fantastical notion that if you could somehow get to what they refer to as the edges of the earth, when you go through one side, like Pac-Man, you come back in the opposite side. Now we've gone into science fiction realm. Okay, now we've gone far beyond the reality of the Bible. And then they're like, well, that's just how things operate in space. Well, you don't believe in space, so you don't get that argument. You understand, right? And so the Bible is extraordinarily clear, I believe. And so let me say this. In Acts chapter 17 and verse 26, you know what the Bible says? We are all men made of one blood, for to dwell on all the face of the earth. The times are appointed. And here's what God says. And he hath given us the bounds of our habitation. That's why I don't believe in aliens. We agree with that, right? I don't believe in E.T. and little green men. I do believe that is going to be a last days deception, that they are going to say, oh, look what the aliens can. Ain't no aliens. You believe in that nonsense, you need to quit smoking meth. Okay, you don't believe, there's no such thing as that. But I want you to understand that at the end of the day, right here according to the Bible, he bound our habitation. My question is, why does he have to specifically tell us that our habitation to earth has been bound? Because the other planets, yes, I believe in them, that he created are not habitable. They were just built because the heavens declare the glory of God, and the firmament, the heaven showeth his handiwork. And the handiwork, according to what the Bible just said in Psalm chapter number 8, that David was so mesmerized by, the handiwork was the moon and the stars and all that God created. We have been bound to inhabit only the earth. And so from that vantage point, that makes us the center of God's creation. But the earth itself is not the center of a orbital galaxy. It's just not. There's no way around that fact. I know I won't get nearly as much applause. And the reason our people aren't going to applaud, because they're just trying to figure out what I'm going to say, because they've never heard some of this stuff. So they're just trying to hold on for dear life and buckle in and hope I don't break a microphone tonight, right? And so they can be as quiet as they want to. You see, I don't have to have claps. I don't have to have validation. I got 66 books right here that'll validate everything that's about to come out of my mouth. 1,189 chapters, right? 791,328 words. Okay, the Bible is going to tell us everything we need to know. Now, I'm about to pull something out here, and you're going to have to start flipping around with me and help me out here. But I want to go further and prove that about we're the only one that's inhabited, but we're certainly not the only one. You know what Hebrews 11 says? It's a faith chapter. And Hebrews 11 and verse 3 says, by faith we know that the worlds, plural, were framed by the word of God. He does not say, by faith we know that the world. He said, by faith, we know that the worlds, multiple, were framed by the word of God. And the reason that's important is because Acts 17, as we just said, because there are multiple planets, there is only one that is inhabited, because there is only one that Jesus was sent to die for the sins of the people that inhabit that earth. So there was a time I thought, well, maybe this is not a gospel issue. And I don't want to make it a gospel issue. But when you say things open-ended, like, if you're a Christian, then you're going to have to believe the way that that's dangerous. That's dangerous. Because you can believe flat, square, spherical, and go to hell with a broke back. This ain't about the shape of the earth. Okay, this is not a salvation issue at all. And I'll go one step further. I'm going to get to the word, praise God. I got time. I am excited about atheists that have, listen, if you think I'm going to sit there and be like, I'm not going to applaud. Man, I'm happy when anybody gets born again. Paul said if Christ be preaching contention, he's going to be excited about it. Amen. So I'm excited when people get saved. But let me tell you something very interesting. You got to be careful about that, because what it sounds like is flat earth saved me. No, the gospel saved you. Flat earth may have been a highway that got you there, right? And that's okay. Creation may be something that got you there, but it didn't save you. Globe earth didn't save you. Jesus saved you. You didn't put down a bottle because of the shape of the earth. You put down a bottle because the shape of your heart got changed when Jesus invaded your space. Now, I'm supposed to be debating, not preaching, but listen.
He's clowning right now. He's playing a role right now.
So I'm not against the people that have been saved. I'm glad for it. But I want you to think about something. I wrote this down for later rebuttal.
They're going to
listen.
Clap
this
hands
is not, by the way, a loaded
go,
question.
Hey,
okay, this is not a loaded question. It's important. I just want to ask Pastor Dean, just from your vantage point, and here's why I'm asking you this.
Figure out
this is not
if
a trick question
or pissed off
because I think we agree on this. Do you believe or do you teach like a secret rapture? Because I don't. Okay, great. So we agree on that. There was a time I was all, woo, do you jumping jacks? Okay, right. I get it. And listen. The rapture is not a salvation issue, okay? So there was a time that I really did. I preached rapture. So here's why I bring that up. Both he and myself do not teach a secret rapture. But neither one of us would discount the number of converts that have been reached because of things like Left Behind, movies and books, and teaching about a secret rapture.
All the right functions. And then all of a sudden,
neither one of us teach it, but neither one of us would get up and say, well, you can't really be born again because you came around in a false theological system. No, they can get born again. So it's interesting that you can use a wrong model, but get right results. Because the results are based on the gospel, not on the model, you understand. Does that make sense? I hope it does. Moses got water out of the rock both times. But one time was right and one time was wrong, right? And so understand that I'm not against the fact that people get saved. I'm glad people get back in church because of conspiracy theories that led them to flat earth. I am great with that. I'm not against that. Okay, there are people in this room, for example, that are glaringly 1,000% different from me. But if we weren't necessarily having this conversation, I think we'd get along. I think me and Flat Earth could go to coffee and really kind of be friends. But if you put us on the YouTube channel, I'm telling you, woo! The earth would spin. I'm telling you, it's just a fact.
He's acting right now. He's like, he's doing his SNL skit.
And so I'm not trying to be a jerk for Jesus. I'm just trying to tell you, the Bible's pretty plain, and the only way a person really comes to faith is through Jesus, not through heliocentrism, geocentrism, and all these big fancy words that most people have no idea what they mean. Okay, I'm just a hillbilly. I like to use King James English. All right, now,
watch.
I'm not going to, guys, I want you to put up the passage if they can hear me in the back. If not, I'll turn to it. He said I was going to attack his passage in his book. I'm not going to attack it. I'm just going to correct it. All right, so Job 38 is where I want the guys to go if they can hear me back there. If not, I'll just read it. Job 38. Need you to go there. It's important. Job chapter number 38, verse 12 through 14. All right. Job 38, 12 through 14. Now, I did read the book, not all of it, not verbatim, not word for word. I did like chapter 6 because it had a lot to talk about the testimonials of people that are being saved and have been saved. Now, let me read through this, right? Here is the clay under the seal analogy that he uses. I don't attack that because I'm going to be honest with you. I'm not real interested in the whole smash down, in the whole stamp down, in the whole upturned sides. And I'm not interested in it from this passage because this is not at all what that passage has anything to do with. Okay? I want to show you. Now, I know it's on the screens there, but sometimes I like to turn to certain places in the Bible. Hast thou commanded the morning since thy days. Now again, he was correct. Okay, Job is being rebuked by the Lord harshly. Things are happening in this context. God's asking him 84 questions that are basically unanswerable. And so he says, look, have you commanded the morning since thy days? No, you haven't commanded the morning, okay, because we don't get to do that. But watch this. And caused the day spring to know his place. Well, what's the day spring? Well, the day spring is just a King James word for the sunrise. And we know later in the context that Jesus is called the day spring, right? And so understand, he's simply talking about an analogy of the sun right here. He says plainly, is this not the day spring? Hey guys, don't move them things back there because I don't know my Bible until I go to the next one. Thank you. And so you cause the day spring, the sunrise, to know his place. It's obvious he's talking about the sunrise. Now watch this. That it. Everybody see that word it? Oh, you're going to get quiet now that I brought the Bible out. What's the word it referring to? The subject, which is the day spring, which is the sunrise. Y'all quit changing in passages back there. Go back to verse number 12 again. Hast thou commanded the morning since the days and caused the day spring to know its place? That it, the day spring, the sunrise, might take hold of the ends of the earth. We'll get to that passage. That the wicked might be shaken out of it. Next verse. He's still talking about the sunrise. He's saying that nothing, as the man of God said, is going to escape the heat of the sun. The sun's going to rise. No wicked person can hide. Okay, it doesn't matter. Men love darkness rather than light, but the sun's going to rise. It's going to shine light. That's what the Bible says. That it might take hold of the ends of the earth. That the wicked might be shaken out of it. Watch this. It is turned, and he's correct in his analogy to say that the word does not mean turn like this. He's not talking about orbiting, he's talking about changed. It is changed as clay to the seal. Now listen, we can use 1,000 analogies about rings being pressed into wax. Here's exactly 1,000%, no way around it. No way around it. He can even come back up and explain himself about it if he wants to, right? But I got a long way to go. He says, just as wax has no form whatsoever. Okay, and we don't even talk in this terminology. This is old English. Just as wax has no form. It's just wax. It's just hot wax. He says, just like when a signet ring, roll, I don't care what it is, okay? Just like when it is dipped in the wax, what happens? The wax gets into the cracks of the signet, and the signet comes to life before your very eyes. When the sun rises, it takes the darkness of the face of an earth that has no contour and no shape. But as the sun rises, the darkness of the crevices and the cracks of the earth began to show themselves. And when the sun rises, it sheds light on an earth that you could not see its contours and curvature or whatever you want to call it before that. And so just as the sun brings reality to what we could not see, so when a ring is dipped into the wax, all of a sudden the wax fills up the crack. There's only one thing he is talking about, and it is the revelation that sunlight brings when the sun rises in the morning. Now, wait a minute. Is there anybody in the room that would say, huh, that's theological gymnastics, because it's not talking about the day spring? Is it talking about the sunrise, yes or no? It's only talking about the sunrise. And as the sun rises, it sheds light on things we could not see, just as wax has no form until you dip something in it that has form and it conforms to it, and now you can clearly see it. And by the way, that happened in the very first chapter of the Bible, because when darkness was upon the face of the deep, God said, let there be light. And guess what? The light shed abroad the contour of what God was creating. This verse is not about cosmology. I'm sorry. Now, it may be a cute verse to use
and talk about the upturned sides. That's great. That's fine. I don't mind if you use it. Here's my beef with it. You can believe the earth is any shape you want to, and we can have coffee, just not Starbucks. My gripe is not with people that believe flat earth. My gripe is with people that say the Bible teaches it. That's a totally different concept. Now look, it ain't kill the ogre time. Chill out. Chill out. I'm 5 verses in, got a lot way to go. I'm going slow on purpose. Because look, you cannot take that verse to mean anything other than what it means. It's a sunrise verse. That's it. It is a sunrise verse. That is it. Okay, anyhow, let's get to some Bible. And as if we've not already dealt with some. When I talk about the Bible, let me say something. I'm not talking about the book of Enoch. Stop that nonsense. Stop it. You see, you like to quote the book of Enoch when it fits, but when you get later in the book of Enoch, when it doesn't fit, you skip those parts. And everybody's like, book of Enoch. Well, you know, the Bible quotes the book of Enoch. Yeah. And what part the Bible quotes? Guess what? The Apostle Paul also quoted lost historians and poets. It was historical framework. But if you're going to say the Bible teaches a flat earth, then don't use a non-canonized book that's not in the Bible to do it. Am I making sense? You don't get to say, I believe the Bible, the book of Enoch says. I don't care what the book of Enoch says. The book of Enoch was not even written by Enoch. And don't say things like, well, you know, David had it on his mind when he was writing. The book of Enoch was at least 1,000 years after David. Okay? And so when I say I'm going to talk about what the Bible says, I don't care what NASA says. Did you know there is not one thing I believe about the earth that NASA taught me? I can't remember one single time. I saw one guy, he did a video. He's like, well, you know, I got a plastic globe here, and on the bottom of it, you know why we can't trust it? Because it says not for educational purposes. Okay, right, cool. You ever seen the back of a condom box? It says it don't prevent sexually transmitted diseases or pregnancy. It's a disclaimer, folks. There's nothing I believe about the globe that I learned from NASA, right? And I love these huge leaps of faith. Well, he went from working from Disney to NASA. So it's all fake. That is, excuse the pun, circular reasoning. That's nonsense. I don't care what NASA says. There's never been a time in my life that I've ever, NASA, can I have, I don't care what NASA says. You know, Samuel Robotham was a long time before NASA. What was his excuse? He was a snake oil salesman that believed he had an elixir that if you drank it, you would live everlastingly. The guy had more atheism than he did Christianity, and his Christianity was sketchy at best. He's like in his middle 20s when he comes up with the zetetic astronomy. Look, I would not trust my 21-year-old son to pastor an outhouse, much less build my entire theological framework by some cat that couldn't get a real job. And so what he decides to do is go to a channel, go to a creek that seemed to be flat for like 3 or 4 miles. And because it seemed to be flat, which was later disproven, by the way, seemed to be flat for just a few miles, now he's built this entire theological framework that the church has bought into, hook, line, and sinker, and they say, we believe the Bible, and quote, no Bible. I don't care what NASA says. I don't care what your 5th grade teacher said. Those people are not the authority in my life. Okay, Disney is definitely not the perverted authority in my life. There's things we can agree on, but stop saying you believe the Bible and then discounting the Bible. So here's what happened right from the very get-go. He said, you can't get up and say that the Bible is just metaphors. Well, you can if it's a metaphor. If it's intended to be metaphorical, it's intended to be metaphorical. You can only take the Bible literally where it's supposed to be taken literally, and many times figurative analogy leads to literal understanding, right, of a metaphorical, translation. There are many metaphors in the Bible. I'm just going to very quickly explain that to you, right? Think about this one. In John chapter 3, Jesus came to a guy named Nicodemus and said, ye must be born again. Well, Nicodemus had the same mindset as a lot of people in this tent. Because he was such a literalist, he said, oh, does that mean I got to re-enter my mother's womb and be born? And Jesus said, no. That which is born of flesh is flesh, but that which is born of spirit is spirit. Marvel not that I said unto thee, ye must be born again. That's the biggest metaphor in the whole Bible. And nobody in this room would have trouble with that. Everybody sees that it was a metaphorical reference that led to a literal salvation in this man's life. But it was a metaphor. Ye must be born again. No, you don't crawl back into mama's womb. Thank God, right? It's a metaphor. So you can't say things like, well, don't say the Bible's metaphor. Well, you can. Because in Psalm 23 and verse 5, the Bible says God prepares a table in the wilderness. You think that's literal? You sitting out in the wilderness, eating up. Wow, look at me. Y'all gonna watch me eat. Arrows flying everywhere. It's not literal, it's figurative. It's a metaphor. It's a metaphor that God's going to provide for you and protect you no matter what situation you face. And by the way, no matter what your cosmology is, that's true. Nahum chapter 1 verse 3, the clouds are the dust of his feet. The clouds are the dust of his feet. Sometimes I play with that when I'll be sitting in an airplane. I'll look at somebody and say, hey, we just missed him. They'll be like, what? I say, look at there. The Bible says, Nahum 1:3, the clouds are the dust of his feet. Okay, look. It doesn't literally mean that God's walking around right now in the sky in these clouds and those clouds and those clouds. It's a metaphor referring to the sovereignty of God, that everywhere you look, there's God's fingerprints and footprints. It's a metaphor. I love this one. Acts 17, verse 6. Now, by the way, both parties are going to like this one. Pay attention. Buckle in. Acts 17, 6. You know what the Bible says? The Bible says that when these people were arrested, the religious, crazy political dignitaries looked at these disciples and said, these men have turned the world upside down. Now, if that's literal, y'all's model is screwed. That's not literal, it's figurative. It's not even a globe situation. He's not talking about turning the world upside down. He's talking about the power of the gospel through them made so much change around the world that it looked like they were wrecking everything. Does that make sense? Now, I know when you go to Brother Dean's church, y'all get preaching, right? You get the word of the Lord. But I can tell, and our people, they get the word of the Lord. I can tell some of y'all done showed up, and y'all don't have a pastor that preaches the Bible, because you can't figure out right now what you're supposed to believe, because what you want to believe is what YouTube told you. What you fail to believe is what God clearly tells you in the Bible. And that's dangerous. And that's where you are going to have to draw the line, right? And so there's metaphors about turn the world upside down. That's a metaphor. Oh, you'll love this metaphor. Isaiah 66 in verse number 1. Heaven is his throne, earth is his footstool. Okay, first of all, God is a spirit. They that worship him must worship him in spirit and truth. You start talking about God having feet, that's not even Christian theology anymore, okay? And so understand, listen to me. It says simply that the footstool was beneath the sovereign rule and the authority of God. And people are like, and I don't say everybody in this room, but there are people all over the internet that say, well, you know, it's a footstool. A footstool has pillars. A footstool is flat. Well, that's cute until you get to Hebrews chapter 1, where God the Father said to God the Son, because Jesus is God. Deny that theology, and I don't care what your cosmology is. Okay? God the Father said to God the Son, I'm going to make your enemies your footstool. You see, both of them are figurative. Because you can't use footstool, Isaiah 66 and verse 1, to proclaim flat earth unless you're going to believe that enemies are flat as well. It is figurative language, ladies and gentlemen. It's a metaphor. It's an analogy that God is very clearly speaking. What about this? Matthew chapter 5. You are the light of the world. Are you the light of the world? Yes. Figuratively, here's why. Jesus is the light of the world. We're the reflectors of the glory and the light of God, Matthew chapter 5. But you don't walk around with batteries in your back. It's a metaphor for the glowing of your testimony because of the gospel. Which, by the way, only half the crowd will like this, and less than half the crowd will understand this. That's also a beautiful picture. You see, Jesus is the light. We're not the light. We reflect and radiate that light, just like the moon reflects and radiates the light of the sun, because the light does not come from the moon itself. You do understand that, right? Half of you understand that. It's metaphorical terminology. Metaphorical terminology. Metaphorical terminology. I got the mic, you don't. Now, here's one. Remember when I said, when I did my little, what they call a diatribe, I got one verse. Everybody said, yep, he's going to go to Isaiah. Circle of the earth. I could care less. Circle, ball. Because here's the argument. Well, a circle's not a ball. That's true, but a ball is a circle. And guess what? Ball in early Isaiah, he's exactly right. Ball and circle, two different words. But you know what the word ball means in the Hebrew? Circle. But I don't care about the circle of the earth. Okay, listen, that's not even what I'm going to tell you. You know, there's one verse in the Bible that disproves flat earth immediately, without hesitation. We ought to drop the mic and go home. Y'all ready for it? You want to wait for it? Okay. Listen to what the Bible says. It's two verses, one concept. Psalm 103. Some of you know where I'm going. You're hoping I didn't know this one was in the Bible. Verse 11 and 12. We're going to take it one verse at a time. For as the heaven is high above the earth, so great is his mercy toward them that fear him. Now, do you believe that? Yes or no? I do. As the heaven is high above the earth, so great is his mercy. But if you believe there's a limit to the heaven, you've limited God's mercy. And Romans says that you know any height or depth can take you away from the love of God. So if you're going to tell me there's a structure that's blocking the rest of the heaven, you have just minimized the mercy of God. For as the heaven, in the same way, in the same like manner, as the heaven is high above the earth, not just a few thousand, miles, and the throne of God sits on top of a... No. I'm going to explain all that to you from the Bible also. By the way, I have my right to a theological opinion. You understand that? I sat there quietly, clapped, and amen. Okay? The whole time. And enjoyed it and learned some stuff. Because every man can be my teacher. If you can't learn, if you know everything, you need deliverance. So, as the heaven is high above the earth, so great is his mercy toward them that fear him. So, let me just say it this way. My model, the mercy of God's endless. In your model, there's a cap on it. Now, don't shrug your shoulders and be like, that ain't what the Bible says. It's clearly what the Bible says. I don't care what version you use, that's what it says. But that's just the first part. Because you can believe, by the way, in a dome, but not a flat earth. That's okay. You believing in a dome does not offend me. You see, you believe in half a globe. You halfway there. We just believe God completed the whole thing. You believe in a snow globe. We believe in a full globe. Okay? But nonetheless, some of you are like, man, I've been believing flat earth all this time. I never heard anybody say it like that. Well, that's all right. It's the facts. Because here is right here the stop to the whole argument. As far, shout far. As far as the east is from the west. Now, wait a minute. Why is that even a theological concept? Because when you're going east, you're always going east. When you're going west, you're always going west. But when you go north, you eventually go south. And when you go south, you eventually go north. Now, I understand their explanation that north's in the middle and they go south, 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 south. I just saw it on his model. So not only have you limited the mercy of God, you have limited the redemptive power of God. Because in a flat earth model, east and west is not the same as in what the Bible teaches, a spherical earth model, where east and west never meet, never intersect, never show up, and never say howdy and shake hands. As far as the east is from the west, so God had taken my sin and removed them far from me. They will never, ever, 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 ever meet again unless you're a flat earther.
What?
Is that, no? Why is that not the
I
fact?
see in the YouTube chat, not my YouTube chat, but the other one.
Oh, see, I love that.
Where people
I
say,
love
"Oh,
when
they're
they
going to start
say
picking flat earthers
that
out."
going in
I don't think
circles
so.
is
I think
circumnavigation.
This is the show. I think at the end of his speech
No.
that him
Going
and
in
Dino come up
circles
on stage and say,
is what people
"Hey,
in a loony bin do.
yeah, we're both flat earthers. This was just a show."
There is no proper east and west unless you make
That's what I think. Because there's no
on a
way
flat
this
earth
guy
model.
thinks like this. There's no
Because
fucking way.
if you believe in infinite plane in all directions, some of you do, some of you don't care, then guess what? North and south keep going. East and west keep going. And if you're going to say that, well, east and west just work on the inside, round and round and round and round, you know as well as I do that had no intention in the text whatsoever. If that's the only verse we had, it's the only one we need. I see them little balls floating around. Look, there's no other way to dissect and exegete properly that verse other than what we know to be true, because it's what the Bible said, not what NASA said. See, people get mad all they want to, but I'll preach to a full tent tomorrow when you show back up or not.
Dean found somebody as goofy as he is to put this whole show on. That's what I think. I could be wrong.
Oh, sorry guys. I need just a short break. I feel like I'm wrapped in a sheet and beaten with a bunch of soap. Saying, let me give a little break. Let me get a breather.
Yeah, we're
here so
listening to a live stream on
what I don't even know
on Kingdom and Context channel.
Preaching session. This isn't.
And he's giving commentary. So I can.
All right.
And he's like he's fed up with that.
Strengthen
bullshit.
you to endure this. May you protect your eardrums, your heart, your mind. Okay, let's go back. Let's do it.
I predict that at the end of the show, him and Dean are going to come together.
I ain't here for money. I'm so sick of this shit. Well, you ain't nothing but a shield. I've heard people call Dean a shield. Well, he's just paid opposition. What? At least he believes it. At least he's passionate enough to proclaim it and get up here and fight it out and duke it out in front of thousands of people all over the world with me. Y'all just a bunch of shields. Now, let me tell you something. There ain't nobody in this room. Nobody in this room. I promise you this. There ain't nobody in this room fought the Masonic Lodge more than I have. That devilish, wicked, low-down, sorry, good-for-nothing, sex-trafficking, satanic cult of an organization. It's wicked as hell.
What?
But somehow or another, because I believe in a spherical earth, I'm siding with the Masons. You know the authority that tells us who the Masons
really right
were
before
in the historical records?
Jaronism
are people
doing a
on
pre-show.
YouTube that have no authority to tell me that.
Masons before this, whatever.
Not everybody's in the Masonic Lodge, folks. Some of you know I done called out some false prophets in this church. I could have made millions with them cats. I ain't for sale, no matter what shape the earth is. So stop all this. Well, y'all just working for the Freemasons. We ain't working for the Freemasons. Freemasons can eat my dirty socks. Bunch of devils, bunch of demons. We call it out every Sunday night. There's a spirit that goes along with the Masonic Lodge. And to say that a Christian that loves God, been preaching 31 years, well, he must be just yoked up with NASA and the Masonic Lodge because he believes in a spherical earth. That's nonsense. Stop all that. That's apples and oranges. I mean, that's ridiculous. And I'm going to tell you one of the reasons I called it out, because we got people in our own church eviscerating each other over this ridiculousness.
Yeah, he's just like...
We got marriages on the rocks because of flat earth.
Doing right now.
And I'm not saying that people ain't stupid that believe the other way. I mean, there's crazy people on both sides. I get it. Both sides. We all crazy. But I've never, ever, ever, and I have messed with a lot of doctrine. I've never dealt with anything that is more divisive in the local church than flat earth theology. Never.
He's appealing to emotion.
Never.
He knows he can do it.
I mean, we got people that came to this church 2 or 3 years. Good people here tonight. Moment I called it out, I was lost. I'm not even saved. I'm not even regenerate. You working for the Mason? What? You believed everything
Now he's
until
lying
that
because
one little deal?
people don't do that to people when they go to church.
It's that big a deal to you? You know why it's that big a deal? I'm going to tell you why it's that big a deal. because it has become a graven image to you.
Oh, shit.
It's all you think about.
Really?
I didn't even start studying it until I said I'm going to do the debate, and I'm sick of thinking about it already.
Graven image now.
Now look, if you can handle it in moderation, handle it in moderation, but it has become an idol to some people.
Wow.
I didn't start studying it, he says.
Who
Pastor
paused
Greg
it?
Locke just said
sorry,
he didn't start studying
see.
biblical cosmology and this entire
This
concept
is,
until
Kingdom in
he agreed
Context
to this
is
debate.
coming. I'm sorry. Yeah. Hey.
What?
Now we're listening to a live stream.
How
with-
irresponsible could you be on a topic that people are claiming they've come to Christ through this topic? That people are claiming is scriptural truth, that other pastors are trying to reach out to you and claim this is scriptural truth. But you want to bet $30,000 on a debate that you've never studied? Whew.
Get him. Get him, Kingdom in Context. Get him.
Could you feel good about diving into that man's efforts in that ministry? I mean, what? And by the time this is over, I hope we can figure out what becomes of this $30,000 wager that he puts on this debate. Which is that sinful to bet on a debate like that? I mean, that doesn't seem very responsible with your congregate's money, does it?
Somebody's just looking at his 30,000 or
we're watching
the church's
history of
30,000. You know,
That's all they talk about. And they're like, well, Jesus came to bring a sword and bring division. Not about the shape of the earth. So anyhow, y'all can weasel your way out of Psalm 103, verse 11, 12 all you want to. But then I'm going to do something real quick. How many of y'all, I got it all marked up. How many of y'all seen this right here? FlatEarthDoctrine.com. Let me ask it again. How many of you have seen the verses, the 240 plus verses, FlatEarth.com? You've seen this at least floating around as a meme on the internet. Dear God, I hope you've actually read some of these verses before you showed at this debate tonight. All right. Anybody ever seen this? It's usually black. Okay, a handful of you. Well, that's telling right there. I want to get this cat's name right. He might be here tonight. I don't know. Nathan Roberts, author of The Doctrine of the Shape of the Earth, a comprehensive biblical perspective. If what I'm about to read to you is comprehensive, somebody needs to change that man's diaper. He's a baby in the Lord. Yeah, I did say a baby in the Lord.
He should read some Edward Henry.
Have you seen some of the stuff on this list? Oh, no, because you just share it on Facebook without reading the 240 some odd verses that are supposedly on here. Here we go. Let's just deal with a few of them. Let me get some low-hanging fruit here real quick. By the way, 240 plus flat earth doctrines. And let me say this. If you've not read every single one of the verses that are on this list, I know more about your stuff than you do. That's all there is to that. Because I'm sick of y'all saying, there's 240 verses. What? Then how come you don't read them? You just assume they're there? Do you know one of the verses on this list is Psalm 46:10, be still and know that I'm God? Well, the earth is still, so, Psalm 46:10, be still and know that I'm God. Some of you didn't even know that was on the list.
Weak argument.
He could have put Worship Bozo the Clown on the list and put a fake reference. And some of you would have been like, 241 verses now, preacher. You ain't even read it. Then he likes to say things like this. Well, Matthew's Bible from 1537 says flat earth. Okay, first of all, I don't read Matthew's Bible from 1537 because the S's were F's and the V's were this. You couldn't read it if you had it in your lap. Yeah, it says flat earth. It sure does. 2 Samuel 11:11, I believe it is. You know what it says?
Gotta be a
Talking
joke,
about a military installment, an army in a certain area fighting another army. And it says, and they went up and pitched their tents upon the flat earth, which literally means open field. And everybody's like, oh, give me that $30,000. Flat earth's in the Bible. Yeah. Yeah, sure is. You think one army in one city against one other military institution installment is spreading their tents out over the whole flat earth? Mm-mm. No, you're reading a comic book if you believe that. It's just a simple phrase that was mentioned in 1537, and every other time it's been translated. And I don't even mind the translation. Some people like to play translation games. I'm going to read 20 translations until it says what I want it to. Right? Now, this ain't a bad marriage. This is the Bible. Some of y'all argue until you get that person and that text to say what you want it to say. That's not exegesis. That's eisegesis. That's reading into the Bible what you wish was there, because what is clearly there doesn't need to be brought out because it'll make you uncomfortable and you'll have to change your foolishness. About anything. About anything. And so he puts that in there. It's not even a reference.
You know what he hasn't said
He
yet?
even puts a reference in Revelation 21:15 through 17. It says this, New Jerusalem, the huge cube. We ain't talking about cubes.
Say anything about that yet.
And we ain't talking about New Jerusalem. We're talking about earth. Do you know that was on there? Has nothing to do with flat earth. As most of these verses do not, by the way. But let me give you a couple of good ones that I think is quite interesting. In 2 Kings, and they can put it up there, but I'm not going to read through all these. I got to give you a bunch of just the highlights, cliff notes. You can read this. It's on every one of your Facebook pages at some point in the comment section, every one of you. I get it like 15 times a day, so don't tell me it's not there. Okay, it's everywhere. It says, and I love how he gives his own descriptions of what the passage is supposed to say. But it is this: 2 Kings 20, 8 through 11. You remember Hezekiah? The Bible talks about the sundial going backwards. He says, the sun moves backwards. Two things about that. Number one, that has nothing to do with the shape of the earth. Secondarily, here's what's interesting. Did you know a sundial only works because of a curved earth? What? Oh my goodness. He's breaking out science. He's one of them scientism believers. Sundial cannot work on a flat earth. Look, y'all can stay till 2 o'clock in the morning, argue all night. We'll turn the live stream off. I'll sleep good. I promise. You can argue and fuss, cuss. You can get mad as you want to. But sundials have nothing to do with the shape of the earth, but everything to do with the fact that, guess what? The sundial don't even work forward or backward without proper shadowing of a curved earth. But nonetheless, we'll keep going. Even if you don't like that description, it still has nothing to do with the flat earth model.
He's just going to roll on by
I love this one.
and say
everyone sees Jesus.
And he's not going to give any
Revelation 1:7.
Look how that works, right?
Well, you know, in Revelation 1:7, the Bible says when Jesus comes again, the whole earth, every eye shall see him. Okay, even if the world was flat, you wouldn't be doing that. Show me somebody parachuting 15 miles from here right now. Okay, it doesn't work that way. You say, well, he's God. He sure is, and so he explains himself well. Revelation 1:7 is a prophetic fulfillment of Matthew chapter 24. When he comes back and the Jews see him, they look upon him whom they have pierced, and a nation shall be born in a day. But just in case that wasn't good enough for you, don't do you fancy, I got one better for you. Because everybody's like, well, you know, everybody's going to see Jesus. And so the only way everybody at one time can see Jesus is if the earth is flat. Well, that dog only hunts until you get to Revelation chapter 11. Revelation chapter 11 talks about the two witnesses. And when the Antichrist kills them, the Bible says, and their dead bodies shall lie in the street and the gate of the city, which spiritually is called Sodom and Egypt, where also our Lord was crucified. And they of the people of the kindreds and tongues and nations shall see their dead bodies for 3 days and a half, and shall not suffer the dead bodies to be put in the grave. Question: how are nations and kingdoms and tongues, how are people around the world going to see two dead people in the middle of the street in Jerusalem? Because it's not about cosmology, it's about technology. And everybody says, well, you know, everybody's going to see Jesus when he comes back. You know why? Because if indeed that verse is literally referring to everybody seeing him, everybody's got a device in their hand and everybody's going to see him. Has nothing to do with the shape of the earth. Nothing to do with the shape of the earth. But that verse is there. Then I love these high altitude perspectives, right? That's what he calls them. He puts 3 of them in here. Daniel 4:11 and Daniel 4:20, which are both, by the way, the same story, the same passage. Look, we could stay here and go verse by verse, line by line all night long, but it's right there. You can look at the list. Daniel 4:11, Daniel 4:20. It talks about a tree, right? The tree grew and was strong, and the height thereof reached unto heaven, and the sight thereof to the end of all the earth. And then in verse 20, it talks about this tree that's so tall. And so he puts it here as a flat earth doctrine that Only on a flat
How
earth
many
model
straw
can you
men-
see a tree that grows up that high. But what they
say
do
that.
not tell you is right in the context of the verse, it says, and the tree that thou sawest, O Nebuchadnezzar, is thee, O king. And the nations shall bow down before you. And what's interesting is that in this context, he wasn't just talking about Nebuchadnezzar being the tree. It's plain in the King James. He plainly said 2 times in the story that it was a dream.
Saying, put the paper down and get
You
the
know, I've
past
flown in
those
my
arguments.
dreams.
This is a debate. He's just,
But I ain't never
he's
flown
just
in real
like
life.
setting up straw
A dream's
men
a dream.
and then
And you're
he's
going to
breaking it
base
down,
a
and he's saying
theological
something he never
position
said, and then trying
off
to break
an evil king's dream that already had the interpretation,
ignoring
from
everything
Daniel
that
himself.
Dean Odell said.
You
Ignoring it completely.
are the tree. So we can deal with that one. Now, everybody loves Matthew chapter 4. The Bible says that the devil, everybody still with me?
We need a small little break for levity.
What is love? Baby, don't hurt me. Don't hurt
straw man me no more.
Says that the devil took Jesus up into an exceeding high mountain and showed him all the kingdoms of the world and the glory of them. And said, if you'll fall down and worship me, I'll give you all the kingdoms. I'll give you all this authority. I'll give you all this power. Matthew 4:8. Look it up. Then they say the only way that can happen is on a flat earth model.
Guess who didn't
That he's
say
taken to a high elevation.
Dean Odell.
And he is able to see all the kingdoms of the world. Couple of things. Number one, please show me where that mountain is. Okay? We're talking about Jesus, not Santa Claus. Chill down, Skippy. Okay? But I don't care where it is. I don't care if it's Midwest Pole. Here's what the Bible tells us in Luke, and here's what the flat earthers hate.
Midwest
in Luke
Pole.
4, when it says that he was taken up by Satan to an exceeding high mountain and showed all the kingdoms of the world, it adds
What's up,
this little
Timbo
phrase and
Slice?
says, showed him all the kingdoms of the world in a
How you
moment.
doing, brother?
We're talking about
This,
God and
This guy's
Satan.
totally full of shit.
This was an obvious
Yeah, this
context
is live. We're just listening
vision
to it. And-
that took place on top of a mountain.
Did you miss the first
In
part where Dean made
a
his
moment.
presentation?
Yeah,
I mean, look, you can go to Mount Everest and you can't even see the next
you listen
ocean.
to it tomorrow.
And it's
It was
29,032 feet
awesome.
high.
It was awesome.
You can't even see the next ocean.
But in my opinion, I think
no,
this
you're exactly
guy's
right.
just-
And guess what? I'm about to help
I
you with
think
that.
him and
'cause you're
Dean
not
are
either.
buddies, and he's just clowning right now.
Because the whole purpose
He's just
was
like an
for
actor.
Jesus. Why did the devil take him up to an exceeding high mountain? Because the devil had to teach Jesus a thing or two about cosmology.
Yeah, I
No,
just think-
because
I
in
think
the
he's
Old
just
Testament,
clowning right
when
now.
Israel
Think at
failed
the
in
end of
demon
all
worship,
this,
it was
Tim and
always
Dean are
in the
gonna come
high
together.
places.
Yeah, look
It was
out.
always in the high mountain, and Jesus was the success
If I'm
and
wrong
fulfillment
about that-
of the failure of the nation of Israel. And the devil took him up to a high place and said, if you will fall down
There ain't
and
no
worship me,
fucking way
I'll
this
give you all the
guy's serious.
kingdoms. And Jesus basically said, I don't need them because I'm going to take them from you one day anyhow, whether you give them to me or not. This ain't a high altitude perspective. This is a fulfillment of Jesus. And since I ain't Jesus, I don't get to impose cosmology on it. So it works both ways. From the peanut
Impose
gallery.
cosmology on
Everybody all right?
Oh, he's cracking me up, man. I was just like,
All right, now listen.
like, how
Very
funny
first
is
one.
that?
Earth created before the sun. Okay. What's that got to do with flat earth? Nothing. You understand that? Universe is complete, not ever expanding. I believe that. Our understanding of it is expanding, but the universe is not expanding. God made it all. Bam! Just like that in a moment's notice and spoke the word and it happened. And it happened. So that has nothing to do with flat earth. Nothing, absolutely nothing to do with flat earth. And then he says this. Skies have a face. And then he puts this in parentheses.
Yeah, Timbo, he's going down the
Geometry,
list
flat
of
surface.
biblical.
So he
biblical.
He
proofs or
imposes
whatever.
on us what the definition is before we even read the verses. And in this verse, by the way, when he talks about, the sky having a face, he's using Matthew and Luke, same passage, two different eyewitnesses. And these guys are speaking. They're not talking about the shape of the heaven or the earth. They're talking about weather conditions, plainly. But here's what's interesting. They love to use that word face. My brother did it a moment ago. The face of the waters. And so what he does here is he says, that's a geometrical flat surface. The face of the sky, that's a geometrical flat surface. Really? A couple things about that. Number one, you ever seen the face of a mountain? That's not a geometrical flat surface. You ever seen your own face? Like, look in the mirror. Not only does it have topography, it's the front of a sphere. It's connected to a globe on your shoulders. And he has dozens and dozens and dozens of verses, 28 in fact, that says a geometrical flat surface is the fact when the Bible says earth has a face. And there are 28 verses that simply say the face of the earth. The face of the earth. But he tells us what to believe before we get a chance for the context to tell us why we should believe it. It's a geometrical flat surface. No, it's not.
And none of them have to do anything with anything.
It's an expression. When the Spirit of God moved upon the face of the waters, that doesn't mean that he went from one side to the other across all the flatness of the earth. It's a metaphor. I just gave you 10 metaphors, and there's 10,000 of them in the Bible. It is a book of poetry, even if people want to say, you shouldn't say things like, it's a book of metaphors and a book of poetry. Why not? It's a book of poetry. Most of what is quoted comes so often out of the book of Psalms. It's a poetry book. It's beautiful. I love it. Believe every word of it. But it's still analogistic. And he has 28 verses for that one. He has, let me count them up here, 54 verses for the other faces of combined of water and sky. All of these verses, and they all say the exact same with no, you don't even need my context or your context. The context is, it's a simple illustrative term. Just the face of the earth.
Oh, he knows that because God told him, I guess, right?
There's no shape in it.
Sorry,
nobody wins that argument. Not me, not you. It's not a face as far as the shape of the earth. It's an expression of what's happening in that particular part of the earth. Man, there's so many. I love this one. Job 37:10. Can we put that up there? Job 37:10. He says, his description is, waters are straight, not curved. Based off this verse. By the breath of God, frost is given, and the breath of the waters is straightened. He's talking about frozen water. By the breath of God, frost is given, and the breath of the waters is straightened. Yeah. I have been snowmobiling on frozen waters. That's not a difficult reality. Now, I do find it interesting. Is anybody back here in the little backstage place back here? I'm gonna grab a little something here.
Don't you always love when
I find it interesting? I can just keep talking.
One burst and
that
doesn't read it in context. That's
one of the things that's always said is water finds its own level. Water don't curve. It's interesting that when you get an actual tool called a level,
oh God,
that the water in the middle of it is a bubble. And wait a minute, you ever seen a raindrop? It's spherical. Huh? Water don't curve. Really? You ever seen dew in the morning on the grass?
A raindrop is not spherical.
Water don't curve. Tell a surfer that.
Himself a liar.
Water don't curve. Tell the people in the Philippines right now, they're probably experiencing a unbelievable weather pattern of the ocean coming against them in a tsunami because of a huge, I think 7.2 perhaps, earthquake happened just maybe, 3 hours before we started, 4 hours before we started? Tell them that water don't curve. You see, I love how everybody's like, water finds its own level. You know why? This is beautiful. Do you know why water always finds its own level? Because of gravity.
Oh, shit.
Because of gravity. You know why a level works? Only because of gravity. That's it. Now, I'm not interested in other people's ideas of what they think gravity is, or would be here till 1 o'clock in the morning. But just to show you, all right, just to show you. Let's just be honest. Listen, we're trying to be honest tonight, right? Is that what we want? Bootleg honesty? Let's just be honest. How many of you in this room, on either side, in our church, it don't matter. No shame in this game. We just talking. We just debate. How many of you do not believe in gravity? Would you stand to your feet right now? Just stand up for a minute. And that's okay. I'm not shaming you. I'm not shaming you. I'm not shaming you. All right, now sit down. That's fine, man. So, all of that, we can get into all the science, but I find it interesting that we want to use Bible verses.
Why should I be ashamed if I don't believe in gravity?
To try to backhandedly teach something that simple observation doesn't even teach.
Not ashamed.
Okay? You can come up with all these, and I know even Mr. Flat Earth Dave, I know he has a whole different, he doesn't have the, upward acceleration. He's got this whole, fantastical idea. I get it. I applaud people.
He doesn't even know what flat
that won't use their brain. I'm not trying to shame people. My whole deal is believe in flat earth all you want, and let's be friends, but do not tell me that the Bible consistently teaches it. It doesn't. The Bible does not teach any form of cosmology as far as the shape of the earth is concerned. I'm not talking about creation for all of the soundbite technicians that are in the room. But then it says earth has ends. There are 40 verses that talk about the ends of the earth. Now, do I believe in that phrase? Absolutely. Of course, I believe in that phrase. I wouldn't be a Bible believer if I did not. Deuteronomy chapter number 28. And again, he's got all of these verses. There's no way that I can deal with all of them. But in verse 49, listen what the Bible actually says about this context. The Lord shall bring a nation against thee from far, from the end of the earth. It's pretty plain. He's going to bring them from the end of the earth, as swift as the eagle flieth, a nation whose tongue thou shalt not understand. He tells Israel, a nation from the far reaches of the world are going to come and they are going to subdue you. But let's just say, hypothetically from my side, that this really means that these people are coming from, to gather them up, coming from the end of the earth. Then I have to be clear. Are you then saying that you believe there are multitudes of people that live on the ice wall at the end of the earth that are going to come in and subdue the nation of Israel? If you believe that, that's okay. That's okay. But it's the problem of taking metaphorical terminology and trying to make it literal.
Guess who didn't say that?
He's not talking about any actual ends of the earth.
None of us say that ever.
He's talking about far regions and distances. Let me give you another. He gives many. You can read them anytime. They're all right here. They're all in the Bible, right? They're all in the Bible. 1 Samuel chapter 2. 1 Samuel chapter 2, verse 10. The adversaries of the Lord shall be broken to pieces. Out of heaven shall he thunder upon them. The Lord shall judge the ends of the earth. The Lord shall judge the ends of the earth. Okay, so is God, literally speaking, is God going to pronounce judgment upon those geographical real estate ends, or is it maybe referring metaphorically to the people in the far regions of the world that God's going to judge because they did not live right?
What's interesting about this is when Dean Odell was talking about stuff, he brought up the Greek and the Hebrew. He talked about what the words meant.
Metaphorical analogy.
Okay?
Look how
And there are
weak this
many,
is.
many of these. Isaiah 52. Matter of fact, let me just give you another one. Isaiah chapter 52. I love using the Bible, so I like to flip. I don't care about them screens. Isaiah chapter 52, verse 10. The Lord, by the way, these are on his list, not mine. The Lord hath made bare his holy arm in the eyes of all the nations, and all the ends of the earth shall see the salvation of our God. So now the ice wall has eyes, and they're going to see the salvation. No, it's the people from far distant regions. It's simple metaphor, and it's truly unbiblically silly to try to force anything else into the text. And there are many, many, many of these. Matter of fact, here's one that he did not put on his list. And I don't think it was accidental oversight, but I'll give him the benefit of the doubt. Psalm 22, verse 27. All the ends of the world shall remember and turn unto the Lord, and all the kindreds of the nations shall worship before him.
This is weird to me.
I wonder why he skipped
it's
that
just
one.
like, you know, I've been part of a big
proves
church and stuff.
that the ends of the world
so
are
he has,
people,
you know, half of the church is flat
not
earth. There's people that came there
ends
to see the debate
that are guarded
and there's a lot of people
by
that
a
are part of his
continent that is
congregation
not stretched around the
that are
entire
listening
circumference
to
of a flat earth
this.
model. It's just not. And I can't wait till we go.
I mean, of course, there's shitloads of normies everywhere, but I mean,
we're going. Okay,
it's like what
money's
is
in the bank.
this?
We're going.
I
We're
mean,
going. Hey, let me tell you something.
I mean, is this what his
I'll
sermons
eat
are
crow.
like every
I've apologized
Sunday?
for a lot of
This
things,
is
not ministry.
weird.
Is
I mean, of
hope y'all
course
be willing
it's
to repent as
not.
well.
I mean, of course it's not. I mean,
because we going.
He may know something about
Let
the
me tell you something
Bible
else
when
we're
it
gonna
comes
do.
to flat
Maybe.
Earth. He doesn't
I'm working
know
on this.
shit, but
you see, I came
this
well
is
prepared. I
weird.
may not have all the understanding.
He said I
scientifically
came
the
well
inner workings,
prepared.
and I appreciate all of his study. But I do some pretty good due
That's the
diligence.
most laughable thing he said already.
There's an outfit called Worldview that launches next year. They got these big capsules that they put 6 people in. You know what I'm talking about?
It's like there are thousands of people that come
And
to
they-
the fucking
No.
church on
Don't
Sunday
CGI
and listen
me.
to him preach.
Because I'm gonna put you in one of them. And they put 6 people in these capsules. They put them in a balloon. They take them up to 110,000 feet. Now look. I don't care about your fisheye lens. I don't care about your horizon. I fly around the world all the time. You ain't gonna see no, curvature at 35,000 feet. You're just not. So you win that one.
Hey, there's some
But I love how you
smart
say
people.
that picture of curvature out that airplane window is curved. Yeah, but when it's straight, the picture's okay, I guess, right?
Hey, y'all in Tennessee,
You can't have it both
don't
ways.
let this
Typical.
guy represent you. He's from,
I
he's from
contacted
Tennessee, but I know some smart
people
people from Tennessee. This guy's
that
a
have
fucking idiot.
already done their tests and gone up there, right? It costs $75,000. You computing with me? $75,000 to put one person amongst 6 in a capsule.
Hey, you remember
I got a rancher friend in Texas.
Shit. I keep trying to
I
tell
called
myself to shut up, but
Worldview, I
I
think it's what
can't
I call
really help myself.
And I've got things worked out, hopefully, not date-wise.
As far as
Got
you
it down
wouldn't
to
go in a
50
capsule
grand.
on a balloon, didn't
50
freaking
grand.
Picard do that? In
And got
in
a
the early
cattle rancher in
1900s?
Texas. Gonna pay for the ticket. And I'm gonna let either Dave.
He brought up the cattle rancher
Dean.
earlier on the open dialogue, where he said, "I got somebody."
Mark Sargent ain't
that-
going. Mark Sargent ain't one of y'all, by the way. You know that.
He said during
He's done more
the
damage
initial interview
to the
that
flat Earth
he
movement
has a cattle
than any
rancher
Hollywood
in
actor
Texas
on the planet. I don't care if
that
you're in the room
will
tonight, Mark Sargent.
fund
You ain't gonna get the microphone.
him and everybody to go
I love that
to
show.
fucking
Beyond
Antarctica.
the Curve. And they're trying to make flat earthers not look like they're people that are crazy that live in their mother's basement. And then the next scene is Mark coming out of his mother's basement and she's cooking him food. He's not done you any favors. But you can choose whoever you want to. Whoever you want to.
Dude, if I made a
We'll get the cattle
video
rancher.
of my mom cooking me dinner,
And since
I've not
You
seen it.
should love
You've
me
not seen it.
because I
I'm
have
gonna
a
take your
mother
word
that
for it.
loves me.
You ain't
I
got to
love
take
my
no
mom's
fisheye
cooking.
limbs.
This
You
motherfucker
can just
trying to
go
make
right
fun
on
of
up in
somebody
that capsule.
that enjoys their mother's cooking,
Sip
even
you
if
some
you're,
coffee. It's an
in a bad
8-hour
time
tour.
or good times. It's
Got
always
him down
fun
to
to hang
50
out with your
grand.
mom and
What a
and
deal.
eat that good cooking. Asshole.
So
Yeah,
when you get
he's
froggy,
poisoning the well straw man. Mark
let's
Sargent's
jump.
there. I don't know why he's bringing him up.
You see, I believe in putting
No,
money
yeah,
where the
but-
mouth is.
Dude, Mark's close to his family. He
I don't
loves
believe in
his
just
family,
open-ended. Say, well, I never saw it, and you know that most people never will until now. So we gonna send someone up, and me and him gonna get sent out there.
Out where?
And we're gonna go find your magnetic Mount Meru nonsense with the spear of destiny. You know who started that? A Satanist. Don't you come about this argument of authority? NASA. The first person to put flat earth on the internet was Mark Braun, and that guy is a satanic, blood, ritualistic heathen.
This dude can't be fucking serious, right?
And I don't care if you're in the building either. I'll cast a demon out of you tonight quick.
He's the pastor of that
And everybody's
church.
going,
This
NASA's
is
evil.
weird.
You
Does he
got
do
your
this every
ideas of
Sunday?
a lot of this nonsense from Mark Braun, who is beyond evil and
This
even
is
claims to
weird
be Satan
shit.
himself. Don't come to me with that argument of authority. You have no authority.
You know what's weird is
Nobody
before
believed
all
this stuff
happened,
before YouTube, other than
when they went
a
live,
handful
you
of
could
people
see
that got a little bit
the
resurrected in
worship session or
1971.
whatever, the
But before
music
that,
and
it
all
was
that
just
stuff.
a Catholic church, which I find interesting.
Which is their
Catholic means
church.
universal. It was a Catholic church that held on to Samuel Rehoboam's
and
stuff
everybody's
for all
building
these
up
years.
to listen
Nobody
to
went for
say,
it.
say this, whatever that is.
It's been outdated and disproven for 2,500 years. 2,500 years. Oh, that's fine. That's fine. Oh, tells me you're part of the last days deception. That's what you're part of. By the way, if you can get up here and say that about me, why can't I get up here in this church and say that about you?
Russ,
It's a deception. It's caused more division than anything I could ever imagine.
No, I missed it. I didn't.
I have been treated better by the alphabet cult than I have flat earthers.
Yeah, I'm gonna go back and listen to it
in a month.
Yeah.
In a month.
That video that's
I got Muslims that I call out that treat me better than flat earthers.
watch the
It
video
has
because
become
Dean did
the
a
most
fucking awesome
vitriolic,
presentation.
divisive amount of bogustry on both sides.
Yeah.
I'm not saying that we're not always, the right
This
one.
is
Listen,
supposedly his
we cause trouble
rebuttal
too. We throwing
to
gas on the
Dean's
fire too.
presentation, but he's not addressing anything.
But
Dean
I
said.
hope that at least we can understand that when we leave tonight, yeah, we get passionate, yeah, we get fired up,
Talking
yeah, we
about
talk back
shit
to the
that
crowd, yeah,
Dean
we throw
didn't
maters
say.
and taters, okay, we get that stuff
Nothing
all the
flat
time. We've
earthers
been in the
say
trenches for-
anytime ever. It's just like he's losing his mind.
But if we're going to talk about being spiritually persecuted, make sure it's for the
constructing
gospel.
imaginary straw men. and
Not because of what you think the shape of the earth is.
putting on a logical fallacy.
Oh my goodness, I just can't get my family to invite me back to Thanksgiving dinner. I just love Jesus so much. Maybe it's not because you love Jesus so much. Maybe it's because you won't shut up about the
See,
shape
I
of the
thought
earth.
it was a joke. I mean, like when he first started, I was like, yeah.
It's really not that big a
After
deal.
Dean's presentation, I was like, dude, there's
It's really not, because
nothing
we
he
believe
can
the same
say
thing
to
about
rebut
creation, and
any
you tried
of
to make
that.
creation.
And it went so long,
Flat
I was
Earth.
just like, yeah, he was just going to come
We
out.
don't disagree
and
about creation.
be like, I concede because I
We
really have
disagree
no rebuttal.
about the shape
And then
of that which was created.
I was wrong.
Now look,
now he comes out and says this bullshit.
There's 240 of them on here.
It's realistic.
I'm not going through all of them, obviously.
Right? They're arguing.
But
a
he's
point
even worse that I can ask. And I don't even know, maybe a bunch of people raise their hand out, but I can ask, who's read this? Who's seen this? And everybody's like, look at this whole full room. And these are the definitive doctrinal verses for flat earth. Do you have any more? Oh, I got Dean's list too. Got all the verses. We've already dealt with some of the verses that Dean gave me. Every single one of them. Do you need to say something? Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead. You got the mic. Just go ahead. Let me finish my verses, but you go ahead.
I just want to say this about that list and about Nathan Roberts. Okay, let's.
And I'm not saying you're affiliated with him.
No. No. All right. Shh. Let me. Just a second.
Just the damn
I just
argument.
want to say this about Nathan Roberts. Okay, what you're doing with that list there, you're debating Nathan Roberts, not us.
No.
Okay, hold on.
I'm telling you the Bible. And here's how I know that. Because when I discredit
let me finish what I say about Nathan, okay?
But I'm not worried about Nathan.
No, but you've been debating.
I
his
really
list.
don't.
I've been talking about
There's
his
no
list.
way this fucking guy's serious. There's
I
no
have
way.
never posted his list because I don't agree that all of the verses refer to.
I don't believe that you agree with all of them. Absolutely. There's some of them that are just foolish.
Now, some of them refer, he says flat earth, but he's talking about just cosmology in general. But listen, Nathan Roberts was a young believer who I had to correct and rebuke.
So I'm thinking at the end of this, him and Dean are going to come out. Hey, did you like the show?
And he was
yeah, we're both flat earthers, and I'm a really good actor.
I know he's since disappeared, but here's the deal. These verses have so infiltrated the movement, whether you wrote them or not. That's why when I contextually disprove them, the crowd shouts at me and they're mad.
Well, hear what I'm saying, though.
I hear what you're saying.
Hear what I'm saying is
Helio, not hearing a goddamn word he's saying.
we don't agree with a lot of scriptures that's on his list that he took them.
Say that
out of
again?
context and they
Is
don't
this
apply.
Dean
So
talking right now?
using his list.
This is live right now. We're just
No,
giving
I'm-
open.
Absolutely. But the question is, how many verses do you have for flat earth?
Was that Pastor Dean or no?
How many? No, he didn't. No, he didn't. He only dealt with the firmament.
The louder guy.
He only dealt with the firmament.
No, Dean already
There
did.
were no verses that he used on flat, not one.
Oh, that
Yes, I
was
did.
Dean.
Not
Yes,
only
that
the
was
clay,
Dean.
and I explained that much sunrise.
He sounds much calmer and rational.
Verses I pulled from Isaiah and Psalms.
Yeah, just like he's just
But I
like,
will,
you know
I was
what?
going to say in my rebuttal, do I still get a rebuttal?
Sure, absolutely. I mean, we are not going to be able to go all night, but yeah, go ahead and start doing a rebuttal right now. Be all right. I got so much to say. These verses, there's tons of these verses.
Well,
I got,
just like,
I got pages.
Dean went on
of
for
my
like
own notes.
45 minutes, and if
Pages.
this guy's going to do
Amen.
this shit for
Amen.
45
All right.
minutes,
I'm
if
gonna
there's
be-
a
I'm gonna try
rebuttal
to be
period,
brief
that's
here.
going to be really interesting.
And I
too.
do. You said, and I'm going to hold you to your word.
And
you
if
said that I
there's
could
going to
bring
be a
anybody I
Q&A for
wanted,
the
so
audience,
I'm going to call up a couple of people
that would
to
be
answer
even
some
more
things.
interesting too.
Austin,
Damn, this
and,
is the longest debate. Oh
we'll
shit,
let you
he's
come
back
and
up.
answer a
He's
couple
on
of things
stage
that you
now.
said. But let me address just a few things in what Pastor Greg just
Here it
showed. I'm
comes.
going to show you some things.
Oh,
Now, first
Get
of
him,
all,
Dane.
I want to say this. And let me go back to my notes here that I made while you were speaking. First of all, you
This is
say
about to be
you're
some
okay with
UFC
us
shit
believing
right here.
flat earth. Then you say that it's end time deception. Then you talk about you don't want to insult people, but then you say things like you make God a liar if you believe flat earth. So I don't see how that you called us clowns.
I didn't say that
smoke-
tonight.
No, but you said it through this whole thing. So what I'm saying is that the people out here that are getting a little upset with you is because you're the way that you insult people.
No, wait. You said we weren't Christians if we didn't believe in flat earth. Yes, you most certainly did say that.
Oh, no.
Absolutely.
No.
Don't you
you're
shout
not
me
gonna
down in
do
my
it.
own church.
Listen to me. I never said, and then this is a fact.
Absolutely you
I
did.
preached this for years. Don't interrupt. I have said for years, you do not have to believe in flat earth biblical cosmology to be a born again Christian. I have never made that an issue.
We'll rewind the video tonight when we're done. When you said that we're not biblical Christians if we do not adhere to the flat
when
earth
you used
model.
to speak out against tongues and deliverance, you were not a biblical Christian in that area.
And guess what? Tongues is a gift of the Holy Spirit. Flat earth is not a gift of the Holy Spirit.
It's in the Bible.
What a heretical bunch of
Do
nonsense.
I get to do my rebuttal without you interrupting me or not?
Quit asking me questions if you don't want me to rebuttal back.
Do I need to? You said you would speak, then I would get a rebuttal.
Yeah.
Let me have
I was still speaking, but I've been nice enough to let you jump up and rebuttal.
Let me finish.
So rebuttal.
bigger Dean is than that dude.
Then don't ask me a
Freaking
question.
Take him down. I'm
That's
looking
the whole
for
point.
UFC
We
type
did this
shit.
a minute ago where we asked questions and you let me speak and I let you speak. I didn't say
And that's
no
what we're
word.
doing.
I didn't say a word.
So give your rebuttal.
So I'm going to give it. All right. First of all, let's say this. And by the way, I'm just going to add this in. You know, when we came this weekend, I was hoping that things would stay sweet and nice between us, but it's not the case. And so what I did was I rented a room at the Marriott for tomorrow morning if anybody wants to come have church with Fire and Grace Church.
Absolutely.
Because I'm not going to sit here under this kind of belligerent attacks and calling people names and stuff like that. I'm just not going to, I can't come back here because of it.
Okay.
All right, but
So
here
you can do it.
Everybody
but I
that
can't be
missed it, go back and
because then that
watch.
hurts everybody's feelings. That's okay. I get it. I get it.
Dean did a
I get it.
fucking awesome, excellent
I've never
presentation.
called you
Pardon my F
clown.
word, but
You called when you got up
Dean
talking about this a
did
few
an
weeks ago. you
excellent
said-
Hey, quit saying a few weeks ago. That was the first time I ever even mentioned it. I'm talking about tonight.
Tonight you have been insulted. And I wanted to keep it nice. And listen, let me say this very clearly.
You told me that I was involved in a deception.
You are.
And then when I say it, you're like, oh my
No,
goodness,
that's fine.
my
That's
feelings are
fine.
hurt.
We believe each other's deceived in there. That's fine. But when you say moronic, idiotic, when you start going down,
I didn't call you or anybody that. I said we attack ideologies. And as far as I'm concerned, the ideology is moronic.
All right, let me show you where you were. This is the kind of stuff.
can he believe that anybody with his
This out
attitude
in Hebrews 11:3. I
can,
took a little note here. It says through
like be a
faith,
pastor of
we
a,
understand
you know,
that the
and
worlds
draw
are framed by the word of
attention
God, so
of
that
you know thousands of
so the
people
things
and
which are
just like
seen are not
have
made
a
of
popular
things which appear.
church or whatever.
Now his argument was the term worlds here means the planets, the solar system.
We're about to find
The
out.
word here, if he looked it up in
Because
the
I
Greek
called
dictionary,
out
he'd find
that
out it doesn't mean
eventually he's
anything
going to
like
be
that.
shown to be an actor.
In fact, the word is the Greek word
I think
eon,
they
which
staged
means
this.
ages or time periods, not
I think
planets.
they
Yeah, if I didn't hear both of their arguments, and I
So
just
that
listened
you
to their
just
tone,
did with that verse is
I mean,
deception and error.
this guy Dean just sounds so much more.
Well, then
reasonable.
explain the two
Without even
verses that I
listening to what he
used that
said.
led into that verse.
Yeah, they
because they
staged
did
this
prove that
whole
we are the only
thing
habitable planet
so
amongst
they
many.
would end
No,
up
no,
on
no.
stage together
First of all, the
acting
word
like
planet
it's like
does not
UFC
exist.
fight or
It's
whatever.
used one time in the King James Version, and that's
Let's
a
see if I'm right at the end of the day.
It's always a mistranslation
Because the actual
when it doesn't
Hebrew
fit your
word-
side.
the
It's
actual-
always
quit
a
interrupting me.
mistranslation.
The actual Hebrew word is mazalah, which means constellations, not planets. And that's a fact.
And that's not a fact.
Then you're deceived. All right?
If me being deceived means I believe in a spherical earth, I'm deceived, and you can just go ahead and leave and cancel this debate right now because you're not going to convince me what the Bible clearly says. The earth is not flat, 1,000%. And if I got people in our church that think it is, that's great. I love you. But if you want to go to his little service in the morning, then go to his service in the morning. It's not going to bother me one bit. The earth is not flat. It was disproven 2,500 years ago. You can't show me one verse in the Bible that proves that the earth is flat. It's nonsense. It's nonsense. We're not going to get anywhere else because here's the problem. You use 2 hours of PowerPoint presentation and your people are quiet. I use an hour and 15 minutes of the Bible and they get mad and start throwing maters and taters at me. Okay?
All right,
So-
here's the deal. Let me just say this, and I'm walking out now. But I want to say this. Oh, listen, your folks are standing up yelling, go, get out. Okay, you know what? That's fine with me. Here's the deal. I gave you the scriptures. He gave you his version.
It's
When you
always
come-
somebody else's
hold
version.
on. No.
This is nonsense.
You came up with
Yeah.
your scriptures and gave your interpretation of them. I gave mine.
I gave you the Bible
I
interpretation.
gave you the
of them.
Bible. I gave more Bible than you did for a fact right there. All right.
Oh, really?
That's a fact.
Well, I'll tell you what. How about in your rebuttal, I'll keep my mouth shut and you tell me how wrong I was about your misapplication of the ring stamping in Job chapter 38.
First of all,
hello, is it sunrise or not?
Not at all. I don't agree with you.
Turn his mic off. Get out.
Wow.
You're a Bible denier.
Wow.
You're a Bible denier. You're a Bible denier. That is ridiculous. Bible denier. Just get out.
What about tolerance?
Get the band up here. Woo! Let's worship the Lord. I ain't putting up with this nonsense no more. I gave you our platform.
Oh, it's in
And y'all want to get up here with a bunch of nonsense. Come up here, band. Let's worship the Lord. We're going to actually do something spiritual in this room tonight instead of talk about flat earth nonsense. And by the way, if you go to this church and you're upset about me taking the Bible in its context and dealing with it, and you're going to keep sowing that discord, don't ever come back. That's all I'm going to tell you right now. I'm not listening. It's a last day's deception. I do not care if this is a UFC smackdown to the mat. I would highly suggest that people keep their mouth shut, get in their car, and go where they need to be. We'll see you at 10:30 in the morning. We're going to have a packed house, and we're going to preach what the Bible says. If you believe the Bible Global Vision, shout amen!
Wow.
Like a dictator.
Yeah, yeah. And after this, they're just playing like the band and everything, I think.
All right, guys, let's pray. Let's pray.
That was
Let us pray.
That was insane.
Let us pray
Wow.
that there's no fights in the parking lot. Let us pray for peace to prevail.
This was
There's
insane.
people
I didn't
yelling at
think
him from the audience still. They're
it
not
was gonna
leaving.
end like this, though.
This is getting out of hand real quick.
He didn't even get a
What
rebuttal.
would we expect? We all
Just
have
kicked him
seen
out.
Pastor Locke.
Yeah.
on the
Him right
internet.
in the middle
We've
of
seen
his
how
rebuttal.
he gets. We see how he treats
Yep.
people.
Because all he could do was lie.
And if
from
there's
that
people
point
in
on.
in a congregation that
I'm
continues to
gonna
support that kind of behavior,
pause the bot.
think that that's righteous and okay, what would you
Yeah.
expect? You know, so like, I just pray for the safety of everybody in that crowd.
Oh, I
Let there
got
not be
it. Oh,
You got
there we
it?
go.
I just server muted it, but
Oh,
I
okay.
couldn't get to the
I'll
bot.
pause it though, so it
Yeah,
doesn't.
please.
Wow, dude, that was insane. I didn't think he was gonna end it like that. I thought it was gonna be more cordial than this.
That's nuts. If they can't see that that's their pastor and he doesn't and he acts
Yeah.
like that. If you're part of my congregation and you believe in flat Earth, what do you say? You're not welcome back.
Yeah.
Something like that.
Yeah. Don't come back, pretty much.
Yeah, that's the thing that bothers me. I mean, he could spiral all he wants, but the fact that there's actually people out there that are putting up with that type of behavior out of a, you know, a pastor that they go to follow, that's what bothers me. Like,
Yep. That's scary.
yeah, exactly.
If that's where that kind of arm of Christianity is gone, then they're lost.
He went on for 45 minutes. He didn't speak a single whisper to anything. I mean, I didn't even really hear Dean, but he addressed no points. He just poisoned the well. He was constructing straw men about Mark Sargent and Nathan Roberts. I mean, anything but it was embarrassing. That was embarrassing.
Well, I was waiting for any verse he was going to use to show that it's a spinning ball from the Bible, and he didn't even bring anything up. All he did was that 240 Bible verses, and he just went through that and says, "No, that's not true. No, this."
Yeah, he cited like one from Psalms or whatever, and I think it was something about referring to the ends of the earth. And he's like, people aren't on the ice wall looking in from the ends of the earth. Like it was just such a ridiculous straw man interpretation that proved nothing either way. But he cherry picked like one of them. Oh man, that was intolerable. Did you listen to Dean Leluca? Like, did you hear Dean's 45 minutes?
I missed it. But I'll probably go back and watch it maybe later on. The first part of it, because Helio said it was pretty good.
Yeah, I'm gonna go back and listen to it. He sounded so much more composed and measured. I kind of would like to hear what he has to say.
That guy sounds like he's not used to getting challenged about anything. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. He's like a character from a movie that Hollywood makes to actually make fun of like pastors like that. You know, you ever see one of those movies where they have these insane, just belligerent, like that's what I felt like I was listening to. I'm sure it wasn't staged. He's actually like that, but
It's like one of my pet peeves is people that say a lot of things, like they say a lot of words but don't actually say anything. He's one of them.
he's the
Hello?
poster child for it.
Mic check.
Yeah.
You're good now. Yep.
Oh, okay. Sorry, dude. I have horrible internet, so I dropped. I heard you calling my name, but I didn't hear the question.
Oh, I was just asking if you had a chance, if you were able to listen to Dean's initial argument, because like I popped in and it was just the rebuttal, or I guess
Oh,
Greg had 45 minutes, but you know,
yeah. Dean did have a lot of time. I think he went on for like an hour or 2 hours. I don't even remember. I just had him on the background at one point because I thought it was going to be like a time limit to their to their presentation. But he made good points. He put out a lot of verses, but he also showed videos from Neil deGrasse Tyson. He showed like some videos from I think it's that one video about the moon. Funny thing happened on the way to the moon. He showed us some videos from there and a couple of other videos, snippets, and he definitely used a lot of Bible verses. And in the beginning, it was just the two of them sitting down and talking. I don't know if you caught that. It was just a back and forth, and he was asking him questions. Um, it wasn't necessarily like a Bible related topic. It was just whether or not it's a globe or a flat from what we observe, and from NASA, is NASA lying? You know, what would they like? The usual question. And then afterwards it was Greg. I think he had like 45 minutes. Yeah, but he didn't. He like he was just preaching half the time. It wasn't even making a point. He would just go off on these tangent points and just preach about those things. And then he didn't. I was waiting for at least one or two verses that he's gonna use to show some sort of curvature to the earth, or that we're spinning or something, but nothing.
but
And I think that's what he knew. Hmm?
you know that at best he could try to twist the interpretation of it. I was curious. So it sounded like what's the guy Dean made. He was appealing to kind of like an introductory level audience, right? He wasn't making like long distance observation arguments or gas pressure with that. Nothing that we hear here. It was kind of like a
No,
like an
I don't
introductory thing.
remember.
Okay, yeah, I'm gonna go
Yeah,
back and
I
watch.
don't remember him specifically using that. I know that he showed a lot of videos from like hostile witness videos, but he went on to the Bible verse, and Dean did initially address the Isaiah verse that they usually bring out about he sits on the circle of the earth, and then the one in Job where they say the earth is hanging on nothing. So he initially addressed those before. He said that those are the biggest verses that globe earthers try to use to justify the what do you call it, the globe earth, basically, from the Bible. But I think because of that, Greg didn't bring it up because it was already debunked. So that's why he went with other verses that made no sense at all. So
Hey, is the link still up for the? I missed it. I wasn't here, but you guys have
yeah,
a link to
there's um
Yes,
uh
I'll get it. It's in the doc
in
commands.
the yeah.
I had a question for you because I know that you. Sorry, I know you read the Bible. I'm pretty unfamiliar with it. I just know of kind of. I guess I just hear references to it, but I mean, doesn't it almost explicitly state that like the Earth was created, then the sun and the moon were created, whereas the Big
Yeah.
Bang it was the reverse, and then it says like the Earth stands still like many
Yep.
times, which
Yep.
so like it does say that, correct?
Yeah. And you heard that part where he's like, I don't care about that because it has nothing to do with flat Earth.
There you go. I was wondering how he responds to that because there's really nowhere to go.
So he put the debate on his channel.
So there's the one that I watched it on is the first one, the way. I don't know if that's his channel or not.
Yeah, that's his channel.
No, I think the way.
Oh, okay.
Well, either way, I
But then-
totally expected the end of it. Dean.
I didn't. I didn't.
I really, I can't believe that guy's genuine. Well, I mean, of
Miggy,
course
you
he's
gotta
not
watch
genuine, but it's just. You didn't watch any of it, Maggie?
I just came in right now, but like I'm kind of wondering. I'm wondering, like, it's 4 hours. The link that you sent me, Lulu, is it 4 hours?
It is. It is.
It is 4 hours.
Yeah, so this is the setup. In the beginning, it was just the two of them. For about like an hour and a half, it's the two of them just going back and forth. It's not Bible related at all. And then they did a presentation. After that, Dean went first, and he went on for like an hour and a half as well. And then after that, it was Greg, and he went on for like 45 minutes. I mean, it was just the most ridiculous 45 minutes I've ever seen. So the Dean part was pretty much what we always talk about in here. So it's nothing new. So if you want to skip where Dean is making a presentation,
Hold on,
I would
I think everybody should, Dean gave a great presentation.
He did.
Yeah, I'm saying, I mean, as far as like, I haven't been a huge fan of Dean Odell for a long time, but that's when I started to wonder, why are they letting him do this for that long? Because he just kept going on and on, just giving proof after proof after proof, videos, and just let him play videos and proofs. I mean, it was just like you said, it's just like an hour long. It's just like of him, in front of thousands of people, and it's just like, why would Pastor Locke at the church let him do this if it's supposed to be a debate? Now, that's why I thought it was going to be a joke at the end, but whatever.
Oh, there was.
Well, it wasn't structured, I don't think.
What did they take down? Why is it? What's going on?
They took it down? Oh,
well, hey,
wow.
that
it's
link.
unavailable. It's unavailable.
Yeah, but I
Oh,
bet
heck
that one that
no.
we were listening to, that's probably still available.
Yeah, I posted the
Well, it's still live.
reaction video.
Yeah, he's doing after show. He was like, I just came in here. He went to Witt's stream. He's streaming that live still. He's doing like after shows and picking up different streams and playing those live. So he's
Well, it's recorded on ours too, so it doesn't matter. But
Did we record it? Anybody here
Yeah.
record it?
YouTube's been on the in the server for a while.
I started the YouTube stream right, I think, like really close to the beginning of the debate. So
Oh, thank goodness, man! Like,
No.
like
because remember
it doesn't have
the
the
radio
video.
wasn't
It doesn't have the
working.
video.
The radio wasn't working, so the only thing we got, remember, Helio, is
Oh,
probably
that's right. Yeah,
right
the
after
radio
the
bot
presentation. Yeah.
Yeah, it was during while they were doing the head to head, like at the beginning.
Yeah.
They had before the debate started, they just went kind of head to head, just talking about stuff, and you could tell it was already getting heated. And
well, this
and then
can't
Dean-
look good for Pastor Locke, man. Because like if he keeps this video up, it's gonna be detrimental to his. To his
Well,
plot.
Mickey, I agree what Platter what Platter said. Watch it backwards because the ending is the most ridiculous, and then his presentation right before, Greg's presentation right before, is just as ridiculous. But I don't think the beginning part is as intense as the later part. So maybe they're gonna edit it and repost it.
Doesn't matter if we have it recorded; somebody does. It'll be out tomorrow. So
Yeah, I'll wait till I don't know till the dust settles, maybe.
And Miggy, if you want, you could just picture Professor Phil Bell's temperament combined with like Gem Panda, and then the arguments of like a Glober that you grab off the street, and combine those two.
No, because I know. Listen, man. Like Dean already knew what he was going to get himself into, so he must have been prayed up, man, before he stepped foot in that ring. Because
dude, his presentation was awesome. I didn't see a single flaw. I loved it.
Everything was airtight. I mean, from your guys' perspective, like he wasn't talking about like what's beyond the ice wall or like fucking.
No, it's like he gave the whole scientific or quote unquote scientific perspective before. He was like, all right, now that I went through all of this, let's get into the Bible. And then he had like a 30 minutes of Bible presentation. I was like, is this still going? Because I thought
Yeah,
they
he
were
went
going
on
to
for
cut
a
him
long
off.
time.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
he gave everything, like all the flat earth arguments, like went through all of that. And it's like, I know we're here to do a biblical debate, so I'm going to get in the Bible now. And then he just went through that presentation. And then Greg came in and lost his fucking mind.
I bet you he did, man. Because like his whole flock was there, bro. Like,
Dude, he told them not to come back if you're gonna be believing flat earth, don't come back. That's what he said.
who to? He told that to Dean.
No, well, he kicked Dean out, but I don't want to spoil.
He kicked
but
him out.
He kicked him out, and then he told his flock.
out of the debate, like out of the church, like out the
Yeah,
doors. Or-
Yeah, when he
well,
when he
I
had a
don't.
rebuttal, he was
Yeah.
about to start his rebuttal, and as soon as he started it, he just kicked him out.
Yeah, and he Dean threw the mic so that he can catch it. I don't know if maybe he didn't see it. He just kicked it away from him.
Dang.
Dude, it was crazy. It was
Yeah,
so dramatic.
I was mirroring a live stream from Kingdom in Context, and he was just playing the live stream and doing a commentary, just slight commentary while we were listening, and that's what I was playing on here on the live stream. But I was watching his video.
Calling him a Bible denier.
Dude, at
Yeah.
Kingdom in Context had over 700 people watching, and I was
Yeah,
in the
they're-
chat there. Yeah, that was really cool.
That link that you sent me, that last one, Russ B, it was streaming just a while ago with 700 people watching. That's a lot of
That's
people,
the one
bro.
Helio's talking about. Yeah,
That's a lot of people.
Yeah, I doubt he's even had that many people watching him live before.
Well, at the other one, there was about 2,500 people. So, overall, I think I don't know if other people were streaming it too. Who knows? So, it's a lot of people that have been shown what this guy is all about.
But you know what? I guess what's impressive is that because you got people from our side, not there's okay. So everybody ranges from where they're at, in their faith, and everybody has their own different denomination or whatever, right? But it's something to be said when we all hear a message of truth and we're all united behind the person speaking it. So that I think that says something right there. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, Platter. That I'm pretty sure I stopped listening to the Kingdom in Context stream, but as far as I know, he's just following different streams that are live in the parking lot. That's where I saw Whitsitt was talking to Dean after the show, and I'm not sure what's going on there now, but
that
yeah.
took a lot of courage, though, man, to face all those cognitive dissonance. Because I bet was he? I mean, I don't know, because the audience was filled with Greg Locke's flock, wasn't it?
Yeah, but I mean, I think it was half flat because they started heckling him, and it's
Yeah, a lot of them are flat earthers, though. Isn't that why he had the
Flocks?
debate to begin with?
That was the reason.
Greg Locke's
Yeah.
people were flat earthers.
There was a lot of
there was a lot of
flat
flat
earthers in
earthers
there.
that came up from all over the country.
Oh, damn!
Oh, it wasn't
bro.
just his flock.
They filled up his
he
church,
lost a
man.
lot of
Flat
people.
earthers.
He probably
Yeah,
never seen that much.
Because he told people if they're in his congregation and they believe the flat earth, not to come back. So I mean,
Yeah.
what kind of message are you sending when you say that to people?
He told his own people that.
Yeah.
That's how this whole thing started.
Oh, you can't do that, man.
Yeah,
Yeah, you can't do that. You know what that's like, though, right?
Crazy.
It's like telling somebody, if you sin, don't step foot in my church again. That's if even if that's what his mindset was.
Mm-hmm.
Imagine what you can't do that. Like what are you
I
doing?
know.
Like,
Well, I mean, with that performance that he gave tonight, it's just like, bro, I would never go to a church with that guy as the pastor. I promise you.
Yeah, no, he did not conduct himself
And they were
very
saying
well.
that to Dean afterwards. They were saying, "Hey, this guy's been my pastor for years, but I'm never coming back."
yeah, but I mean,
Really?
that's got to be at least that's got to say something about the character of the person, right? Because I mean, if he's denouncing people like flesh and blood, if he's telling you, I don't want you back in my church, that's just like I mean, that's what there's a word for it, man. You know, like the Pharisees. You know, like you break the law. That's it. We don't. You're ostracized. You know what I mean? Like we're just gonna cut you off. Like while somebody's still alive, there's still hope that they might repent. Like even if that in his mind, he thinks that they're sinning, he's got to make room for grace. Like if he's that, you can't do that, man. Like
Can't be banishing people from the church.
you can't do that. Like what is wrong with this guy? Like wow.
Hey, but I guess Witsit has all of it, and I guess there's like 600 people that were watching on Witsit, or maybe more. But watch Witsit's video. Then it's all there, all the 4 hours full.
I can't believe they took it down, man.
Yeah,
that's crazy.
that is insane.
I mean, they have guys coming up on stage with like security, like vests on, to try to. Like there's gonna be some brawl.
Well, there is, man, because this is big stuff, man. I mean, whether people think of it, it's pretty big. Because what this is doing, this is like Yeshua overturning tables, when they were selling at the market, like in the front of the temple. So this is something like man, this is big. You can't recover from this. Like if you're whatever side if you were opposing truth tonight, you can't recover.
And he's calling him like a Bible denier and telling him to get out of here. We're gonna worship now.
No, dude.
Yeah, it's just like, I mean, in the chat and in here, I was like, I got egg on my face. I thought, at the end of the night, that Greg Locke was going to come out. Yeah, I was acting the whole time. I was a flat earther the whole time, and this was a joke. But apparently I was wrong. Or
he was serious, huh?
Yeah, but check this out. I mean, the reason I think that, though, is because Dean Odell's known for, like, making characters and stuff like that and setting up scenarios. He had that. What is that redneck character he made? I can't freaking remember what the name of it was, but he's notorious for just kind of setting up like scenes and stuff. But I thought this was sort of like that, But I was like, all right, so this is so big, and this Pastor Locke guy is so ridiculous that I thought this has to be fake.
Yeah, I could agree with you. I mean, it doesn't sound like a pastor that's worth his salt would say things like that. Like,
yeah, I mean, it's just, the church is large. It's a Nashville church. I mean, he's just a pastor in this church, and so for him to lose his mind there in front of his congregation and the rest of the world that is watching, like us, it's just like, what in the world?
You think it's fake though? Like it's set up?
Well, I thought it was. About midterm, I was like, dude, there's no way he's going to let Dean do this whole presentation for over an hour, and then come in and have any kind of rebuttal against it. And then, I was just like, yeah, I think at the end of Dean's show, he's just going to come out and just raise hands and be like, yeah, this is the fake the whole time. Yeah, we're flat earthers. But then he came out and did that. What?
Yeah.
I mean, I'm still not sure that he's really serious.
Yeah, you would be taken by anybody. I'm still even like, dude, as a well-known pastor I guess he was boasting on one of his videos. He's like, I got 3 million followers on Facebook, which one of the following that he has on one of his social media accounts. And he's like, yeah, we got 3 million followers on Facebook. I'm like, dude, that's a lot of people.
He's a character, but as far as like this topic, if he's really like that, he lost his mind like a lot of Globers do, and it's just like it was so outside of his purview that he made a fool of himself in front of the world.
He wasn't prepped. He's not prepped for this. He didn't. Who
was there at the thing? I know. Well, so Witsit was there, but who else?
Witsit, David Weiss was
Dave.
there.
Weiss
Freaking
was there?
everybody was there. Fucking
Oh,
Flat
all
Earth Brothers. Everybody
they
was
turned
there.
up. Okay, everybody
Yeah,
turned
yeah,
up.
yeah. Everybody was there. I
Well,
mean, I won't say everybody. I mean, I'm not sure if Karen B was there. I didn't see her there, but
where,
you know,
where
a lot of
exactly? Where exactly was this at? What?
it was in near Nashville. It's right outside of
Oh,
Nashville.
it's right outside. Okay.
Yeah, it's just
What-
like it was like a mega church because when like Jeranism was doing a live stream of it. I would watch his live stream. I watched the pre-show leading up to the live stream, and they started the entire thing with everybody coming in the parking lot and everything. He hooked up with David Weiss on his phone or whatever, and they were doing like the whole worship thing, like it was like a church service. And so the worship team came out and played for like too long, probably like 45 minutes.
Yeah, I was seeing that when I
all
was
worship
when
music. Yeah.
when you saw the video. Like I was kind of skimming through it, but the church took it down, so I can't not see the thing anymore. Like,
Oh, it's out. It'll be
Yeah.
out there. Don't worry about it. You'll be able to see it
Well,
tomorrow.
dude, I was thinking because in my head when you guys shot me the link, I'm like, dude, I gotta see this. I can't believe the church still has it up. And the moment I started thinking that, they took it down because it's like, there's no way, bro. Tomorrow's Sunday, and then
Mhm.
they're not gonna have this. Like, no, they're gonna have
No,
this up.
that link that we were listening to, that should still be up tomorrow. Kingdom in Context. So everybody sub to Kingdom in Context.
Yeah.
Thank God.
You know,
dude. I was hoping
he
somebody was
seems
gonna
like a
record
solid dude too. You know, I haven't really listened to a lot of his videos. I'm gonna go back and listen to some.
No, it doesn't matter.
Go ahead.
Sorry, I was asking if he's the Glober, Kingdom in Context.
No, he's a flat
Mm,
earther.
no.
Oh, okay. He had a comment up about the clouds and the sun. I didn't understand it correctly. Okay.
So there's
Well, it's just like well, from what I gather, just from looking at his channel, he's not your typical Christian flat earther, you know. So there's so
I get it. Yeah.
that's why I want to listen to some of his stuff, see what's really going on there. But he was just watching it live, doing like slight commentary between the video. But yeah, it's I mean, he had a really good feed. And so yeah, it's not.
It kind of went down like the way I was thinking, but it was a bit more dramatic. I thought it was. I honestly, I thought there was gonna be a mediator. They didn't have one. Like some guy would be like,
Nope.
like a
Nope.
structured. No.
That's why it,
Oh,
it,
this
it
was a
wasn't
free-for-all
really.
then.
They're on stage
Damn.
pacing, going back and forth.
Yeah, yeah.
Damn, that's
That's why I think
Well,
it escalated.
Well, check it out, man, because
It was like
this
a rap
is.
battle, dude.
I know, but like what I'm saying though, this is kind of like how it's supposed to be done, in like in biblical principle. So like when you have a disagreement with your brother, you need to go and face your brother and talk to him about it. Like, hey, look, we need to hash this beef out, like whatever this is. So like in the context, they actually were doing it like it was supposed to be done. Like there was
check this out. See, they started Greg Locke came out and he's like, all right, here's he introduced everything and whatever. And then he's like, all right, before we start the debate, we're gonna get to meet Dean Odell. And so there were two chairs set there. And so him and Dean sat and hashed some stuff out. Then it started to get really heated, and stuff. So that was really cool. And then there was a certain point was Dean's like, I already have all those answers in my presentation, so let's not do this here. And he kept just egging him, just like,
yeah, he's gonna unleash.
Like I can leave right now because if you're gonna do this now, I already have a presentation and you have one, so let's do that in the debate. And I thought we were about to. So yeah, you gotta watch. I mean, even though it's long, it's just funny.
Well, I don't want to spoil again if you're gonna
You can
watch
spoil
it.
it. I mean, I'm
yeah.
like, I don't know if
Dean
anybody
is a
else-
smooth criminal the whole time.
But here's the thing about the other guy, right? Where he's like, okay, there's two verses. There's to basically shut down flat Earth, and it's a
Oh,
mic
yeah?
drop, and I'm not, and there's no debate after that. And one of the verses he brought was Psalms 103, where it says, I have it up right now actually. As far as the east is from the west, so far hath he moved our transgression from us. So he used that to say that on a flat earth, we're basically limiting God because east and west meets on a flat earth. Whereas on a sphere, it's an endless, boundless, unlimited.
Wrong. He's so wrong.
I know.
He's so wrong.
It was so
Oh, he's
weird.
so wrong.
That was not the only freaking
Yeah, he
weird
had
stuff he
similar
said.
one where I think it's in the same it might be in Psalm 103 as well, but where it says that God's greatness is like as high as the sky, or as unlimitless as the sky, and because we believe in the firmament, he said, because we believe in the firmament, we're limiting God, therefore it's the globe.
He goes as high. He goes high, not 2,000 feet, 2,000 miles high, but high, like as if like 2,000 miles isn't high. Like it was so
Yeah,
ridiculous.
man. Wow.
That was the mic drop.
No, I mean, we're talking about like he's grasping at
Yeah, and then he
straws
basically
here.
hit,
Like,
he had the band play him off. I was like, play me off keyboard.
Well, it's just like
he's like,
you
tell
know,
the band to
it's
start worshiping.
well, it's just like if he'd have went first in the debate, he should have went first because he really had nothing. Because if he had to follow Dean, and Dean had this whole presentation all set up.
yeah.
And so
That's a good point.
if he'd have went first, then
You think he would have got some traction from the crowd?
no. I mean, well, he didn't get any traction either way.
No,
Because
he
by
would
the
have
end of
had
his
better.
by the end of his talk, everybody was just like,
He would have
barely
had
got
better
any
arguments,
claps. People
though.
were cringing and they're freaking
Dude, the crowd
laughing
was
at
screaming
him.
at each other. You could hear him.
Yeah, they were just heckling him and freaking laughing.
You know,
it was just so dumb.
You know what else he said was that flat earthers were treating him. He's been treated the worst by flat earthers. He said that even the alphabet community has never treated him as worse than flat earthers have. So
that's really dumb. That's really
maybe
dumb.
it's because of his attitude.
I don't know, but
No,
I know it's definitely because of his attitude.
That was really dumb for him to say that, though. That was really dumb.
he also said it's the most divisive in the church because it brings. I don't know. He didn't really make sense, but he said marriages have fallen apart because of flat Earth and all that stuff.
Greg Locke was saying that.
Great.
Yeah, he said flat earthers are Bible deniers.
Well, and he accused flat earthers of like saying that flat Earth is a salvation issue. I mean, he said that several times. And
it's the other way
says
around.
that. I mean, it's just like he said everything. I mean, it's like if we need to get what's that guy that does all the that did the flat Earth Professor Dave and Flat Earth Dave argument where what's his name?
Oh, the fallacy guy.
Yeah, the fallacy guy. It's like how many fallacies in his argument today? Mind shock. We need to get him to do a fallacy review of a fucking Greg Locke's argument tonight. It would be over the top. I think he'd probably beat Professor Dave.
Well, his church already took the video down, so like we're gonna have to rely on whoever recorded it.
Oh, it's out there. It'll be there.
He's not getting away with this. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah,
it was epic though. It's just watch
but
it.
Publicly too. This is It's one of these,
just like it was he was so ridiculous that I thought it had to be a joke.
It was like professional wrestling.
It did have that feel for sure.
You know what, Helio, though? He might come out and say, oh, yeah, this is all fake. It's all set up just to save face because, because this is just too embarrassing for him. I don't know if he can come back from this. I mean, you know,
I don't know.
I mean,
I guess
flat Earth
time
is
will
not
tell.
the. Hmm?
Yeah, I mean, he might get fired. He might get fired.
You think so? Is he like, let me ask a question. Is he under some type of organization? Is he underneath it? Like, are they keeping him around?
Dude, when you have a church that big, everybody
Yeah,
got a
he's
boss.
like a board
you
of
know?
directors, probably. Yeah.
Well,
Well,
I
I
think
mean,
they're probably gonna. Yeah. Well, they must have agreed for him to do it to this effect. I mean, having they had to have like. He
That's
couldn't
what
do
I mean.
this.
Because I've been part of a big church like that too, and it's just kind of, you know, you answer to somebody. I mean,
I know,
I'm
that's
in.
what I'm
I'm
saying.
independent church, you know, but I mean, but
he
you're not
basically kicked
independent.
everybody
You're
out.
part of a group, you know. I mean, it's not like
He-
you can have
He
your
like
own.
escorted them out. He had everybody like escorted out. It was not. He was hostile. I mean, it was
Really?
not good.
What he had his body,
I mean,
his
pretty much.
bodyguards, his ushers, like
with
Well,
bulletproof
Yeah,
vests
pretty
on.
much. Pretty much.
No
It was
way.
fast enough.
Yeah, with
It was
ammo
fast
vests.
enough
Yeah.
where,
Yeah, yeah.
like, right after freaking Witsit had an interview with Dean Odell. Right after
They did
the
not
debate.
have bulletproof vests on.
No, yes, they did. And then there was some lady on stage like
Get
throwing
out.
a flag around for like 10 minutes. Like,
Yeah, there's a lady in
I
the
don't know what she was
Fuck out of
doing.
here, dude.
That one was funny. Yeah,
The fuck.
it was just weird, man. The whole
Yeah,
thing
there was
was
some
just
lady-
odd.
His wife, the one.
Some lady got on
waving
the
the
stage, was
flag
just like
to his
tossing
wife.
around like a silk blanket or something for like 10 minutes, like twirling it.
Oh,
Yeah, that's true.
what
Dude,
a circus,
I
bro.
bet everybody at that church that actually goes to the church on Sundays or whatever is freaking the fuck out right now.
Bulletproof vest. Get the fuck
No,
outta here,
there were a
bro.
couple people came up. There really were. They had like ammo
What the
vests
fuck?
on.
What are they gonna?
She's like, I didn't know Flat Earth was gonna do this to our church.
Y'all better come strapped.
Yeah, and they're basically like, "All right, guys, keep it moving." They kicked everybody out, and then the band's trying to play. Like, no, he's like in the background cheering, like, "Let's worship, let's
Well-
worship, get this Bible deniers out of here."
It's
Yeah,
like they don't
that's
even have guns at rock concerts and shit.
Yeah, they got guns here, man. Like, come on, man.
Stop the cap.
They had the band
Come
play him
on,
off
man.
stage, basically. Dude, it was weird.
That's why they're wild,
It's just
dude.
like,
Come
well,
on,
they
man.
know that flat earthers have guns. You know what I'm saying?
Well, yeah, but look, dude, like we don't need to go that.
I
hard,
know.
Like, on a, we don't.
I'm
need to go
just
that hard.
playing. I wouldn't bring a gun to a knife show.
No, I'm just saying though. We don't need that, man. Our arguments are weapons. You know, like
Yeah, that's
fucking-
true.
Wow.
Yeah, but it's a debate though. Like, who brings a gun to a debate?
I guess
Oh, he
they
turned his
do.
mic off too,
No,
didn't
no,
he?
no.
Yeah, I think he turned his mic off. He turned Dean's mic off.
Well, yeah, when
Isn't that what happened?
Yeah,
yes,
right
he
at
said
the end.
turn his mic off and get out basically.
It's like, yeah, this is over. Well, it's just like, dude, during his whatever the fuck that was, supposed to be his rebuttal to Dean, and then Dean walked up to the stage and he's like, all right, how about this, and this? We've listened to this long enough, and he really was just bloating about nonsense, didn't address a single goddamn thing that Dean said the entire time, even though Dean had, his hour or so.
Dude, he's still up there right now.
Yeah, he accused him of like saying he's like, "I bring the Bible. I don't know what you bring, but I bring the Bible."
He's trying to wipe that egg off his face right now. It looks like.
What? Where? Like on his website now?
No.
No, on his chin.
Yeah.
No, I was just wondering, wouldn't that
Right
be
on his
funny though
forehead.
if he went live, in his little chambers there in the church, being like, you know what, this flat earth debate didn't go the way I expected it to, but you guys know that this and that.
Oh, I
It's
bet
like,
he's
yeah, that's all you said was this and that during
He's gonna
your
double down.
rebuttal to Dean.
You think so?
I think
Well,
so. I think he's. I think so. I think he's gonna be like,
tomorrow.
you all
I
heard
think
what was here last night, and
Yeah.
you know.
I think tomorrow's gonna be a weird day for him.
Interesting day.
It'll be
The
very
devil works in
interesting.
mysterious ways. The Lord is working against us.
See, I seriously thought that was his character was a cartoon and him and Dean were in on it together at a certain,
Yeah, it was bad.
just because of how bad he acted in this.
Yeah, it was
And
like the $1 Million Man, dude. It was like the $1 Million Man.
I really thought that was going to be the case, and then, well, guess I was proven wrong.
But I wonder if he's still going to pay for the Antarctic mission, or what is it that he said?
Dude, I'm wondering if he's going to give Dean the $30,000 that he promised,
Oh,
because
I
he
doubt
fucking
that.
lost that
I
debate.
doubt
He ain't gonna see a nickel of that money.
That's admitting he lost.
He ain't
So
gonna see a nickel of that money.
yeah.
And if he is, he's probably gonna take it out from his flock.
You
But
gotta
yeah, he won't.
listen
He
to his
won't do it.
comments tomorrow. I'm sure he's going to turn them off.
Oh,
I'm
he's
looking
trying his
forward
best
to
right now. He's
Yeah.
up there talking about, nah, man, don't worry about those guys. Like, yeah, this.
Well, he said there is somebody in Texas that, so apparently there's this mission up in space that they're having 6 people or 7 people go, and it's $75,000 per person, but he was able to get it down to 50,000. Such a great deal, and so he's gonna have himself and another flat earther, whether it's Dean or Dave or whoever wants to volunteer, to go up to space to disprove the claim of flat earth,
The
basically.
desperate attempts at these guys. I mean, they're.
He needed a discount, huh?
No, he's got people waving. He's got people standing up and clapping for him right now. So he's got a few of.
Well, I'm wondering
he's got a
if
few
the 30
diehards in there right now. Like they, you know.
Is the 30 is the 30,000 coming out of his pocket or the congregation's pocket?
No, I doubt that.
So
Dean
maybe
Odell-
there might be a dispute there, and
Dean
like
Odell's
the church politics.
Dean Odell's not. They're not. He's not going to accept any money, guys. He's not going to accept any money. He didn't probably do it.
No, dude, that was one of the best flat Earth presentations I've seen in my life,
Mm-hmm.
dude.
Did Odell
killed
present
it
the Black
tonight.
Swan?
No, but he didn't have to. I mean, the Black Swan is just a result of what everyone knows. He didn't even bring up Black Swan, but everything that he showed, everything that he said to that guy was exactly what we all say without the Black Swan. Which is, before the Black Swan, we all knew the Earth was flat. The Black Swan is just another stack on the deck,
Oh, he's talking about doing another one. It sounds like, what the heck?
Who?
Locke. He's on it right now on the mic.
No way.
Where is he?
Where?
Oh, let me check that out. Hold on.
Guy's shameless.
You're gonna have to deafen here.
Them
to listen to
motherfuckers gonna be
ramble.
living in a van down by the river, just shouting at people.
I don't know, man.
about
If he's got
the globe.
diehards, man, and he's got backing, I don't think so.
Hey, I don't even
They're
know
just
who
gonna-
you guys
they're
are
gonna-
talking about.
Just gonna wipe their brow.
Maybe him and Neil deGrasse Tyson will team up.
Oh, Maggie, can you post the link? Where are you seeing this?
Yeah.
It was somebody put the link in there. Let me see.
Who are you guys
It's like
about?
is this like an after show with Greg Locke interview? Or
His
something?
ministries is called Global Vision.
What? Wait, so is that the person we were just listening to?
So I was
I didn't
right. The
even-
entire thing was staged by Dean and Locke to get the argument rolling, but this Locke guy is a total character.
How many
He's
people
not-
here are familiar with this person?
This is my first time hearing about him.
Are you talking
What is
about
his
Greg
name?
Locke? Are you
Greg.
talking about Greg Locke?
My bad.
Yeah.
Hey, let me just give you an update. It was my bad. The shit's not going right now. Sorry. I'm
What?
catching the whole thing from the beginning. I thought it was live.
Oh,
So my bad.
no worries.
Apologies.
Yeah, I think that dude's probably like sitting in a corner sucking his thumb right now.
Oh
Whatever.
my!
No.
Not
this
in a
was-
good way.
This was prior to that. Yeah.
Wait, there's a good
No,
one.
I'm gonna watch. I'm gonna take my time and watch this.
Yeah, no, it's 4 hours. Just
Jack
it's
Horner.
worth it though.
God damn.
But their church took their on because it was on his church website and they
Yeah,
took it down.
well, but that link that I shared should be up still on his channel.
Yeah, I
Who
got
found
it.
this guy? Who's presenting this guy? Who found this guy? Or like, how is he on the radar?
He's
So
on the
Greg-
radar because
Greg
a
Block?
bunch of his
Well, the story is that
damn.
he right.
Good.
his congregation was leaving because they were exposed to the flat earth, and he started basically panicking because he was losing members because he was going hard for the globe. So he agreed to do this debate. That's when I heard about it. Yeah, so he was
Yeah,
off
that
the
still
stage.
sounds sketchy to me. It's
Exactly.
like, oh, I'm losing my entire congregation
Let me
because
switch up.
it's a large church. I mean, it's
I'm gonna post some
a
relevant
couple
content.
thousand seats in this freaking church.
He would
But
have just
anyway,
ignored it if it didn't affect him financially.
CB,
How
go
big?
go to live stream text. Hold on, guys. Go to live stream
All right.
text.
All right. Is that what was playing on the bot, Helio?
Mhm.
Shut up, Siri.
Quiet, Siri. All right. So yeah, it's
I wonder
right
how
there.
big his congregation
no, what I was
block
playing on the
is.
bot was from Kingdom in Context channel.
Kingdom. Oh, I remember that channel.
Yeah, guys, go subscribe to that dude. That's what he was playing it live and giving live commentary, but had some really good audio and video. His little camera was in the bottom portion of the picture, and he would just interject every once in a while we were watching the video.
Lastly, sorry,
That's what we were
Helio, go
listening
ahead.
to. No, I was just saying that's what we were listening to. And if he stopped the video, he might still be live right now because he was doing after show too, going to Witz's channel. He was just following the live streams to get the after show and stuff. So he might still be live. I'm not sure.
Did he ask Witsit what the difference between nouns and verbs were?
Who?
I'm not sure about that.
You should.
But do you remember in Idiocracy when the guy stuck his arm in the machine and he said, I'm not sure. And so, hey, not sure became one of the most important people in the world.
That was really relevant. Thanks.
Yeah, Henny Helio.
You're welcome.
So,
What you said?
again, I don't think I got an answer. Did anyone ask Shits at 20 the difference between nouns and verbs?
Nobody asked Witsit any fucking questions tonight. We're talking about something else.
Then why did Shitsit come up?
Because he was at an event that we're talking about.
Freaking shit sense.
It's a 20. Get it right. That 20 is his IQ.
All right, so are you taking this opportunity to shit on Witsit because he happened to be at an event that we were talking about?
No, I was just listening. I don't know.
Okay, well, so you just started listening.
Yeah, I
about
just
us
started
talking about an
listening,
event
fucktard.
that happened,
Yeah, that's right.
30 minutes ago that
It's,
started like
That's right.
4 hours ago.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, that's right. What are you fucking gonna do about it?
Helio, go smoke, bro. It's a smoke break time, dude.
No, I just finished the smoke.
All right, go chain smoke 3 more. All right, we'll hold it down for a bit.
All right, so how about we just wait for let's see QE shit on Witsit for no reason for
No reason. Well, I got plenty of reasons. He doesn't.
Okay, well,
you just
this
set him
ain't
up on a
the-
tee. You just set him up on a tee with that one.
Yeah, it's just set me up.
Okay.
That's gonna work out well for you.
Well, I don't. This ain't the shit on Witsit show, fucking asshole.
Shit's a 20. Fuck off.
Nobody was talking about Witsit.
You did.
Live
You brought
streaming
him
this.
up.
Well, it's because I'm not even gonna forget. He happened to be live streaming some of the same stuff
Well,
we were talking about
that's what I-
earlier.
that's
because
what I asked.
he was at the event. He was at the
That's
event
wonderful.
with
Thank you.
other live streaming people, and you heard the term Witsit, and you just
Twice.
decided to come in.
No, I already came in. Not decided to come in. I was already in.
All right, well, all right.
Man, I gotta catch up with
What does that have to do with what we were talking about?
I don't know.
15,
You brought
20
him up.
minutes
You
ago?
tell me.
No, I brought him up because anyway, fuck you.
This nigga.
Fuck. No. All right, take the L. Go chain smoke.
Yeah.
I already just smoked
heard the
like
man.
10 minutes ago. I don't have to take a cigarette. But I will shut up. I will shut up and let you guys talk about what we're actually talking about, and it has nothing to do with Witsit at all.
Nothing to do with
Flat-
shit to 20. Okay.
All right, back to
enough.
regular scheduled
Flatsy.
programming.
Can I have a question, Flatsy? You there? Oh, never mind.
I got some questions too.
Hey, I'm here. I'm just kind of busy right now, but I'm listening.
No worries, no worries. I'll ask you later.
Is Lulu there? Or
Yeah,
are you
what
there?
up?
Oh, never mind.
What?
Oh, no, no
You
more.
said, is that Lulu there? Never mind.
Okay.
No, you just.
That's
I was just mimicking what you did.
Okay.
Anyways, all right.
Yeah, the
There
joke
was-
went past my head. Sorry.
There was another
Okay.
debate review tonight going on.
There is
Anyone catch that?
Which one?
Which is another debate that was going on.
The treatment queue he hosted of Caleb versus FTFE.
That was like a week ago. What are you talking about?
Yeah, I said a debate review, not a debate.
Oh, a review. Who did the review?
I kind of sort of picked the wrong evening. I wasn't aware of that. What you guys were talking about, I wasn't aware of that. Maybe I picked the wrong day to do it since everyone's talking about Dean Odell and Greg Locke, whoever the hell these people are.
Oh, wait.
that guy?
See, QE, you missed it, and that's what we were talking about. That's so anyway.
Well, it sounds like it was a real clown show. If shit's
It
at 20
was.
there was definitely
It was.
clowns everywhere.
But I'll tell you what, I mean, Dean did a really good job of Flat Earth presentation, but
Did he?
And Greg Locke totally lost his mind in front of thousands of people.
What did he? What was the presentation?
It was Christian versus Christian Bible Flat Earth debate, and
That
Greg
should have took
Locke.
about 5 minutes.
Yeah, but
2 minutes with interruptions.
yeah, sure. But you're still gonna have to listen. You don't have to listen to it.
No, don't. Well, what happened? What's it? What happened in the end?
The end is
He kicked
Pastor
him
Ever-
out.
Yeah, they I think they kicked all the flat earthers out.
Oh, so it was a clown show. So I was right.
yeah. This is like Greg Locke, the pastor of this mega church in Nashville, freaking kicked everybody out and said, "You know what? I'm done talking to you flat earthers."
Sounds very productive.
Yeah, that helps. That helps the Christian movement, doesn't it?
Don't they call that pigeon chess? Damn.
I can't wait to watch it.
Well,
Maybe I should set my alarm.
But I thought Dean did a really good presentation, but whatever.
That's astonishing.
But
what was
they're
his,
not
What was his?
here.
What was his biblical flat Earth proofs?
Actually, but he only went really through the Bible proofs at the end of his presentation. He went through the general flat Earth proofs. I think he. So he was introduced to this debate in front of an audience of over 1,000 people in this church, and so he prepared a presentation with video support and everything, and I thought it went really well. And so he didn't.
I'm still trying
really,
to get some cowbell here.
I'm not gonna fucking explain to you what he did. It was over an hour fucking presentation. Goddamn, I watched the whole thing myself. So I mean, if you want to see what he did, then fucking watch it.
Wow, you watch the whole thing and you can't
by himself
summarize.
What? I can't summarize it. Well, I was just about to tell you, and then you're just like you're waiting for cowbell after I give you 5 seconds. God damn it!
After you gave me
what
5
an
seconds.
asshole.
He's in
You're
a
fucking
time
asshole.
dilution right now.
Yeah, what the fuck? I mean, it's just like, are you in fucking, space time, QE,
No, you
where
are.
you just like 10 seconds equals a millisecond? Give me a fucking break.
What
He
the
had
fuck
quite
is
a
wrong
few.
with you, dude?
Everything.
Yeah, I could tell.
Okay.
He had quite a few verses for the firmament, and then I think he went into Isaiah. Because Dean had his presentation before Greg, so he locked down the Isaiah and the Job verses that Globers usually go to, and he already kind of debunked it before Greg even had a chance to present it. So
W.
Interesting.
Mm-hmm.
That's it. So, what did the Globetard provide as evidence for his Globetard from
Nothing.
Scripture?
Everything but.
He just poisoned the well for about 30 minutes straight and strawmanned about Mark Sargent and
Yep.
We talked about Mark Sargent?
Yeah, out of nowhere.
Yeah.
I mean, he was constructing these ridiculous strawmen.
He lost his shit.
So Mark Sargent was one of his anti-flat Earth proofs, I guess.
Yeah, Dean didn't bring it up. I mean, he didn't address a single thing Dean said, even though he spoke over an hour.
Well,
didn't
this
address
is
anything
what
that Dean said.
this is what he said about Mark Sargent, that he doesn't make the flat earthers look good, because I guess in that one documentary that they did, the misconception that people have about flat earthers living in their mother's basement, and then the first thing that they show about Mark Sargent was him coming out of his mother's basement and his mom making him food or something like that. That's pretty much what he said.
Well, as if it's a bad thing if you have a good relationship with your mother. like Mark needs to live with his mother to make a living. What the fuck?
Yeah, that's totally relevant. That sounds sounds really good. That's a good globe Earth proof.
But here's QE. I was saying this earlier. His big moment, his mic drop that he said he was going to destroy flat Earth with was Psalms 103. I don't remember the verse, but it says there's a verse about how the grace of God is as limitless as east to west. From how far east is to west, and he said that could only work on a sphere because east to west meets on flat Earth, and it's limitless on a sphere. And that was one of his mic drop moments, basically.
It's pretty impressive.
Bro, what are you talking about, man?
I think his only real attempt at like providing some sort of proof in his mind was when he referenced an appeal to the future when they can go in a 6-person capsule, $75,000, and see, which I think it was 115,000 feet. Then you could see the curve from there, which wouldn't even be possible. But I think that was his only attempt at like staying on topic.
They got a discount though.
Yeah.
Way to bring it full circle, Lulu. Nice. Yeah, the first thing he did was ask for a discount. That's so funny to me.
Well, that was when they were doing their stage performance. It was like sitting chair to chair, and then he's like, first what we're gonna do is meet each other. You guys want to meet Dean Odell? Since it was his church, let's put Dean Odell, on a chair, and let's see what he has to say about this. And bro, by the end of that, this was the beginning. This was the introduction. Meet Dean Odell before the debate. And that shit got heated. And at a certain point, Dean was like, "No, we're not going to do this right now because I cover all that shit in my presentation." And he got so excited. He started jumping out of his chair, talking about Antarctica and shit.
Damn, you smoke them cigs fast, man. You
It
smoke
sounds
them
like
cigs real
Greg
fast.
Locke is what's your standard rank and file baller that comes in here.
Skank and file. Skank and file, you meant.
Skank and file, yeah. He'd be your skank and file guys that come in here that really don't know much and just they're tossing around biblical verses. They don't know what they're talking about. And he was clearly out of his depth, but I mean, I guess in some way he's trying to win some of the people that left this church back. I don't know. Who knows, man, what his motive is. But the thing is, that's not even it's
Yeah, it
so
was.
far
It
off
was
a
as.
debate,
It
man.
was.
It's not even that.
It was this dumb.
It's embarrassing.
During that discussion, he was just like, "You can go to Antarctica. I have somebody in Texas that can fund. He already agreed to fund me and others to go to Antarctica. I have a farmer in Texas that he's already agreed to fund us all to go to Antarctica." And then Dean was like, "Well, you can't do that, And he's like, "Yes, I can, because I got a funder. I got a funder in Texas." And that's when he started jumping out of his chair, just freaking.
Oh,
yes,
wow.
we can do it.
Yes, we can.
That was even before the debate started.
All right.
Okay, Obama.
So I was just like, "Oh God, this is gonna go well."
I would have got on him after he said that. And what are you gonna do once we get over there? Huh? Sing Kumbaya? Like what do you plan to do?
And that's
once we get
that's when Dean was just like, "Bro, I thought we were gonna cover this in the debate. We don't have to fucking do this."
Oh, I know what they would do, Mickey. Jump on Instagram Live and just start calling out flat earthers.
Oh
Then
my god, bro. Like it's these
die of oxygen.
You
just
guys gotta
grasping at
watch it. It's
straws
so
at that
dumb.
point.
Yeah. You gotta love the whole appeal to the future thing. That to me, that's just unbelievable. I just picture them going to the courtroom and telling it to the judge. "Oh, well, Your Honor, the murder weapon's gotta be somewhere in the future." Or, just that my evidence is in the future somewhere, like where you were supposed to bring it with you.
Yeah, not only that, he's like, "Well, check it out, man. We got some guy in Texas. He's gonna back us up. Don't worry about it. We're on our way." Like,
Yeah, we're on our way to Antarctica.
You should have already been done that.
It
Come
even
back and
gets
bring
worse than that.
Fucking.
He was like, "Yeah,
Oh
we
my
can stay down in Antarctica as long as we want, and we can do whatever
Okay.
we want to in Antarctica."
Yeah.
This guy is saying that. It's
I
just
got
like,
you.
no,
I got
you
you, Miggy.
can't.
I got you, Miggy.
I'm sorry, I'll shut up.
Shut up, bitch.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I feel. Yeah, that's my sentiments, bro. Yep. There ain't no way. There's fucking dumb, dude.
I must
Yeah,
have missed all this drama. Cause
I would have
damn.
been raw, dude. Like in that. I don't know. He's gotten so much grace though. The way Dean, maybe I don't know, his composure or something.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Man. He did say that. He's like, "What? You're saying we can't do whatever we want to in Antarctica?" And Dean was like, "No, you can't." And
But
he
that's
just
dumb as
kept
shit, bro.
saying-
Like, what do we
Yeah.
do when people say that when they come in here? This is the same
I know.
shit. Like,
I know,
So-
but this
so
is
it's more
in
like-
front of thousands of people, and this guy's just claiming bullshit like that.
It's more like blah 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 blah. Antarctica doesn't equal Earth is globe. Okay.
yes. What are you gonna? Jeez.
It was very dramatic. Wow. That
Sounds like you would have been better off watching the treatment. At least you would have got a little bit of education.
Wait a second. I did. I was there the whole time for the treatment.
Not you personally, not the general, the royal you.
CP was there.
Yeah, I seen him there.
Yeah, that-
I'm just saying. Of course, people. Of course, people like drama. So it sounds like a real clown show. So should pack them in.
Yeah, it was a one-sided clown show. Maybe a little bit on the other side, just because the guy was like attacking Dean Odell, and everybody just calling like the whole thing a whack job or something like that, and he was just being disrespectful. So yeah, I think it was kind of a clown show, just in
Dude.
general, but it was really one sided. That guy
Yeah.
was a drama queen.
Yeah, Dean kept his cool, man.
He
He
didn't have
really
to
did.
toss that microphone, but he also didn't have to slap it down either.
Slap it
Dude,
down.
look. Yeah, Greg slapped the microphone down after Dean, for whatever reason, tossed him the microphone. Like, why'd you do that, buddy? Just sit it
I
down
think
on
he
your.
was trying. I know he should have just set it down on the podium, but I think he was trying to like pass it along because it wasn't like a
It
throw. You
wasn't an
know?
aggressive throw.
Yeah, it wasn't aggressive.
It was like an under pitch, but still,
Yeah,
like, why are you doing
true.
that?
Yeah,
And dude, he just slapped it.
yeah, that was.
Oh my gosh, we got a couple of, not a couple.
CB.
I'm
We
just,
got
I'm
a.
just gonna say I have a huge respect for Dean after tonight. I wasn't a huge fan of Dean, but after tonight, that was an awesome presentation and awesome spirit. Yeah.
Yeah, Dean Odell, man.
Kudos to Dean Odell.
He ran for governor a while back here in
Yeah,
Alabama, and I was like, a flat earther is running. I was telling you guys about it. A flat earther is running for governor right now in my state. He's not going to make it though, because they can't. They didn't even like include his name on purpose, like in the roster. But
sure. I mean, the only way you're included is if you're on in a party or whatever.
well, he was riding the coattails of Trump in his campaign, so
Yeah, you
don't
can
let him
write him
fool
in if you want to. I mean, it doesn't
Yeah, well,
matter.
don't let him fool you too much. I'm not. I mean, he is. He. I mean, I'm not hating on the guy or anything, but
No,
there's something
no,
about him too that just kind of got me. You know.
I got a new respect for Dean after tonight, man. I really, really do. That was awesome.
CB. Yeah.
Does this mic work? Well then, fuck that mic.
I ain't gonna lie though. While I was watching this shit, I thought the debate would never end.
Didn't you need to ask me something, Lulu? I'm back. I'm sorry, I was busy.
Oh, no worries. I was gonna ask you what the name of his ministry was, but because I couldn't find it for some reason.
The Way
Globe
Forward.
something.
If you go to YouTube and you search The Way 40, just one word, or
Oh, okay.
well, one word and letters, all no space, and then hit filters and go to by channel, it'll pop up. It'll be the first like little icon, TW.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I found it. Okay. Thank you.
You got it. So QE, that treatment tonight, man.
Yeah, did we ever figure out if math describes or explains from FTFE?
Hello, everyone.
Salt Lake Stacy, what's up, girl?
Hello.
I can actually listen to whatever little presentation or anything. I've been trying to do some logo geometry.
Your volume is really low, Stacy.
I will see if I can fix it. My headset's always bad.
Okay, no worries. I'll put you to 200 anyway.
I wanted to ask QE if he saw my observation today. I was like, I observe a guy with a jib and two guys with a bib for slobbering. He didn't even read it.
CB, I got a clip that you can save for whenever chat ever dies down to play. It's a 9-minute snippet of like I guess the part where he got kicked out of the. I'm gonna put it in the text chat.
Drop it in the bot room too, will you?
Yeah. There you go. They DM'd it to me, so.
Have you ever heard of a pastor kicking out someone and telling them not to come back if they believe in something? Never heard that in my life. That's crazy.
Yeah, that was a bit. I don't know if he'll maybe tomorrow, just after he calms down, uh, take that back or something, because that's not going to be good for his ministry.
That's why he probably took it down. And it doesn't age well, like after like a minute age well. It's definitely not going to age well even later on, but it made him look really weak.
He didn't use any verse to show it was a globe. Like, not even one. Obviously, there isn't any, but I was hoping for at least some attempt,
He didn't even address the actual verses that the Dean brought up. He addressed some other person's list of verses.
Yeah, the 240 verses, which even after Dean was telling him, like, yeah, we don't really use those, but he needed something to hold on to, so.
Is my sound coming through a bit better now?
Yes, much better.
Oh, yes.
Okay. Well, anyway, while you guys, I'm guessing, were listening to the denodal thing, I wasn't listening to it. I was trying to do some globe geometry, and I'll just post through some graphics. And I don't think I have worked out all of the globe maps for it yet. But what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to work out when you input a certain height, like say you're on an airplane and you're 50,000 feet high, then how far is the geometric horizon away from you, and then work out, okay, so like humans tend to have like a 180-degree range, but obviously we're using eyes and that's not always our central thing. We also use our peripherals, but from like peripheral left to right, that's approximately 180 degrees. What's the angle of deviance between your center to the curve at the very left of your vision? And therefore, if your eyes can detect 1 arc minute, with the height you put into like whatever height you're at, is the curvature geometrically and due to visibility, is it plausible to be able to be seen at certain heights? So that's what I'm trying to figure out, but I'm not super good at maths. So if anyone can help.
You realize the Earth is flat, right?
Yeah, but like when people are like, oh yeah, I can see the Earth curve from like 10,000 feet or 20,000 feet. I want to be able to like get the geometric calculations to say, okay, well, do you know the actual geometry to be able to discern a curve? And so I'm sort of entertaining it, I guess, with globe maths. Because like the one question I'm always wondering is, in the curve Earth world, like what is the actual distance when they say yes, you can start to see curvature? So that's what I'm trying to determine with some maths.
Got it. Well, at the ISS, apparently, from a single point of view, you can only see 3% of the Earth at any given time. So that's not high enough. I don't know the maths.
You got to be
But
like
it'd
Snoop
have to
Dogg
be a lot
high,
higher than that.
like
Yeah, it'd have to be a lot.
45 blunts times 33 joints
Pretty
equals
much.
Snoop Dogg high. You got to be that high to see the curve. The ISS is not high enough. All right, all right. Okay. Swing and a miss. I'll go back on mute.
Yeah, the other day I asked someone who used to fly planes, and he said 10,000 feet. And then I know a friend who's learning to fly, so I said, hey, when you're learning to fly with the instructor, ask him how high they have to be for curvature. And then that instructor said 50,000 feet. And so people just keep saying random numbers.
That's part of the fun and the frustration of being a flat earther, for real, because you'll just scoop up. I always talk about scooping up a random sample of 10 people off the street, and you ask them that same thing, Stacey. How high do I need to be to see curvature? And the answers will be all over the place. Oh, just go to the beach. Oh, in a tall building. They'll start going Dr. Seuss on your ass. In a train, in a plane, like at the beach, at the street. Like they'll you know what I'm saying? So
Yeah.
every hour in a tower, they'll just like literally we could write a whole book about how they see the curve and where they see it from and stuff, dude. So yeah, they're all over the place. And none of them are right. They're all wrong. How often have you got someone that came in and said what Russ said? Even none of them know that. So it's embarrassing. This quote instructor was like, "Oh, 50,000." Dude, you're just making shit up, dude.
Okay, Subi, now you have to write a Dr. Seuss theme book.
I see curve in a plane, curve in a train. Originally, I had it backwards. I was the person that was like, "I'm gonna go Dr. Seuss on your bitch ass." Like, I don't see curve in a train. I said it backwards, but you could do it the other way around too, I guess. The Globie that sees curve everywhere. Holy. That's where the whole climb a tree, if someone has access to the bot, you can do exclamation point memes, climb a tall house. Someone was like, yeah, if you just like get on a tall house, you'll see it. So man, it's just crazy. They'll say anything, like Stacy's instructor. Back to you, Stacy.
Yeah, but just like if they are on a globe, shouldn't there be some sort of math switch? I mean, obviously it's assuming ideal conditions where you'll see as far as the geometry will let you, but then they appeal to refraction. So I guess like you can never be sure with globe maps, but I'm just trying to work it out. And then your eyes have like, they're not just central vision, it's peripheral. And so it's all complex and you're putting like a geometric circle over a sphere and it's just super complicated. And I'm trying to work it out. And I'm not good at maths.
Did you try to get the globe maths from a glober? Because I mean, it's their claim. It's cool you're looking into it, but you shouldn't have to do their,
do their homework
work for them. Yeah, I mean, you should be able to ask a glober who claims to, know the Earth is a globe, and they should be able to provide you with that. It just goes back to always having to support their claims and do their homework for them.
Yeah,
You weren't able to find anything?
Well, I'm not entirely sure. Like, I've done some maths and stuff, but I don't think the answer is working out because I've got the arc length for whatever input you put in, but then if you put in like an input of 1 meter, it's still coming up with an arc minute deviation. Like, you'll be able to detect curvature at 1 meter elevation, so I've clearly got something wrong with my maths. But anyway.
I'm sure. I feel like one of those geeks like Mick Toon or Jesse Gordon, those nerds, they're the ones that are all like, "Oh, here's my website of tons of numbers." Maybe you can link up with them. And because not my issue, but my worry is that people will just dismiss it. Oh, that's flat earther math. You know what I mean? They love to do that. We'll even cite the radius and they'll be like, "You made that up," or "That's your thing." It's like, bro, come on, dude. 8 inches per mile squared. Oh, that's a flat earther number.
Right. You pull out the curve calculator and they're like, "I don't trust your math." It's like, dude, it's your math.
It's called a curve calculator, bro.
Right.
If it was up to us, it'd be 0 inches per mile squared. Like, come on.
Yeah. They
Hey,
want
this,
to appeal to it. They want to appeal to authority, but when you bring up an authoritative, like this is the actual Earth curve calculator, they go, "Why do you believe those?"
Yeah, and
Yo,
that spawned a
TV.
couple ideas. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, look at live stream.
All right. Let me take a look. I'm walking with my phone in my pocket. What's that? Is that the screenshot from the thing that you guys were talking about?
Yeah.
All right.
You see a guy in the middle?
Yeah. Oh, I see now. What the hell? What do they think they're doing? Jeez, dude. But Sonny, what you just described is like it spawned that exactly has spawned a couple ideas. One, this everything a flat earther says is wrong syndrome. Flat
Yeah.
earthers can't be right syndrome. Even if you cite an authoritative source, like you said, they'll just be like,
Yeah.
"Nope, you're a flat earther. You said it. You're wrong."
Yeah. They thought for about a year and a half that flat earthers made up the sextant.
Yeah, see, that's that syndrome. They're like, "Oh, flat earthers, you must be wrong somehow, some way. So you can't be right." And so, yeah, it's just they're funny, man. They should really move more independently of the flat earthers. They shouldn't really. They base everything they do off of us. Do you notice that? They're the anti-flat earthers. They're the we're not anti-globers in here. Like, what was that? We're flat earthers. We know the earth is flat.
It's really approaching the creepy.
The creepy, yeah, creepsters. And, well, even more so that like, what is the most popular night here? Can anyone guess the most popular night? Not day of the week, but event that we
Ladies'
do.
night.
And so, like, why is that? Probably a
Because
couple
we
reasons.
articulate our words so well.
I don't think it's. I think it's multiple reasons. But go ahead, Kiwi.
We
He's gonna
like
stop me.
ladies. I like females. Maybe.
Well, not you. I like being. We're here. We're here whether it's ladies' night or not. You know what I mean? If the
Well,
girls are
I
here
am
and there's no
too,
ladies' night,
but
we're still here.
I don't come
I'm
to
talking
ladies'
about the
night, but I
globies.
could venture a guess to say, well, gentlemen like ladies. Maybe.
Yeah, I don't know. I think it's a little bit more weaselly than that, Kiwi.
Oh, do you think they're trying to get over? Yeah, that's
Yeah,
true.
They know
mhm,
you can't speak up.
Yeah, they think they're a weak target, but which they're not. I don't think that. I'm just saying they think they come out of the woodwork because they think y'all are an easier target. Why don't they come here when I'm here or you're here or Russ is here? Like they come out when it's ladies' night, out of the woodwork like crazy.
Well,
I
they
see
come when
where-
I'm here.
I see where you're going with that. Well,
All right.
I've been here on a couple ladies nights, and yeah, they were weak.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. Well, hey, I told that to hey, I expressed my view. I said y'all need to get some get back in the gym, get some practice in, because we're in here shooting reps all the time. So y'all need to get back in here. Because yeah, I noticed that too. Only once though. I'm not gonna lie. Only one time. It was that one kid that was like, "You don't need a hypothesis for science," and that was like a 2-hour discussion. That should have been. I mean, the guy should have been cooked in 20 minutes or less, like some rice or something. I don't know. But
Pretty sure half of them think that.
yeah, they do.
All right. You should start posting ladies' night just to kind of bait people in. Right?
Yeah. But, well, we maybe just need like one lady or two just to like.
Right.
That'd be funny. Honey pot them in.
They'll just run though. That's
Can
all
we
they'll
get
do.
him? Now we start with a good cop. Somebody like who's a good cop. I'm like, sometimes I can do it, but I'm trying to think of like who's like naturally always the good cop.
I hung that up a while back.
No, see, it's definitely not.
Well, we
always
could
good.
just dress Creation Bear up as a lady. We'll just call him Honey Bear.
No, you know what?
Hey, y'all.
Hold on a second. Indio is a pretty good cop. Actually.
Nah, he ain't.
Indio?
Not always.
No?
He's not a naturally always good cop.
Okay, let's think of who is. There's got to be somebody.
Because I can think of some naturally always bad cops, but I'm trying to think of who's like always a good cop.
I'll volunteer.
Nobody. Can you guys think of anybody?
Flat Lloyd
Yeah.
Wright.
Flat Lloyd Wright.
Yeah.
Flat Lloyd
perfect.
Wright's pretty good, but how about Wolfgang?
No, Flat Lloyd. No, Flat Lloyd.
Flat Lloyd's like ace. He's batter up. He's the lead off hitter. Yeah.
True.
And then he leaves the room, and then who sits down next? Miggy or what?
Yes, please. Nah,
Hey,
but I mean,
so,
it just depends, man. Like with most of these guys, it's the prideful ones that I like going for. The ones that come in here and they start like, rubbing their muddy shoes. All like, those are the ones I like getting into.
Yeah.
Or just, whatever. I'm up for whatever.
Yeah, I like it. Sometimes I just sit back with my popcorn, so I'm with you.
You're up for whatever. This
Oh,
is
yeah.
a family show, Alpha.
Oh my.
Well, it's after dark, so plus it's past the bewitching hour, so we're permitted. NFSW.
Hey, if we're on Rumble, you can say whatever you want, son.
I
Let me
know. We
double
just
check.
have to remove the YouTube.
All right, we're on YouTube, so all right, guys, put your tap dancing shoes on. We're gonna have to do ballet for YouTube for a little bit, or we can just kick it out. Whatever you guys want.
Well, we ain't. There's nobody in here.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. It was a nice
Yeah.
run within politics, but I came back.
What do you
over here
mean?
'cause I'm
You
not,
say that like
I'm
it's
not-
over.
No, for me, I'm not going back over there.
Oh, okay. All right. Chapter's closed.
For me, yeah. On to
All
bigger
right.
and better things. Whether I'm gonna stay here and
Don't you say that.
invite more people here, or we're gonna do another away team to another. Wait, whatever happened to the other server with the Fresh and Fit crew? That
But
ever
we're still.
manifested?
We're still there. Not like the way politics is, but
Yeah,
I don't know. I'm a home team guy, so
that's fine.
we got our explorers, our Vikings that go out and do their expeditions. I respect that, but y'all know me. I'm here. I'm posted up.
We'll see what
But
comes of this.
yeah, what's next then? You think?
Well, I mean, we'll just start doing some more content here, and then hopefully some more people will come in.
Yeah. All right. Hey, well, there's always I'm always coming up with new ideas and stuff. So I'm trying to get you guys to do this comedy night. It's gonna be
Who's CB? Who's Blitz? It doesn't. Whatever. Why they're muted?
L Blitz. You can just unmute him, I guess.
Quiet, Siri.
Here.
She's always saying something, man. Every time I'm talking.
Wow, Siri. You know
Nobody
what?
talking to you, Siri.
Nobody asked you, Siri.
I just posted a picture of one of my friend's airplane flights he flew yesterday in the morning. Looking at that curve in the distance.
Oh boy.
But at least now he's thinking about it. I'm sure all the other practice flights he had, he never thought about the Earth and its form. Now,
Tell him
now
to come
it's
in
pressing
here.
on his mind.
Stacy, water's warm. No sharks.
Yeah, I'll have to get him on here sometime.
Hey, somebody let Grandpa in the house.
Hey, don't smoke too hard, Grandpa. Well, I mean, so was it what was the reason? Do you feel like you just look, you finished cooking that meal or what?
Yeah, I don't know.
Steak's done. Like that steak was well done. Huh?
You know, well, I'm at 100, man. So like, those guys are just like really low level ballers, and
Oh, it's bad. They're stuck in
it's
2015,
really
dude.
bad.
They're stuck in the past. You know, and I very rarely met. The few times I went over there, I think I spent. I mean, we were over there for a grip, but I was only over there for maybe a total of 5 sessions. You know, 5 decent sessions, and I mean, they didn't do much other than because we talk about the earth, flat earthers. We talk about the earth, and they want to talk about flat earthers.
Yep.
Which I found that was extremely the case over there.
It's annoying, dude. Like it starts
It
because
is.
like when you went over there and well, his name was Peter the Average, but it, you know,
Mhm.
but he goes by Britnat.
Oh wait, no, wait, that's the same person?
Yeah. Same guy.
No,
Not Peter the
Peter is
Great,
Brit?
Peter the Average.
Yeah.
Peter the
Yeah.
Average.
Yeah, he played off of Peter the Great's name.
I
Yeah.
saw the profile picture. They ripped off each other.
Well, what I'm saying though is when he was talking to you and like the rest of the, so most of these guys, all they do is like they talk about the person and not the argument. So they're just like how you're not debating correct or just
Yeah,
getting into dumb
exactly,
shit.
Miggy. You noticed the same thing I did.
And
He'd
it's
turn to
annoying.
you
And
and be
you're just
like,
like, dude, I'm not even gonna be. And I know you're. It's not what you're there for. You're just like, dude,
Yeah,
you know, fuck this, man. I'm out. Like, you didn't want to stick around.
It's dude. It's
Which
like
is
they've
fine.
never watched a damn Law and Order or anything. Like it's stupid. Turning to the plaintiff and be like, I just don't like you. That's okay. That has no bearing on the case. Stupid. They don't even have a case. That's what I realized, Miggy. They don't have a case.
And
Their
then
case
there's
is you don't believe in the globe. It's like okay.
who's the guy, omnivore, that he said tides provide evidence that the Earth is bulging, and
Oh
it's like
my
it's so fucking
God.
stupid, man. I'm dealing with that shit. It's like, dude, I don't want to. I don't know.
I think.
Every day.
Go ahead.
I'm
No, it's not our
surprised.
server, so it's like we gotta really just put up with them. Because once you kick them out, they'll be back in 2 days. I'm like, oh fuck that, dude. 'Cause it don't matter if you ban them because they're not gone. They're gonna come back.
I am super surprised that none of you have gone back to the globe after Talon because he has just laid it all out there, all that proof. With his
Yeah, you hear
Comedy
me?
Kim tonight. See, we
Did
got to
you-
get you on comedy night, Kim.
No,
You're
you
hilarious.
know what's really comedy? When I was asking him how much mass does an apple have. Do you remember that? You guys remember that?
What did he say?
2 days, I asked him repeatedly, how much mass does an apple have? Because it was.
It
here in
took him
his
2
brain.
days.
It's like no, it's like him trying to find the answer. His brain was falling downstairs, and he just couldn't figure out what the fuck answer to give me. Well, he started going into, well, are you trying to know how many calories it has? Like, no, how much mass does an apple have? Because he doesn't understand, like, the fucking, like, he's trying to define it by weight. Like, it was funny, dude. Like, just hearing him be all stupid because he doesn't, him and the rest of the guys.
You guys have heard me talk about that guru in the jungle analogy, and I think with that, with what we, the whole politics experiment was a bit like going into, back into the city or something like that, and we talk with the city dwellers, and they're all like, I don't know, just I don't know. There's something wrong with them. I don't know, but yeah, that's why I like this server because it's the genuine one. Like you don't have just random city dwellers stumble into the woods and seek out some type of guru that's nested up in the jungle. I use that analogy all the time, but I almost prefer to deal with someone who's seeking out the information as opposed to like, it's not really going door to door, but a little bit. We like put up a protest outside the city or something on a block. And it was a good experiment, I guess. I had some fun.
Experiment.
Oh, yeah. So, you don't need a hypothesis to do an experiment. Actually, I agree with the last guy. No, no, I'm just messing. Well, I know Kiwi's not listening because I said "well done" steak earlier, so he's not. He's AFK. Don't worry. Anyway, man, what the? Oh yeah, I'm wondering what's next. I don't know if Fresh and Fit's next. We're still waiting on like Witsit. Oh, yeah, he's definitely AFK. We're still waiting on Witsit to go on the show.
Yeah,
to go on
I,
Fresh
I
and
think
Fit.
CB, there was one time before I joined the server. I think you went into Fresh and Fit, and you were in this channel playing it like on your phone or something.
You remember that?
Yeah, I
Yes.
was listening to it the other day. It was really good. I wish that there was like an original source video of that, or
I know.
but that
I was
was
trying to
pretty
get
cool.
CB on the panel, man. Like,
Yeah,
up with
yeah.
those
You're in
guys,
there,
man.
CB?
Yeah, he really CB. That's his his generation. So I mean,
Yeah, that's my
you'd
people over
fit.
there.
That's your people, man. Like, so you need to get in there
Y'all are
somehow.
my people
Maybe.
for real, for real. Y'all are my people. I don't really hang out with the Fresh and Fit people. I just go and watch the show, and then I'll be like, I'll make clips and stuff like that. Ooh. Speaking of which, I have a clip for you guys. You guys are gonna love this. Give me just 1 second. Let me load it in. But yeah, that was a great day, Russ, because Miggy took up the challenge. Wolfgang, a bunch of great like
India was
legends.
in there. Yeah,
Sunny,
it was a great
Indio,
time.
yeah, like all the heaviest hitters went over there and started cooking. The FNF boys, and it was a great day. So, and yeah, what I did was just I had like my phone, my computer, my iPad. I had like the iPad in the Fresh and Fit Discord. I had my phone in the, in another Discord, and then I had it streaming into the live stream VC. So, and what's funny, Russ, is you were like asking for some original the content. The secret is they were like, we don't want you recording this or whatever. So
Right. A
if you,
lot of people are getting kicked out for like
yeah,
I don't know what they were doing, but yeah, I realized that while I was watching it. Still a good listen though. Definitely was
yeah,
entertaining. And like you
so
said, the panel was stacked.
it was.
Cool.
So yeah, maybe we'll do another thing soon. But yeah, this happened on the panel. Just today is Saturday. This happened on Friday night. So just like maybe 24 hours ago. And the clip is just uploading to the Discord. 1 second. But yeah, I had a lot of fun with that, and it was great to learn that even some of the people over its side are flat earthers already. So it's like, all right, great. Going up against a bunch of like total blue pill normies. Some of them are some quote red pill stuff. So it makes sense that they're not too far off. All right, I've got the clip almost ready here, folks. All right, let's take a listen. Yeah, it's only 47 seconds. This is from Fresh and Fit, their after-hour show with the ladies, about 24 hours ago. Pretty much exactly 24 hours ago. Let's take a listen.
All right.
Why now?
We got why now goes. What are your
for
thoughts
ladies.
on the moon landing, real or fake, or y'all don't have the brain cells to answer? Okay. How many of you think that the moon landing was real? Raise your hands.
It was real.
Okay. One. Only one. The rest of you guys don't think the moon landing was real?
No. What?
I believe it happened, but I don't believe the pictures were real.
Oh my god.
I don't believe it happened, and I don't believe.
Why
it
would they
was
fake the
real.
pictures?
You know, TikTok be
Maybe we didn't
explaining
have the
shit.
technology
They
to-
explain the whole of how the shadow is off and da 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 da.
They're
And
so
they went into
proud of
detail.
that. Why would they fake it?
Okay. All right.
Moving
so
on.
Yeah, next.
Because
five.
they don't want y'all to know what the real moon
Only
looks like.
only one person think the
Why?
moon landing was real.
Yes.
Well, one girl on panel.
They trap souls on there.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, that
That sounds like chaos. Yeah, it sounds like chaos. But it was just funny. There was let me see. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 girls on the panel. And I was like, yeah, I believe it. She was the one, and all the other girls were like, nah, it's not. So I thought that was funny. Yeah, it was just an interesting moment. That doesn't happen all the time. They don't always field flat Earth type questions. They sometimes do. Actually, I'm lying. The 3 times that I've seen it, they have addressed it. So, but yeah, so fresh and fit. Girls on the panel. Moon deniers or whatever. So anyway.
The other day, I went to one of the Aboriginal cultural centers, and I was actually super shocked because with my pilot friend who's been sort of like thinking I'm crazy because I'm a flat earther, so he's like bringing it up everywhere. He was talking about it, and then the lady's like, "Oh, so do you think the Earth is like flat?" And I'm like, "Yeah, I'm pretty sure. I mean, like I haven't measured a curve." And then she's like, "Oh, I think it's flat too." And she's like partially. I think she's like a half caste Aboriginal, and so she has all of her cultural sort of reasoning behind it and like that sort of cosmology. And I thought, oh wow, that's pretty interesting. So I thought that was a cool random conversation to have the other day.
Pretty interesting that she asked you point blank, "Are you a flat earther?" I guess people will ask you that. I guess it's not that uncommon.
Yeah, I'm just sometimes abstract when answering it because of, it is a weaponized term, so I'm just cautious sometimes. Don't want to give them the wrong idea.
I'm with you 1000%. Their idea of flat Earth does not match. Their idea of flat earthers doesn't match. And so I'm not going to be like, yes, I am that. The thing you just imagined. No, we're not that. So I'm careful about answering questions oftentimes like that. We got 20 people in the panel. Should I unmute Blitz? And Sonny, you've been kind of hot mic in there, bruh. Feel free to chime in, though. I see a new name, Ostalgie. Welcome to the panel. I'm going to unmute you for about 60 seconds, just to see if you want to say hello. If you do, I'll trade you with a VC verified role. And you can come and go as you please. So feel free to say hello if you wish. Otherwise, I'll just pop you back on mute, but no worries. Okay.
Whack.
You can if you ever hear that one, you can automatically know who that is. But welcome, Saigon. More like Sai here.
Sai's here.
All right.
Didn't know it was hot micing.
Yeah, thanks, Chris. I needed that. I needed that. Hey, listen, I'm practicing for comedy night. All right, I'm trying to get.
When you doing your first joke? Just kidding.
See, all right. Well, Sonny's gonna be on comedy night as well, folks. Coming up, he'll be the co-headliner. No, but in all seriousness, guys, I'm not joking. I'm trying to get this thing going. It's gonna be difficult because I need people to participate. If you guys played Call of Duty or whatever games like that, you probably remember how it would have lobby. You would join a lobby,
and then you'd have like it'd be limited to maybe like 10, 12 people, whatever. Same idea. You have a lobby, only so many people can join, and then you all go into the lobby and you're in that environment together, kind of in a room.
You know, shit talk each other about their moms.
Well, I mean, we can shit talk Flat Earth, we can shit talk Globers, whatever. You know, I think it'd be really funny to spin because people have jokes and stuff all the time within their little debate. And I think it'd be really funny to sort of pull some of those out and actually put it into a bit of a joke form. And I think it'd be hilarious. I was telling QE he's got a lot of good content that would make for some good jokes. I've got a few I'd love to work on. There's also some people that understand the assignment. If you guys understand the slang term, that's kind of something the kids say, I guess. Understand the assignment. You know, AI gets it. Sonny just threw a little joke there. So stuff like that, I think would be really fun. And it's also a skill that is very rare, I think. Like, how many people in this panel can do a kickflip on a skateboard? Probably not very many. It's a very limited skill. Most people aren't able to do that. So it'd be a fun way to work on that. We can work on our quote kickflip together, if you will, because like being able to tell jokes on stage especially is a little bit challenging. You know, I ain't going to no comedy club to do it. At least I could do it here with you guys. But yeah, it's called Comedy Night. It's an app on Steam. A couple bucks. If you got it, just go get it. And just preemptively, spread the word and stuff like that. I'd love to do an event with you guys.
Is it some kind of game on Steam?
Yeah, so I never heard. The only reason I got this idea because I was watching my boys Fresh and Fit, and then Myron they closed the stream out. Myron ended up going to do like another stream with Sneeko, and at Sneeko's place or whatever. So when they get there, Sneeko was playing this game on his computer with his chat called Comedy Night, and dude, it's so funny. I didn't realize like how funny it is. I had never heard of it, but the format is hilarious. Like every time I bring it up, I always mention like the way the acoustics is set up in the game. I'm sure you guys are familiar with the way a mic sort of has these weird squeaks and stuff. It can be, a little awkward. It also has a lot of reverb and stuff like that. So all that's incorporated into the game. I actually have a clip here. I'll go ahead and play. Let me just deafen the YouTube because it's a little spicy. But bro, I've been laughing so hard at this clip. But yeah, I just think it'd be funny to tell some jokes about Flat Earth, Globe Earth, and the stuff that we've been dealing with for so many years. You know how Globers have basically changed their position. Now the horizon was curve, now it's not curve, and now it's an illusion. There's just so many ways you could riff off Globies and the things that they do and say and their behavior and make jokes out of that. So I think it'd be fun. And who knows, if it gets really popular, it could become a thing. So
is that just something you do with friends, or do you just do it against random people?
It's not random people. I'm not sure if you can do random people. That was my worry at first. I was like, when I was downloading and researching it, I was like, I hope it's not that we'll just all get tossed into the, like random other people. Although I guess that could be fun to a degree, but you can set it as a private room. So just us, we can go in and it would be just the folks here that have a certain invite to the room or whatever. And then, and what my hope is, because I don't like really doing anything private. Globers will be like, will you go to this private call and talk to me? No, dude. I either want to be in the chat or in the VC so people can either watch or read and listen. There's always people watching along and stuff like that. So I'd love for that event to be streamed somehow. Just like Sneeko had it on his stream, right? So that people can see it and enjoy it and maybe get excited to want to participate for the next one. So it's on Steam, and I think it's also on the phone for free if you have like iPhone or an Android or something.
I'm looking at it. People got like 2,500 fucking hours on this game. This is Crazy.
Dude, yeah, dude. And like I was reading through the reviews and people were saying like some of the best moments I've ever had in my life on here. Like, all right, well, let's try it. But I can't do it alone. It can't just be just me. So if you got a few extra bucks to spare and it's not a big deal, just grab the game. It's called Comedy Night. I'll drop a link. And if we get like 10 people at least that are excited about it, let's do it. Let's just do the event.
Can you just watch? Do you have to do the stage
Yeah.
thing? How does it
We
work?
do have a lot of people. We do have a lot of people here. Clearly, there's 20 people in the panel, and like a lot of people just listen. Now, if it's really popular, there's only like I think on the phone app that I downloaded, there's a limit of 12 people. So
How does
obviously
someone join? Like they just
there's an invite. Let me just open up my
I
app.
see.
So let me see. Invite friends. I'll just post it in the chat here. This actually might send you a link to go buy the app, but let me just drop it anyway.
Can they talk to you while they're listening?
Yeah, you have the ability to change the settings before you start the event. So you could have it set so either the audience can engage with you with their mic on while you're on stage, or you could turn that off. The audience can like clap or boo. There's like little buttons to react to the jokes and stuff. 1 or 2 people can be on stage. So there's like a few settings you can tweak. But really, I just would love to see like AI up there. There's another guy in the server named Repent. He does like really good impressions and stuff. I'd love to see him. He's actually a comedian. He could go up there and tell some jokes. I want to get it and try my hand and work on my skills. And I'm sure there's some people out here as well. You guys would also be excited by that. So it'd be fun. So let me, here's a link in the live stream voice text. And I also want to play that clip into my microphone for you guys here. Because I don't think it'll play through the bot. And it is definitely not YouTube friendly. So if you're at work or something on speaker, which I don't know why you would be doing that right now. You might want to just deafen or whatever, turn your speaker down. All right. 1 second while I grab the clip here. Okay. All right. Yep. This is Sneeko. Just a short clip from his stream. Make sure this.
Black people does it take to start a riot? I don't know. -1. Do you get it? Yeah, you get it because like -1 because like George Floyd died because like -1 because like he's dead because like. I get. I don't know why you have to keep explaining. But okay. A black man and a Jew call up the police. Who's gonna laugh first? The black man because he's saying Savior than Ash.
Bro. I mean, it's probably messed up for some people, but man, the first couple of times I watched that, I was like crying, laughing. But anyway, it's just let me post the visuals so you guys can see. But essentially, it's just you can jump on stage, tell a joke, jump off if you want. You don't have to go on and be on there for like 30. You're forced to be on there for 30 minutes straight. I don't think that would be fun anyway. So yeah, I'm just gonna keep pushing it until we get enough people, and then maybe we can start the event. Freaking chains are heavier than Ash. I don't know how people come up with this stuff.
Count me in on your comedy event.
Count me in. Oh, sweet, Saigon. Was that you?
Sure.
I spoke over him.
How dare you?
I was
Yeah,
just
that'd be
saying I like the sound of it.
awesome. Let me just drop some more links, so that you guys can know where to find it. Yeah, Comedy Night Paid. Let me just make sure that goes to the right spot. Yep, that's it. So it was on sale. I was like, guys, it's on sale. It's like half. It was half
$6.
off for Cyber Monday. Yeah, it was half off for a few days, a couple of days ago. But yeah, it's like $5, $6. I think $4.99 or $5.99 something. $4.99. It's $5. So If that's not a big deal, if you just got got it on your phone or something like that, just grab it, just get it, and we'll do an event on there. Get it, especially if you're excited about speaking. That would be important. But if you want to just kind of listen and sit in the crowd and react, that'd be fun too. So, yeah, I can't do it alone. So, could definitely need some of you guys. So, DM me or message me or whatever if you end up getting it, so I can kind of get a head count. And then once we have enough people, and I can get someone to at least be able to sort of stream it back into the VC here or something like that. Maybe we can set it up where people can watch along, or we can figure something out. Share stream, whatever. You guys get the gist. So, yeah, I think that'd be really fun. So, yep, there you go. That's my comedy night thought. So. Man, tough crowd tonight, huh?
Speaking of comedy creation, there, what is your favorite flat Earth joke?
Favorite flat Earth joke? Put me on the spot. I'm still practicing. All right, Stacy. Damn. But my favorite flat Earth joke. Knock knock.
Who's there?
Not the curve. I don't know. I literally just made that up on the spot. I don't know. I feel like what I'm gonna try to do. Thank you, Chris. I appreciate that. I needed that. I feel like what I'm gonna try to do is just take some of the things, the one-liners and little quips and sayings and things, and try to turn that into a joke somehow. But off the top of my head, I can't think of like a joke that comes to mind. Do you have one? Hit us.
No, I don't. But if you can't think of anything, maybe you could just be like, instead of comedy night for you, you could just be Dr. Seuss night, where you just Dr. Seuss everything.
See now, hey, you just signed yourself up for a spot on comedy night. Well done. Hey, we got a bunch of jokesters in here tonight. It's good to see. It's good to see. But man, kind of a tough crowd tonight, huh? Mellow Yellow, welcome back. We're gonna have to do like the 12 days of Christmas in here. It's the third day. It's silent night up in here tonight. I'm not gonna sing it, but you guys get the gist. Gonna need to get my Helio on for this one. Holy.
What's going on here?
Well, I think people are falling asleep. I don't know what's going on. It's just me and Stacy right now cooking. So what's up,
Yeah,
dude? How are you? You have a green tag instead of your blues or your reds. So are you in enemy territory or are you on friendly territory? Did I cut out or?
No, I heard you. I'm not sure. Mello, did you realize you're being talked to?
Speak any English?
Yeah, he's gone. Well.
Well, at the moment, I'm trying to start up Stellarium, and because I was looking at one of Taboo Conspiracy's videos of a time lapse of like an airplane time lapsing, and the stars not going up due to nose dip, but just sort of staying the same. And then my friend like, oh no, that's like completely false. So I should actually verify it myself. So I'm just trying to pull it up on Stellarium, but Stellarium is just being weird to me.
Is that on your computer or do you have that on the phone or something?
I have it on my computer, but I must have clicked something because it's just being weird. But yeah, I'll send the link to the video I'm talking about. I sent it a bit prematurely to some of my friends. I'm like, hey, check this out. I didn't actually double check it, so I am now fulfilling my duties of double checking what Taboo Conspiracy posted. Even though he posted it like 4 months ago.
Sorry, I'm just gonna respond to Helio in the chat. But that's a good idea. You know the old saying, measure twice.
Has anyone else looked into that video, verified it, debunked it, or anything?
How a pilot ended the globe, part 1?
Yeah, it's just a time lapse of a flight from Munich to got where to, from somewhere to somewhere.
I have not seen this, but I am familiar with Taboo. Shout out to Taboo Conspiracy.
And I have a friend who's flying to Belgium soon, and I said, yo, friend, if you're going to be on an airplane from Belgium, first of all, you should totally get a gyroscope or like sit in the light place or the cockpit and just like watch the gyroscope, which obviously they wouldn't be allowed to do, but still. And then also you should take a time lapse out of the window. So I may have convinced him to do that, but I'm not sure if he will.
That'd be a good idea. That's where like benefits having like multiple different gadgets, having maybe a phone or couple gadgets. Like I used to juggle iPad and a phone, so I could do the soundboard and stuff at the same time. But like maybe if you have another phone, you can do stuff like that. Maybe suction cup, a phone holder to the window, and you could do a time lapse the whole flight, and then use another gadget to do whatever, listen to music or watch your videos or whatever. So that is a cool idea. I had never thought of that, but that's something I would totally try to do if I had the ability to. So I see you out here giving out the sauce, Stacy. Nice job. Yeah, and shout out to getting a window seat too. It's always better take that opportunity. You know what I mean? You're not gonna always get that. Helio said, I'm 2 steps from the pillow. I'll work on a decent joke. I think the key is to not overthink it. I agree. But yeah, I think that there is some excitement, but now we have to actually put it into practice. Like you guys are actually gonna have to go and purchase the app now. I mean, that's the biggest limiting factor is that like folks have to go and buy it. It's not a free thing, as far as I'm aware. I mean, if you, like I said, if you have your phone, go and try to download it on your phone. I have the Comedy Night app. Awesome.
Well, it was convenient for me because I've had like $10 sitting on my Steam wallet for who knows how long, and I was never going to use it. So just buy the app.
W Stacy. See, guys, you need to follow her lead. That's awesome. So great. So yeah, we got a couple down, and yeah, I think once we get a few, maybe 7, 8, 9, 10, I think we can go ahead and start the event, record it, and everything. And of course, it'll be the first one. You can say you were at the first Comedy Night event. If you look at my roles, you'll see I have a role called FE Faces. So we did an FE Faces role. That was the first and ever exclusive event that we did, and welcome Milo to the panel as well. Let me just unmute you, Milo, but just keep in mind we're live, so we won't tolerate any like crazy behavior or anything like that. I'll just remute you, but you are welcome to chime in and say hello. And if you do, I'll give you some extra roles and stuff like that so we can identify you and you can come and go. But if not, if you don't take the offer, I'll just pop you back on mute just in case for safety reasons. But otherwise, I encourage you to say hello, man. So I saw you were in the lobby. Let me just double check. How can I join VC? He says. Yeah, you should be able to unmute your mic now. All right. So while he's figuring that out. Yeah, exactly. Rebellion gets it. I made that sticker. I actually need to remake it. I think the letters are probably too small to read there. But I love that. I made that a couple weeks ago. Helio says, the more I listen to great comedians, the harder it is. Gonna test my jokes here for free. Yeah, and see, that's another thing too. We've all had plenty of time. Well, that's where partly where the idea came from. Is like I have certain things that I say to Globies all the time that I think could work really well in a joke format. But it's often said mid conversation and it just pretty much gets missed. Some like QE stuff too. He'll be like, yeah, I'm so bad at remembering some of them. And he'll be like, you need a slobber nurse, stuff like that. Like that's funny. And so, yeah, you could definitely retell a lot of those. That's kind of the goal here. And then we could also do roast Globies. We can roast goofy flat earthers. We could have a lot of fun with that.
Hey, I just came up with a joke. Okay, let me figure out how to phrase it. Okay, you know what I find the most like when people say that the water's curving, I find it super infuriating, and that's a play on the words because inferior mirages.
Oh,
I'll have to work on it.
I thought you were gonna say infuriating.
Infuriating.
Nice one. That's good. Yeah, dude, but seriously, like, I'm sure people will come up with great stuff. Like, how many Globers does it take to screw in a light bulb? None. They just use sticks and shadows instead. I don't know. Like, you could do weird stuff with it. So, yeah. Yeah, so I think I pitched it enough. So, shout out to Stacy for putting it into practice. So, love to see that. So, a special shout out. Man, is everyone just sleeping? What the hell? So quiet in here. I guess Helio's about to go to sleep. A couple people are deafened. Should I just deafen the YouTube real quick and just say something spicy?
Phoebe, I think everyone's just super scared to talk to you
Why?
because you're super scary.
Should be.
Damn it, CB, you're so intimidating.
Hey, only reason I'm jumping in just for a minute before I hit the sack. Oh god dang it, my headphones are bleeding through. Now, as far as the comedy thing goes, have you ever heard of Kill Tony? Because I know you talk about Fresh Fit all the time.
I've heard that name. Let me just look it up, see if I can get a face with it.
All you have to do is type in Kill Tony on YouTube, and once you start watching that, it's insane. What it is,
it's like a panel, yeah.
Yeah, it's a panel of comedians, but then they have it's hosted in Austin, Texas, and they tour around too sometimes, but
yeah,
it's mostly in Austin. Well, they started in LA, but now anyway, it's Tony Hinchcliffe, and he hosts the show.
Right.
And everybody signs up when they come in, and it's just like they get 1 minute to be funny. And he invites them on the stage.
Okay.
So they pull them out of a bucket. As if like 200 people sign up. He just pulls a name out of the bucket. Let's see what happens. And he has
okay.
Yeah, it's so funny, man. It's addictive, man, when you start watching it.
Okay, so this is kind of like a real life version.
Yeah, it's a real life version of like, let's see if this guy's funny or not. And even if they're not funny, after they do their 1 minute, they have to stand up there and let the panel ask them questions
roast
about
them?
their life.
Oh,
Yeah, they roast them basically. Yeah. So they have to stand up there and let them ask questions about their life and stuff. So, but if they really kill it, they're they get welcomed into the team. There's a lot of people that were pulled out of the bucket that he takes around the world on tours with him and stuff now too. So it's just like it's pretty cool, man. Yeah, I mean he's been doing it for that show, that YouTube channel, and that show has been going for about 10 years now, a little over 10 years, I think. And so yeah, it's just fun to it's fun to watch. Just watch people come up there and bomb. It's just like I got jokes. Or sometimes they'll get up there and be like, I didn't think my name was gonna get pulled. Why'd you even fucking sign up? It's funny. Anyway. Yeah, I wasn't sure, CB, if you'd ever watched that. It's so awesome.
I've seen clips.
Yeah, there's like 400 shows, so I mean they're all good. So, so if you get bored watching Fresh and Fit, if you get bored watching Fresh and Fit, you can watch some of that. It's funny as hell.
I will. But it seems like you get the idea, so that's good.
That kind of makes me think. It's just like, hey, you think it's that's what It's like Tony. I mean, he's a professional comedian, and he brings a lot of. I mean, shit, Roseanne Barr, all the best comedians, freaking, Bert Kreischer, everybody's been on the show, and they're panel members, and then they're just like, pull them out of the bucket, name out of the bucket, and it's like, come up here and do a minute. Can you be funny for a minute? And it's like, see how hard it is. It's like everybody has to shut up unless you're laughing at the jokes they tell. You can't heckle them for that minute. Everybody has to shut up. So it's just like, can you be funny for a minute? 1 minute, 60 seconds. And that's the challenge, right?
Yeah, I like that. So it's
cool.
a similar kind of idea.
Yeah, it's cool. So, I mean, I've been listening to the show for a while. I was just like, I'm trying to think of, can I even write one joke and make people laugh? Well, and just like you were talking about QE, you were asking him about it. He's like, I don't write this shit. I just say it. So, okay, you're naturally funny. But if you see, that's what I mean. If you overthink it, then it's not funny. But it can be. I don't know. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I know what you mean.
It's like when you write it, I was just like, you write a joke, and it's supposed to be funny, but you have to perform it, make it funny. You know what I mean? You have a good idea.
I got a new joke. Okay, why is curvy water super stinky?
What?
Any guesses? Well, it is because it is part of the helioseptic tank model.
There you go. Oh, that's not bad. I like that one. Helioseptic. Dude, I'm kind of sensitive to that because in chats, people that don't like me call me helioseptic. That's okay, though. I like it. The helioseptic tank. That's why curvy water smells bad. That's not bad. Encouraging. You know, what's funny is like, notice it when comedians go, for their performance, whatever. I always start with the word so, then they begin their story, right? They're setting up their joke. So, and the ones that fail are just like, what's up, Austin? They're wasting a lot of time. They only have 1 minute, at this show on Kill Tony. What's up, Austin? How about the Hispanics? Hispanic. It's like, dude, you just wasted 15 seconds getting shout outs for no reason. Get up there and tell jokes. So is not a bad introduction, for yourself. So when you go up to tell your joke, it's like, well, it's just like, what I was thinking about, and this, it's completely inappropriate, but I'm a huge fan of Andrew Dice Clay. First thing I ever heard from him was, so I got my tongue up this chick's ass. And we're standing on line at the bank. Yeah, that's what I was saying. Just like after he goes through his spiel where he's just like lifting his cigarette around his head, wearing his leather jacket and stuff. But anyway, yeah, Andrew Dice Clay, funny guy. It's just like you just start your joke with there was this one time I was over here doing this and that. Just there's a format for a joke. Tell the story. Punchline can be quick. Make it witty. You don't get a laugh right away. Move on to the next one. Don't just sit there and wait. Oh, you didn't like that one? Because I've seen people just like, oh, you didn't like that? Okay, well, I got another. Just don't do any fillers like that. Just move on to the next joke. Oh, if you already have a few, let it roll. Let yourself go. Slow and low. That is the tempo. Sorry if that seemed too vulgar. Sorry, not sorry.
Sorry, there's just these two goofballs in the lobby that scared, but they feel confident in the chat, but not confident enough to join the VC.
Oh. You know what their problem more than likely is that their microphone doesn't work.
I see what you did there.
Stop that cat.
Yeah, it's just like we should feel sorry for them. It's like all I can do is type. I have a microphone disability. But anyway, I just wanted to come in and tell you to watch some Kill Tony CB. I think you'll enjoy it.
All right. Oh my god, dude. Dude. They say things that just make your blood pressure sometimes. Are you serious? Like, he brings up, yes, the Bedford science proves shapes. Bedford level experiment. Then I go, okay, well then what's the IVDV? He goes, well, I don't see how that's relevant. You oh my god.
Talking about in lobby?
Yeah.
I don't ever go there. No, you're never gonna get it. Never ever get it. Bedford level. I mean, anything that says level, right? I mean,
Yeah, well, anything that says experiment or science or whatever, basically.
well, I mean, it's Bedford level experiment. Really, it's just one guy standing on one portion of a body of water, pointing at another at the end of the portion of the body of water. It's not an experiment. He's on a telescope, standing in the water. Like, it's not an experiment. It's just an observation.
They don't even know what science is.
Yeah. It's just like you're typing at them at a certain point.
What is your definitions of science then? I don't
I
have one.
Like Russ, man, he's in there.
I don't have
freaking holding
my
it down, too.
definition. Clearly, you don't either. Clearly, I do. When it isn't used to prove shapes.
Oh, wait, and Milo said, "Do you not believe in science?"
Do you not believe in science?
As if. Oh, what is that? You know, see, there's a setup for a joke right there. You know, so I was talking to a friend of mine, and I was telling him about the scenario, and he's like, "So, do you not believe in science?" Science? What do you mean by that? Anyway,
Belief doesn't have facts to back it.
it's like, how much is this is funny?
He's saying science is a fact. Like what, bro? You're just using buzzwords.
Yeah. Belief doesn't have facts to back
Science
it.
has facts. Very funny.
It's like, belief is not facts, but science is facts. And that's the end of my argument. You don't believe in science, so you don't have the facts. And look at me, I'm the big dog.
There is no evidence to prove flat Earth. Just not your idea of it.
They won't even come in here and ask us.
Look at the.
About. I just be like, you don't believe in science? Doesn't everybody believe in science? And that's why we know the Earth is a globe. That's science,
I
bro.
last night.
Blah blah blah. Science.
Everyone just spam VC in the lobby.
Fucking science, bro.
VC or the Earth isn't a globe. If the Earth is flat, stay in the chat. Give me undeniable proof. Yeah, sure. Join CC.
Give me the link. You're already in the server. Just freaking click on live stream. You're not gonna have access to your microphone right away, but we can unmute you. It's okay.
Why should we join a VC to hear your points? I'm not trying to give myself carpal tunnel. Helping with your confusion. You have something against typing messages. Inherently having them. I mean,
What the fuck? Who has time to do that? Besides your dumbass and your 18,000 accounts.
everything you have said has not proven anything. You're not in VC.
I said, Milo says carpal tunnel
Carpal
takes
tunnel
years to
is
develop. I'm sure he'll be fine for a bit. As if we all haven't been typing on keyboards for years and years. Give me quit being a big pussy and get your ass in here.
Why can't you prove your theories here? Because I don't have any. Oh my god.
Yeah, see, that's dumb. Look how dumb their questions are. I mean, how can you answer something so dumb? That's why I don't ever join lobby, because I Like, how do you answer? You can't answer a question. Like, prove your theories here, and then you give them a genuine answer, and then they just ask another dumb question. It's just like, God, what am I supposed to do with this? Yeah, the question's malformed now, and he's like, "How are the questions malformed?" See, this is why you get fucking carpal tunnel.
Exactly.
They ask dumbass questions, and
see, that's one of my jokes.
They're scared shitless of joining the voice.
Yeah, that's one of my jokes. Like, oh, dude, globals will just give themselves carpal tunnel instead of joining the VC.
There you go. Yeah.
Hey, that's called a bluff.
It's not hearsay. It was proven with quantitative data. He extended his pinky to spell that one.
You're funny. That's funny. How does not wanting to join a VC full of strangers make you science illiterate? Oh my god. You responded to the wrong message. Maybe you're just illiterate.
How does you coming into a goddamn flat earth server and spamming the fuck out of the lobby make you want to talk to you? We actually want to talk to you, but you're just like saying bullshit in the lobby, and it's like it doesn't make any sense. Even if we go to VC, then you provide your proof in text. You can easily make things up as you are here. Milo. Cop out. Cop out. Scaredy cat Milo won't come in the fucking. Yeah. This is why I don't even bother with the lobby. These idiots.
Maybe you're just illiterate. That's funny.
I'm double illiterate.
Oh, screenshot.
I'm illiterate. People illiterally
fucking retard. Nice.
People literally prove the earth is flat thousands of years ago, and y'all think you're different thinking it's flat.
Nice one.
All right. There you go. He's like,
Milo. Hey, what up, Milo? I'm glad you joined, man. Don't be shy, bro. It's all good, dog. Everything's gonna be okay. You're in good hands here, Milo. So, anyway, what we're not gonna do, though, just so you know, what we're not gonna do is text to talk. So you have the ability to unmute. So go ahead and unmute, and we can have a nice little back and forth. Everything's gonna be okay. You're rocking with CB here. I'm in a friendly mood, so don't be shy. It'll be all right. And then also have, if you need some help, have Asm or shoot a message to your other partner in the chat there, Shark. Tell him to join too. Both of you guys can kind of work together.
And don't they, when they join here, don't they have access to the live stream voice text, text only for now?
No, not until he gets, not until he says hello.
Yeah, and to get VC verified. Yeah,
and you'll get your VC verified role, Milo. So stop being shy. You can't be this confident in the chat and then not be this confident in the in your own voice. So go ahead and say hello when you're ready. I'm sure maybe getting a mic or something like that, but yeah, we don't do the whole like you text and we talk thing. That doesn't work here. So
anyway, I got to dump, man. I got to be at work in a few hours. So
yeah, honestly, kind of, it is getting late here too. I'll give Milo the, since you're here, if you do have questions, man, that's the thing. You guys join in and pretend like you actually have questions when you don't really actually want the answers. We know how you guys move. So that's why we have you join the VC to snuff out any sincerity. If you ask a question and I answer it, then you just blindly move on to the next thing. It just shows you're not really here in the way that you say you are. And so you can really detect someone's sincerity levels in their voice. So anyway, look, I don't have a lot of patience with this type of stuff, so you guys would rather give yourselves carpal tunnel in the chat, as I joked before earlier, than just speak up like a man or a woman would naturally. So imagine being on a date with someone and they're like trying to talk to you and you're like, no, but just you like point to your phone, you're like, text. Like that's come on, dude. We're talking real life here. You guys would rather like be behind a screen. It's weird. That's why you Globers always fail, because you, instead of actually going out into reality and experiencing reality in as much as you can, you'd rather be behind a screen. And you can see that on a micro scale here with you guys. Like, no, I don't want to talk. I just want to text. Like, okay.
I might quickly have to go out into reality because the ice cream truck has his cool green sleeves playing, and it's hot today, so I may be a bit unhealthy.
It sounds like you deserve one. You've been putting in a lot of good work here lately, so. Anyway, we just want to know proof that backs up your claims, which yet we haven't received. Join VC. Oh my God, you guys don't get it. We want to know proof that backs up your claims. We don't have claims. We're not making claims. So you're asking for things that we're not offering.
Yeah, I just want to confirm that that video I was playing of the debate earlier, it ended and it's archived in
Oh my God.
Kingdom in Context. So if we, if there's dead air, it's almost 5 hours long, but it starts right before before they do their little talk. About 20 minutes in, that's when they start their sitting in their chairs talking to each other. So if it hits dead air, you just play that through the morning.
If it's flat but not a disc, then what is it? See, this is why VC is far superior. Because you guys literally will remain confused. Milo, I hope you're listening. You guys will literally remain confused for 30 minutes straight or an hour straight in the chat. Whereas we could just address it in 15 seconds or less. Hey, your idea, flat Earth, is not this. Instead, you'll remain that confused for 30 minutes plus.
Not only
I always
that,
thought a
but
flat round object was a disc.
Yeah, not only that, I mean, while we're talking to them, we can back our information up with links, pictures, and stuff, so they can get the full context of what we're saying. But we can't just type out the answer, because then we're just gonna come up with some other stupid shit.
Okay, but the fact we don't notice zero spinning which is a point which gravity explains. LOL. What? Gravity explains? No, it doesn't.
Oh, is Milo still typing in the lobby even though he's in?
No, his partner Shark, who's also scared to join the panel. He says that the fact that we don't notice, because we don't notice the Earth spinning, therefore gravity. What the hell? Like, come on, man.
Anyway, I'm out. Good to talk to you again, CP.
Yeah, likewise. I'll catch you on the flip side.
If for dead air, you can fill it with that for however long. It's a fun listen.
Take care, bro. Yeah, always a pleasure as well. These guys are so freaking confused, dude. He said, "Do you need to learn about basic concept of gravity?" He said, "You just called it a concept." He said, "What?" Like, dude, do you not pay attention to the words that you just used 30 seconds ago? This is why it's so frustrating talking to you guys. It's like you forget your own words. All right, cool. Mr. Chase and Milo, you guys have finally joined the panel, so we can actually just talk like normal people, which would be great.
I'm not gonna say anything.
You just did. What the hell? It's like that test. It's like, oh my God. It's like those videos where people go up to some random person on the street with a microphone. Don't say anything to the mic and you'll win a $500,000. And they'll be like, what's your name? This guy just, Chase, dude, what? This is so funny. I know you've seen those videos where people go up to random people on the street with a microphone and like, don't speak into the mic and you'll win a prize. And then the first thing they ask him is like, so what's your name? You just did exactly that. You just like failed your own test. You basically told yourself, I'm not going to speak into the mic and I win. And you go, I'm not going to say anything. That'd be like, don't say anything in the mic and you'll win. He goes, all right, I won't say anything. Oh, man. All right. Well, we got to address a couple of things that you said in the chat. That's why I'm glad you joined. Now, it'd be better if you just chime in. We're not going to do this whole text. You text and we talk. So don't worry. Don't even start that. I'm not going to respond. But you said, I don't know if your message got deleted or somebody's message got deleted about the Earth being a disk. Let me just double check. The message room. Mr. Chase, do you see a spinning disc when you go outside?
You stupid. Stupid.
Who here said anything about a spinning disc or who said anything about a disc at all? Is that your idea? Sounds like that's your idea, Chase. So, one thing I would recommend is keep your goofy, sloppy ideas that you came up with in your head of a flat earth. Keep those to yourself because those don't match the flat earth or what the flat earthers are saying. And then you also weren't the only person to say that. Shark was as well. Was like, so yeah, but it's not a disc though. You guys gotta really go back to the drawing board. Really, what you should do is just sit in the back of the class for a while and take notes. The best way to defeat your enemy is to like if you were gonna train and fight someone in a boxing event or something, you would probably study the film, right? Like if you're a football team, you're gonna go play another football team, you might want to watch the film. No, what you guys do instead is you come in with your own assumptions, which is really strange. Like you think, all right, well, I'm just gonna assume flat earthers are dumb. I'm gonna assume they think the earth is a spinning disc. I'm gonna assume this, and then you're just gonna you're gonna go and move based off of those ideas. There's no one here that thinks the earth is a spinning disc. So you've been fighting a ghost this whole time. You guys are in the chat no, it can't be flat, it can't be flat. But the whole time your idea of flat earth is a spinning disc in space.
Unfortunately, I could not get the ice cream. The ice cream truck ran away.
Damn. Well, that was a sign. You didn't need it.
A sign to be healthy.
Anyway, maybe you could talk to Chase. I don't know. Maybe I'm Mr. Bad Cop right now, but maybe Chase will talk to you instead of me. But
hello, Mr. Chase.
Don't be shy
you
about
want
it.
to talk to me?
Yeah.
If you do want to talk to me, you're muted at the moment.
Or Milo. Don't be shy, Milo.
I'm like the baddest cop, so everyone's scared to talk to me. I just start getting really shouty and argumentative because that's completely my nature.
Man, y'all got a lot to say in the chat, but y'all got nothing to say here, huh? Funny how that is. Shark is like, instead of getting me on the definition of experiment, yeah, well, you're being got on the definition of experiment because you guys came in and asked, why didn't we believe in science? Well, little did you know that science doesn't require belief, and an experiment is essentially a hypothesis test, which has everything to do with science. So you can't claim science and you're the science, team science, but then all the way down the line be dismissing and disregarding what science really is. So it's just funny. It's the greatest Uno reverse card of all time. Why do you think the Earth is flat? Sure, join the VC and find out. So y'all need to stop being shy. You can't in one hemi part of your brain or whatever. Yeah, Milo, we know you're in the VC. Now's your chance to speak up. You'd rather make your wrists hurt and type away misunderstanding things instead of just talking like a normal person. So just unmute and speak to us. You can talk to Stacy if you want to. If I'm big, bad, and mean, which I'm not. Maybe I'm sounding rude, whatever. But you guys are also like hiding behind the corner. You're right there. You're in the chat. Bro, dog. Chase says, I'm not getting any proof. What do you want me to just do? Like, take a dog's head and smash it into a bowl of food? Like, dude, you're not even here engaging. So, you have any questions? Like, proof for what? 2 seconds ago, you thought the Earth was a spinning disc, ding dong. So, what are we supposed to give you proof for? This is what I'm saying. You guys don't know. You guys come in with a misunderstanding of flat Earth. Oh, tell me what's on the bottom of the disc then. Well, I'm not getting answers over here. Well, dude, because your questions are flawed. Your questions don't have anything to do with flat Earth. If you think it's a spinning disc and there's an underside and all this stuff, maybe you should just ask a flat earther, what's the flat Earth? What is that? I don't understand it. What is it? Where is it? What does it look like? Like, why don't you start with the questions instead of assuming in your mind what you imagined? Oh, that must be what we all think. Newsflash, no one thinks what you imagined in your brain of what you think a flat Earth is. So what am I supposed to give you proof for? The thing that you imagine in your head? The flat Earth pizza that you're imagining? You want proof for that? It doesn't exist, Chase. Milo, whoever you like, anyone out here, if you think flat Earth, this is what you guys always do. You close your eyes and you think, you imagine, what must a flat Earth be like? Then you go, well, what I've imagined, that's stupid, can't work. Then you look at a flat earther and go, well, he must be thinking what I just thought, and he must be stupid too. You realize the projection that's going on there? You're projecting outward what you think flat Earth should or would or could be, and then you're also projecting outward what you think a flat earther is. So why don't you just ask? Hey, what is flat Earth? I'm new. What is that? And then once you have an understanding, okay, well, maybe here are my disagreements. Here's where I still have questions, etc. But if you came in trying to debunk a space pizza, well, we'll help you with that, I guess, because that doesn't exist. You're just fighting a ghost. And it makes me wonder why you guys are so frustrated and angry. You flat earthers are dumb. You guys are the dumb. Like, but you don't even know what a flat earther thinks, though. Half of the things you guys have said were to join VC, and the other half were just statements with no factual evidence. Okay, but Milo, this is where the conversation starts, my friend. So, time to unmute. Stop being shy. So, you guys, I really want answers. Please, will you please give me an answer? Y'all don't really want answers. So, Oh, NC Milo again. Oh man, you guys gotta really like be aware of your surroundings. Newsflash: you guys are the first person here. No one called you dumb. I don't know you, but I'm saying that that's what mainstream wants you to think. You go ask any person, they're gonna say, "Oh, flat earthers, those people are dumb." So that's just what people think. But the issue is that what they're doing is projecting their own ideas of what they think about flat earth or flat earthers, and they're just going to roll with that. Guarantee you don't know what neither of you guys know. Probably could not name one single flat earth argument. But somehow flat earth is wrong and it can't be flat, but you don't even know what you're up against. You guys have been fighting a ghost, a spinning space ghost that doesn't exist. So that's got to be it's got to be a weird feeling because I'm sure you guys thought you were going to walk into. This is probably why you guys aren't speaking up, because you probably thought you're going to walk into a kindergarten classroom with a bunch of children goofing off, clowns. But what it is more like a damn college lecture. Listen to Stacy talk about her observations and some of the math that she's been going through. If you you want some proof and stuff, she can hit you with some actual, like, something more technical. We're not even getting at anything because you guys are too shy to speak up. So now I just have to sit and grill you until you find the balls to speak up. No pun intended. You guys want a globe? Y'all don't even have the balls to talk. Come on, man. Pussies, for real. And sorry to disrespect the ladies in the panel, but man, you guys are soft.
I have a really good proof of the Earth being flat. Okay, here it is. When you go to a ballet, women are wearing ballet flats.
Oh man, that reminds me of there's a couple songs that I like where in Milo, I'm just gonna go and put a timer on this. What is it, 1:59? I think once we hit the top of the hour, we'll just what do you say? Why don't we just make a ultimatum? Either you unmute or you get the boot. How about that? Because what you're trying to do now is take things in a private. Oh, let's go into the private. Let's go away into the shadows so no one can see what we're talking about. Nah, bro. Stacy's not gonna slide into your DMs. Freaking beta over here. Beta! Bro, she's right here. You could talk to her one-on-one, and you're like trying to slide in the DMs. Nah, that's not gonna
okay.
happen.
I'll provide the information on the lobby.
There you go. So if you really want answers, there you go. But you guys are so soft.
You help me with my maths. There's an error in it.
Oh, there's a girl in the panel. I don't want to talk to her. Holy.
Yo, Jums.
Cooties. Jeez Louise. Awesome bitches, man. No offense to Stacy's here, but golly. Y'all come in talking trash in the chat. Nobody wants to back it up. Oh, I wonder how you guys are in person. You go up to somebody on the counter, like a cute girl at the cash register, and you're like, she's trying to talk to you, and you're like, you just like start mouthing things and pointing to your phone, like, I only text. Like that's weird, bro. What? Here we go. Perfect example. Can I walk off the edge? All right, well, see ya. You guys have no clue what you're up against. You guys come in here fighting a ghost. It's crazy. Oh, damn. I just saw some people racing. Okay, I found one. Oh, God. There's so many trolls in the chat, guys. Get over there. Ah, jeez. Chase, Milo, what's going on, guys? You're gonna speak up or what? I think we hit our threshold with Milo, so I think you're finished.
Speak now or forever hold your peace.
Yeah. Last chance for Chase. All right, Milo, take care for a bit. We'll see you later. And then, what do you say, Chase? Come on, man. Hop off the keyboard. Click the unmute button. You have questions? No, we're not gonna spam. You're not gonna spam into the chat. So we're not gonna do that. If you really want to know what the shape of the Earth is, ask Stacy. She'll tell you. But unmute. All
I
right.
don't know the shape of the Earth, but I know the shape of a Dorito.
Yeah, exactly. And you know what's funny? Here are the double standards coming out again. Y'all, the flat earthers and globe earthers, we are not the same. The flat earth and the globe earthers not the same either. So you don't get to compare the flat earth to the globe earth. You guys can go to some place and see the earth, quote unquote, and see what shape it is, so to speak. But you can't do that with the universe because there's nowhere to go to take selfies with it from some outside place. So if I were to ask you, Chase, what shape is the universe, you would never be able to answer that. And he wants to leave. Somebody better pick up that phone because I called it. This is a perfect example of folks who join, say they have questions, and we all know damn well they don't want no answers. This guy spammed the same question over and over. What's the shape of the Earth? What's the shape of the Earth? What's the shape of the Earth? Got halfway into the answer and he's like, leaving. Holy. So now I have to grab another clip of the girl where she's like, she does the exact same thing. Oh, well, I have a question. You must answer it. I'm gonna beg for an answer. And then when the answer is provided, dismiss it. Incredible. Freaking incredible. I think this is the clip right here. Beware. Don't fall for it when Globies try to do that to you. Because they will. They'll beat it. Like, oh, I need an answer. You gotta tell me. What? I need to know this. They don't really want. They're basically just trying to trap you. All right. And here's an example of it. So you could see how it didn't necessarily backfire on Myron and Chris when they answered it, but it just shows the behavior of the person claiming they're asking. Let's take a listen.
Okay, what's your credibility? Is my
He spoke to over
question.
2,000 girls.
You know what? That's great for you. That's
I'm
great
a best-selling
for you.
Amazon author,
That's
and I
great for
studied.
you.
Well, no, because you want to talk about credibility now and accolades. I'm giving it to you.
That means nothing to me, though. It really doesn't mean nothing to
I'm
me.
more
Oh, unbelievable. What's your credibility? Well, I wrote a couple books. That doesn't mean it doesn't even matter to me. Like, what? Why did you ask that? So this guy did the exact same thing. Oh, what's the shape of the Earth? What's the shape of the Earth? I need to know the shape. Well, you see, here's the shape. Well, that doesn't even matter. I'm leaving. It's like, oh my God, man. It's very rare to find a genuine Globie. Very rare. A lot of them are like that. They're not here in good faith. They don't really actually want the answers to the questions they're begging you for. So don't give it to them. You don't always have to feed them like that. Be on the lookout for someone that's genuine and you give them whatever they need. But these trolls, they don't deserve the red carpet treatment from flat earthers. So I'm sorry if it sounds mean. But it's got to be, I guess, an interesting experience to join, and then join expecting something from the flat earthers. Oh, these guys must be like stupid as the stupidest. And then you get here and you hear Stacy talking about like, geometric horizons and radiuses and stuff like that. You hear another person talk about second law of thermodynamics. Like you'd probably maybe want to turn around and start walking backwards out that door that you just came in, because you're in the wrong room. You thought you were getting into a different room and you walked into the wrong room, son. And I think that scares people a little bit, or it intimidates people a little bit. You know what? That just gave me an idea. You know how girls are always like, so you're insecure. I'm gonna just start saying Globies are insecure. Globies are the new, I have to
Well, I
rephrase.
mean, their model is pretty insecure. It's so volatile, always like changing and twisting
Yeah.
and everything.
Surgery, BBL. It's got freaking, yeah. It's always doing cosmetic surgery. You know what? There's a joke to be had here. That's good. That's good. Yeah, so Globies are insecure. Uh and yeah. Why are you insecure? I'll have to work on that, but yeah. I think there's a joke buried there somewhere. Anyway, man, this panel didn't pop off like I hoped tonight, but I do appreciate my wing woman Stacy here, so shout out to you as well. I'm probably gonna sign out here soon. It's 2 a.m. on this side of the globe. Yeah.
All right, nice speaking to you, CB.
Always a pleasure, Stacy, and let us, keep us in the loop on your findings and stuff like that. I always love hearing your progress, and your
For sure.
dedication is admirable. So I respect that. And yeah, so hopefully the panel doesn't just die off. Guys, go talk to Stacy, T-Dub, or whoever. Sonny, some of y'all, I know somebody's out here. Don't just let it die, man. Nestor the Jester, welcome. So, round of applause. So, yeah, guys, talk to Stacy. You guys got a nice flat earth gal on the panel. Ask her some questions. Or Globies, stop being shy. So, I'm going to jump out, but I definitely will catch you guys tomorrow for sure. I'll be back. So, all right. You guys have a good night.
All right,
See you
see
later.
you.
All right.
everybody. If is anybody there, but yesterday I had like a small interaction with
Hey, Miko.
Matthew Williams. Oh, hi, Stacy. You there?
Yeah, it's a bit quiet at the moment.
Yeah, I know. I'm just like thinking if should I talk or not or whatever. But I just felt that something happened yesterday, and I'm trying to bring the points together and like having this thought in my hand, and I was just thinking, okay, I want to think out loud and see what happens. And
Okay, go for it. I'll chip in if I have any recommendations from you thinking out
oh
loud.
yeah, it will be beautiful. Anybody will interact, but the thing it happened is like I've been in and out of. I mean, okay, I've been in Flat Earth like in 2014 when I watched the first 200 proof of Eric Dubay. It was like for me, even I didn't finish it. I was like in trouble. But anyway, that's not the point. I've been like kind of didn't follow after that because I went through different journeys, and I'm now back trying to follow, and I'm like trying to listen to the old interviews or debates that happened and how we advanced or we didn't advance. And I'm like, for example, I see Jim Panda, I see so many names that they've been like almost 8-9 years into this debate, and they still didn't see the reality. And yesterday I had a small interaction with Matthew Lawrence, and I know the guy, he knows that the reality is flat, but he cannot kind of say it. It's something like he's holding him because he has to go back to assumption and whatever the authority told him. So I'm thinking about that, and I was like, I lost some friends in this thing, and I'm like, do I blame them? Do I don't blame them? I mean, that thing, it's not like I don't want to blame them. It's when I see these guys that they've been for so many years into it, and they're in so many debates, and they cannot see the reality. How can I be like with my small knowledge trying to explain to my friends or whatever the reality, and they don't understand and they just reject and go? Okay, some people, they stay around, they want to play the game, they still tell me, oh, you're stupid, but I like to listen to it, that kind of thing.
Yeah, the people who have been presented with the information but just can't reconcile it with, like, taking the knowledge in.
I mean, my thing is like, how deep is the indoctrination that they cannot let it go? It's like, it has to be so deep, and I'm trying to find out how deep it can be. It's like,
Well, I don't think the indoctrination is too deep. Well, I mean, but because people can get out of it. I think one of the biggest clutches is just people's pride and their inability to accept the facts when they don't understand why they could be lied to in such a big way. And yeah, just like the incomprehensibility of it all.
Yeah, but the lie, it was big, right? So it hit some depth to you, it hit some depth to me, it hit some depth to somebody else. So there is some people, they are so deeply, maybe it was like maybe in their like couple of days of birth or something. It's like how deep it was. I don't know. It's like, I would say like, maybe 3, 4, 5 years when you start to go to school and you see the globe. Maybe before that, you see with the imaging, maybe television, all these things, the spinning globe. When you are maybe 1 year old in 70s, they used to put you on the front of the TV. Oh yeah, look at the TV so you can sleep. And this is what they do now with the telephones. Yeah, give the telephone to the kids. So how young, how deep it was, the indoctrination. Because some people, they can get out of it, of course. Doesn't matter how deep it is, because there is some things you can do to reprogram or whatever. I don't want to go there now, but how deep is it? Like this, or they are doing it on purpose. It's like there is something. I mean, the guy is saying, yes, you're right. The 4,800 miles has to be flat, but I can do a calculation and put it on a globe. But why you have to put it on the globe if it's working on the flat plane? But
Yeah,
they
I think it's that some people just approach discussions and they just will not, like, their mind is set, and whatever you say, it won't convince them because they're just they don't want to be honest with themselves. They just want to pretend they know everything and not entertain a different idea.
Yeah, because the idea that they have is like so much rooted deep into their mind or into their belief, into their reality, that they cannot let it go, because it's like, if I let it go, maybe I will die. It's like, a person when is trying to let go, of the body, he would think as well, like, oh man, I'm letting it go. It will have this fear. No, I don't want to let it go. I want to stick to it. It's like,
Yeah, that's definitely the case for some people, but I also think there's a lot of people who don't fear for their life having to change their mind on something, but they just think that it's just too stupid to entertain the idea that the Earth might not be a globe, that, you know, even if they don't care that much about what they live on, they just are going to be arrogant and think, yes, we live on a globe because it's the way it is.
Oh yeah, but I know that, and I can see this is what's happening with the people that I talk to. Is like, it's I want to live my life. It's like I wanna. Okay, I know, but what has it? You know, I still have to go to work. So, you know, this is the question they ask. Yes, but you see that everything is wrong that you're perceiving. Maybe even that your perception of life that you have, that you have to go to work and you have to stay on this treadmill or the hamster wheel or whatever. You want to run in that thing and maybe grab something from here and grab something from there, but you're still there. But the reality is not that. But your senses, they are telling you something else. You are contradicting your senses, your reality. That's the crazy part. It's like, I'm not saying that, believe me. It's like, what are you experiencing? Are you experiencing spinning? No. Are you seeing anything falling? So they dropped the ashtray or whatever they have in their hand. So why you dropped that? It was not falling. Everything, it was perfect. Why you dropped it? Oh yeah, gravity. Yeah, I mean, it's like they have to go so crazy things. It's like they cannot release it. It's like, I cannot be fooled. Fool me, but don't tell me I was fooled. It's like kind of I mean, we all want to live our life. We all living our life anyway. Doesn't matter what you choose. But at least your reality is your reality. It's like, I mean, it's crazy because they say, oh, don't go to the nature. Oh, oof. What the nature? What are you talking about? Nature, and oh, hugging the tree. And they think it's a stupid thing. It's like, I mean, I have a small garden. And I can feel my plants, and they feel me, I guess. It's like, I know what's happening with them, and they know probably what's happening with me, and they react to it. It's crazy. It's like, don't believe to your senses. Don't. Okay, if I'm hungry, do I eat or do I go to sleep? Or so, if I'm thirsty, do I drink or do I go for a hike? If I don't know, want to use the restroom, do I go party or? Don't trust your senses. It's like, which senses? Oh, your vision. You can't see too far. It's a mirage. I'm not spinning. Yeah, don't worry about it. You don't have to feel it anyway.
What's up, Mega Wiggle?
Hey, how are you, dude?
Good, man.
Miss you. It's been a while.
Yeah,
Trying to come out.
I see you hanging out, but you don't talk much. Unless.
Yeah, and sometimes I come in and it's not happening, and so people, you know,
I hear you.
when they go, yeah, so I leave them, and I try to go in, and I see there is no place, and so I pull up. It's fine.
That's fine.
All is good. Yeah,
It's all good.
yeah. I did the striped trails that I was telling you about.
The
Polaris.
All right. Down with
Yeah,
that.
it's crazy, man. It moves so much. When you zoom into it, it's like it moves a lot. But nothing will change. I think in our perspective, um, because with the naked eye, you still cannot see moving it. Like I have zoomed in 300 times, 800 times, and one time I tried 2,000 times, but I didn't let it pull because it was going out of the screen. Yeah, it's nothing changed though. You see, I mean, but I did it, so I spent a few nights, cold nights outside.
It's okay. You'll.
Yeah, it was fun. It was beautiful.
What? You watched the debate? You guys watched the debate? No.
Was
Which
that
one?
the one with the noodle?
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't watch it, but some people were talking about it a bit earlier.
Yeah, I watched. Flower. Dean was on. About 2 hours.
You're sort of cutting out that up, dude. Can you make your mic a bit better, maybe?
No. Tried.
Okay,
Oh,
just
fuck.
Yeah,
deal with
he's
it.
been trying. He's been trying this last night.
Fuck.
Okay, we're getting 80% of your words.
Oh no! Come.
Is that better?
Yeah, that sounds better.
I just reset everything.
Yeah, you were more muffled before, now you sound a bit louder.
All right, let me check my settings again.
Something was
yeah.
wrong yesterday as well with your mic.
Yeah, I was pretty whacked.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Many
everything.
people were there yesterday. Many people were.
You guys are all complaining, man. It happens. It happens to everybody at one point.
No,
Nobody.
actually, me, I got a little bit triggered again with Matthew because I mean, I heard him live saying, "Yes, I concede Nathan Oakley that the celestial navigation can only work on flat Earth." And then yesterday he come and tells me, yes, but you can do it on the globe as well. I mean, how can you do it? And he tried to trick it. He tried to cheat with the math as well. He was saying, oh, you have a 10 degree, you time it with 60, and you get 600 nautical mile. It's the contrary. When you take for example, Polaris at 10 degree, you have to minus it from 90, so you have 80, which is 80 times 60 is 4,800 miles, not 600 miles. And that whole line of 4,800 miles, it's a straight flat. So it cannot be on the globe. On the globe, it will be in the space outside. It cannot be. And yes, you're right. But if I assume, okay, why are you still assuming? I mean, why you come with your assumption? And he cannot release his assumption. He has to keep them.
If I assume.
Yes, and he's saying, Aristophanes, I was talking about that too as well, and he's saying, yes, but Aristophanes, he assumed. I said, yes, why he didn't just look at the calculation or measurement? And how did he measure from, how he gave the signal from Alexandria to whatever Sina it was, that, okay, it's midnight. Check the the angle. How did he communicate? Did he have a bloody
And a walkie-talkie.
or a smoke signal? This was the beautiful one. A smoke signal.
Smoke signal.
500 stadiums, whatever that measurement is. no, it was a smoke signal.
Yeah.
Smoke signal. Oh my God. This guy. I mean, they want to create anything just not to release it. What is it?
Well,
you're holding on. What is it?
I always like that. I always like to ask the Globies. I'm like, do you happen to have a copy of Eratosthenes' book that he wrote? Oh, he didn't write a book. Oh, okay, gotcha. Just there's no firsthand evidence that it even existed, man. There's no writings. He didn't fucking write nothing down. He didn't carve anything into a freaking piece of stone. Yeah. It's crazy.
I mean, even if you see the way he did it, it doesn't make any sense. Okay, I was 1 year on the 21st of June in Alexandria, and I saw in the well there was no shadow. Oh, the sun, it was exactly there. That's beautiful. I love it. Perfect. So I moved 500 stadia. Okay, what is the stadia? Nobody knows. Some people, they say it's a stadium of the football. Some people, they say it's a stadium of the Coliseo. Some people, they say it's a, nobody knows, it's a mile or whatever. Let's say it's 500 miles. He goes 500 mile in whatever is Cyrene or whatever it was there. So he puts the stick there. Okay, I agree with that as well. But how does he know that it's a midnight in Alexandria to check the thing in Cyrene, whatever it was? Who told him it's midnight? Check it now. Like, when you're doing the sextant. When you're doing the sextant, you look at the horizon and your thing, you put it together and you say mark. So the guy has to mark the time, the second, the minute, everything. How did he communicate to mark it? It's like, doesn't make any sense. I mean, the smoke, it was like little bit good, but I mean, I don't know. But it's crazy. You see, they still go to Aristophanes.
Yeah.
Still, you go to Jem Panda's channel and you hear people talking about Aristophanes. It's like crazy. Why cannot they cannot see it? It's like, you tell them, I have like 2 apples in one hand and 2 oranges in the other hand. So I have 4 fruits. So no, you only have 2 oranges. Yeah, but I have 2 apples too. No.
No.
You have 2 apples, not 2 orange.
No.
They jump, they go, I don't know. I cannot understand. It's like painful, but as well, like I'm thinking maybe it's the game that we have to watch. It's a game they are playing, maybe to.
Yeah.
I don't know.
It's so fun. I'm still having fun.
Like the other time, this guy, he come and he wanted to talk to you, and he went all these places, and the way you handle it is like so amazing. It's like, what are you talking, man? It's like, let's go. Show me the curvature. Where is it again? I didn't see it. You were talking with this guy, I don't know, a few days ago.
Yeah.
He wanted to talk to you specifically, and the way you handled it, it was beautiful. And I was like, oh my God.
This is the truth. It's easy to talk to somebody about truth, when you have it, when you have the truth, it's great. It's fabulous.
The thing is, that I still get caught into their game.
Yeah.
The word game that they play, yeah? And I get triggered. And I go like, oh man, I felt again. But I realized that, yeah, right? I realized. But
Yeah.
okay, during the game, I lost it, you know? So I
It
lost the
happens.
game.
You know?
Yeah, I know.
It happens, man. It's happened to me many times.
Of
Not
course, of
perfect.
course. And it will happen as well. So it's a learning phase, right?
Yeah, you do it enough, and you're like, okay, he's
Yep.
pulling that shit again. Okay, let's go do it. Let's do it together. You ready? Let's go. You start
It's like
calling their
fishing.
bluff. Yeah.
It's like fishing. If when you have the big one, you have to like kind of play with it. Yeah,
We
you
got
have to
money, man.
bring it,
Let's go.
release it, let it go a little bit, play, and come back again, and bring it again. And okay, oh, she's pulling. Okay, let it go a little bit. You know.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a game. It's a game.
It's a game of
Yeah.
Well, PhD means it's a doctorate in philosophy. And when somebody comes in with some PhD shit, man, I'm like, all right, what's your philosophy? Well, the Earth's spinning and it's shooting through outer space. And, all right, what evidence do you got? You know, it's like I'm not really great at it. There's some other people that are, you know, I'm too much of a
But I know. But that guy, he challenged you. That's what I was like. Okay, let me see. And he's like kind of challenging, and he was like kind of little bit nervous. Nobody talks except the flat earth dude. And I was like, okay. But what you gonna say, my friend? What's your story? It's like instead of telling me what I wanna say, what's your story?
yeah. Just, you know,
Yeah, it's
you come in this room, man. You better know something about the globe, man. If you don't know fuck all about the globe, man,
because you know what I
Pretty hard.
realized. What I realized when I talk to some people for a couple of times, and they kind of get prepared to respond or to ask me questions because they find out something in Google or Wikipedia.
Yeah.
So they come up with like these questions and like trying to ask me, okay, you're saying that the earth is flat, so tell me how this is working and how. And I go like, I didn't say that, but I'm just saying that
I got a meme for that.
the globe that you are saying, it doesn't match reality.
Right.
I'm not saying that it's flat, but it has to be. It's like you cannot have another chance, another thing. Look at the water. And they don't get it, man. The water is like there. Never
The
lies.
water is killer, man.
Never lies, man. It's like crazy.
Yeah. Yeah, they expect us to have a replacement for their.
Yeah. Because okay, if it's not this, what is it then? Because if I don't have anything, this is what I was going back there, that they want to die if they don't have any replacement.
Right.
Because when they are telling us, what is your flat earth then? Where is the dome? Show me the dome. Show me that it's flat. Why I cannot see Australia? Why I cannot see this? So all this stuff, just they want a replacement so they can release. If they don't have another rock to hang to it, they don't want to release the one they are hanging on. So it's like they are still in fear. You don't have to be in fear, you know. It's like it's reality. You're gonna die anyway. Doesn't matter what is it. You're gonna die anyway. But at least trust your emotions. Trust your feelings. You don't have to trust. Even if it's a ball or if it's a flat, you're gonna die. Doesn't matter who you are. The biggest king from the best queen, you're gonna die. The body will die. So the rest, it's all complication. But at least enjoy whatever the body can enjoy and believe in it. I mean, because that's the only thing can do, can access, can feel, can sense, can see, can smell. That's the only thing he can do. This is the reality. You want to talk about the mind, the soul, the this, that's different dimensions. But the reality is one. We cannot go
That's right.
away. It's like there.
Yep.
But they don't want to release it because they think like, no, it has to be something I have to hold on.
Yep. They got to hold on to it, man, because they've had it their whole lives, you know. And somebody was using the Santa Claus analogy. It was yesterday. I thought it was good. You know, even though people know Santa Claus is fake, they still teach it to their kids. It's like, it's weird, man. It's so fucking weird, man.
And they still wear the Santa Claus and they play on their kids. Yeah.
It's just, that is so creepy to me, man.
Yeah.
You know, and I could get into the whole Satan Claus and this, you know, and it's a worshiping the fucking tree and the whole all that bullshit. But yeah, but just the fact that you would lie to your kids and go, well, you got to be good or Santa won't bring you presents. I mean, that's just like fucking torture. Why would you fucking do that to your kids, man? It makes no sense, man.
Yeah, but why you send them to school as well? They do the same thing in the school.
You know,
come on, it's the same thing. It's worse. At least with your mom and dad, you can get away in some things. But in a school, it's like you get beaten. You're like, in my time or in where I was, or like, I don't know, don't come back to school for 3 days because you're a bad boy. Okay, for me, it's like beautiful days, 3 days holidays, like, you know.
3 days off for that bullshit. Yeah, I'm good.
It's like beautiful. I never told my parents. I never told my parents, like when I used to get 3 days off or like 1 week off, I used to work actually in the market, vegetable market, and I used to help these guys, you know, selling apple or whatever.
Yeah.
They used to give me a couple of bucks, or back then, I don't know, if you stands here, if you stands there, you know, for things like helping them, things like that. I never tell my parents, and I go to school whenever I have to go, which is always late, and I come back always early. So
that's fantastic.
And one time they went. I don't know what happened. My father went to school, and he saw that I was not there, and. Where is my son? He said, oh, he's not coming for like 1 week. Oh, where he's going then? He's coming every day to the school. So they start to look for me. And even like the church and the mosque, everywhere they start to call my name. Oh, this kid wearing this shirt. Please, anybody see? Hold him and bring him to the church and things like that. And I was listening all these things and I'm like, oh shit, I'm making a couple of bucks here now. Like, why you let Yeah.
That's awesome, man.
That was early days.
Yeah, well, no fear, brother. That's when we lived with no fucking
I didn't
fear.
have that. Now that I'm talking, you see, I have like tears in my, not tears in my eyes, but like I have this emotion. How free I was back then.
Yeah.
I didn't care. It's
No
like
fear.
1 week off of school. It was like a beautiful thing for me, and 3 days off of school. It was like, oh, what a beautiful days. It's not because I was making money, but it was just like I was free. If I wanted to make money, or if I wanted to go, like, I don't know, get a slingshot and try to hunt birds or something, you know, it was my choice. And I always, oh man, damn. Dude, now when I'm talking to you, I'm seeing all these things that, oh my God.
I have a way of getting it out of people, man. What can I say? The truth is that
It was always there. It was always there. The truth.
Always
It was
there, man.
always there, man. How did I didn't see it? Oh my God.
Yeah. Me either, man. I'm just like, okay, really?
Yeah.
I go, I'm a fucking idiot, man. Fuck. What the hell's wrong with me? I go, fuck
Yeah,
this. Fuck. I can't believe it. I fucking fell for that shit. Anyway.
Yeah.
We all fall for some shit at some point. Whether
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Some people they go too deep. That's the thing. How deep is your love? You know, there is this song, Bee Gees.
How deep is your love? Is your
Yes.
Yeah.
Is your love how deep? So the thing is how deep they went into us. We're the lucky ones that they didn't go too deep in our brain or emotions
Right.
or in
Because
our
we ditched school and went to the market and fucking sold apples and shit. Whatever.
Yeah. But
It's
you
like
see,
that's what I want to be doing today. I want to go sell apples. That sounds fun. Let's go. Make some
but the
money.
thing is
Okay.
but these
Whatever.
people, how long they've been into this thing, and how many times you talk to Matthew, or many other people talk to Matthew, how many hundred of hours spent it, or Jempanda, or Ruhif, or Rumpus, or all these, they've been like for
Professor
years.
Dave. Yeah, the fucking
How cannot see it, or like, what is your? I can understand. I don't know. This is where I get confused.
Well, don't get confused. They're
No.
I mean,
I get confused because I cannot understand their brain. I don't wanna be there. But what? Why are not you releasing?
well, I mean, there are some that do it for money. Maybe Jim Panda and
Yeah. I always.
Professor Dave for sure. He's doing it for money.
Oh, he's an idiot anyway. I never watch
He's
him,
a
but I'm
fucking
talking
idiot.
about the old guys like Jim Panda, Rumpus,
Yeah.
Reddit, or I don't know. There is all these guys. They have their channels and they're doing.
Nicktoon, Fight the
Yeah.
Flag,
You know,
fucking
it's
Earth,
like, yep.
fuck
So we're gonna
Charles,
say
fucking Flat
yeah.
Earth Math, fucking Charles. There's
All these guys. They've been there like for 10 years. I mean, and how can you lie to yourself?
well,
I mean,
again,
I can lie to you. Flat Earther, I can lie to you many times. I cannot not lie to myself. I mean, I know if I'm in pain. I know if I'm wrong. Doesn't matter if I tell you yes, because I want to win the game. I can tell you that yes, whatever, and I won. But in reality, in myself, I know that I tricked you. It's not reality. And how can I live with that? It's like, I mean, I'm like kind of mocking myself. I mean, how can that be? It's like me cheating myself. I'm doing the magic on myself. I know that it's flat, but I am trying to do this magic to be on the globe. How can that be? I mean, I can do the magic on you. I can do magic on 1,000 people, but how can I do it on myself? This is what I cannot understand. How can I do this magic on myself? That I don't want to see it.
I mean, you have to be somewhat psychologically damaged to want to go along with that, and in a position where you're either making money. I mean, Matthew makes money selling the Globe, man. Globe Math.
You see, the only thing I'm coming back to is the money, because the psychological thing, I am. When you talk to Matthew, when you talk to McToon, when you talk to Jim Panda, when you talk to these guys, they are not stupid.
No,
they have
it's
intelligence.
smart guys. Yeah.
So it's not
Oh,
like
so
a
fucking
psychological problem. It's not like, in 2015 when you get shocked. Okay, I see the shock. I don't want to accept it. I go away for a couple of weeks and I sit on myself and I bite my tongue or whatever
Go
and
stare
I
at the
get through
sun.
it. But
Watch the sun. Watch the moon.
not 10 years, like telling the same shit over and over. It must be money.
It's only a
Otherwise, what?
situation I got. It's got to be money.
Why are you doing? I mean, I can run away. That's what I'm saying. How many years you gonna run away from yourself? How many times you gonna lie to yourself? I mean, you cannot.
Well,
Except there is a
do they
motivation.
really know?
Except there is a motivation. Like I come and tell you, hey, flat dude, or maybe not you, but anybody, I give you $1 million, please. Can you say that this teeth brush? It's beautiful and it will keep your teeth beautiful white. And you will say, okay, I do that.
I do that.
$1 million. Yeah, well, I brush my teeth too. Is that shit? And I tell that, right?
Oh yeah.
This is what's happening, kind of like.
I like your analogy. Yeah, it's kind of like
I'm making money from here. It's beautiful, even though I'm feeling a little bit bad because maybe something is wrong, but I don't give a shit. Let me stick with the one giving me money.
exactly. Exactly. Yeah, you're spot on there, man. That I always wondered, man, why that Brad Pitt has to do a commercial for television. I mean, the guy's got more money than you wouldn't even know what to do with.
Yeah.
Some super rich people do like television commercials for something. And I'm like, why the fuck would they do that, man? They got more money. They just tell them to fuck off, like, but they do it. It's weird, man. It's fucking always blew me away, man. Like you got $100 million and you fucking scratching out an extra million over here doing a TV commercial. Really? What the fuck's wrong with you? What the fuck is wrong with you people, man? You fucking famous people suck, man. Fuckers.
I have little money and I don't know how to spend it. Imagine if I have 100 million. I don't know what the fuck to do with it.
Yeah, if we had 100 million, we wouldn't know what to fucking do. We'd be like, holy shit, man, what the fuck am I gonna do, man? Fuck. I could buy some Hawaii.
Okay,
go to Hawaii, man. Fuck you guys. I'm gonna start a flat earth commune in Hawaii. Okay, cool. Yeah, come live in Hawaii. Free, man.
That will not work, man. If you give free things, yeah, people, they will come, but they will not come because of the truth. They will come because it was a free thing.
Yeah.
There was this thing they used to say on this radio station. One time there was this farmer that he realized the wild pigs, they were coming eating his corn. So what he started to do, he started to take some corn and put them in one place, and the pigs, they come and eat from there. And slowly, the guy, he started to build a fence around. So he gave them the free corns, and until the end, he had the door back there. So all the pigs, they went in, and he closed the door. So he says, there is nothing for free. When the government tells you there is something for free, look at the fence. Look at the fence.
Yeah.
Where's the fence?
Got the fence.
He's fucking putting a fence somewhere.
And now you're going to the slaughterhouse, you dumb pig.
Yeah, it's the same thing.
Same thing.
Yeah.
That's a great analogy. I like that one too, man. Yeah, that's really good. That makes sense, yeah. You get slowly fenced in. I mean, it's...
Of course.
Yeah.
Look at this. I'm giving you EBT. I'm giving you Social Security. I'm giving you... Man, what are you giving me? but I have to have everything for free anyway. You're not giving me anything. It's like you don't have anything to give me. Everything you think you have, it's from me or from us, the people.
Right.
You don't have anything to give me. Who are you? You want to give me piece of land, and plus I buy the land and I have to still pay you tax because I own the land. What the fuck is this logic? It's like crazy.
Wow. Yeah, I've always asked, who got the land first, man? How did they get it? Oh, they just showed up and said, "My land, fuck off. You owe me. You want some of this shit? Nah, it's my land, bitch." Fuck
Man,
off.
God gave us this land. Every man,
I know.
like every animal, every bird, they go to the water. They know where is the water. They know where is the food. They know where they have to make their thing. Humans, they have to have their own source of water. They have to have source of land and their small house. It's not like I have to have everything and then you have to give me, you have to pay me for it. I mean, who gave you all these things? Who are you?
Who the fuck are you? Who the fuck is this guy?
And God created me and I am the creation of God. Who are you? God tells me what to do, not you.
The system, man. The system's so corrupt and evil, and it's so twisted and wrong, man. We know that.
But,
Do we have
but
a? Do I have a?
90% of the people, they are into this trap that we have to have somebody to tell us what to do. It's like when the pandemic started, it's like we were talking about why you are believing. Because they are telling me. That, who are you? Who is telling you? Oh, the doctor. But I know my body better than my doctor. It's like,
yeah.
I just need to read little bit, to have little bit knowledge. It's about the reality, about the nature, about how my body works, about how natural things work, how the earth grows, because everything comes from the earth. You
Yes, it
are from the earth, you are going back to earth. My body, he has to go back to earth because it's made of everything came from the earth. The parsley, the chicken, the potato, everything I ate, it came from the earth. The chicken ate from earth to become chicken. The man ate from everything is come from the earth.
The man
This
poops
is the
out the
only thing we have.
chicken after he ate it, and then the chicken went back to the earth after I shit it out. Yeah, it's just facts, man. I love your facts. These are
The thing
facts.
is, it's like everything that we experience is made of earth.
Everything.
Even the air.
But I want to
even
go to
the
outer
gas,
space.
everything,
Come on,
everything.
make it we go. I want to go to outer space. I want to go to outer space.
Yes, but you can go.
I can't go.
You've been going always.
I've been going. I watched
You watch
the
Star
space
Wars.
movies.
Yes, and it's beautiful. Watch it and be there. But you know that it's a movie.
I watched the movie. I was there. I could see it. It was real. It was amazing.
When I watched Bruce Lee the first time, I went out and I thought I was Bruce Lee, and I was going to fight the people. And I got like couple of punches, and I was on the floor. And I'm like, oh shit, that was a movie. Oh, I'm not the Bruce Lee. Oh shit, to be Bruce Lee, I have to go and train. Okay, I go back and train.
Yeah.
If you want to be like him, is I can imagine to be anything I want to be.
Yep.
You can imagine you can be on the ball if you want to be, but don't tell me that is reality.
Don't tell me it's reality.
Don't tell me King Kong is coming and chasing blonde girls. Don't tell me Superman is going around the earth and rotating it backwards. Don't tell me like Godzilla is coming. Don't give me fantasies. Show me reality.
That's the problem with the society, is that it produces so much fantasy, man. That's why Hollywood's so big and the television.
And they are very clever. That's why
Clever as fuck. Oh man, these motherfuckers are so clever. And you know, it's easy to fool people when you're that goddamn clever, man. You are so fucking clever. And they got all the tools to trick
But what they
you.
did, Truman, what they did,
It's emotional, man.
But what they did, dude, the last 20 years, they start to promote reality shows. So everything you see is reality. Kardashian.
Oh, yeah. Well, those were all fucking fake as fuck, all shit too, man. Yeah.
This is another way of programming, that whatever you see on TV is reality. Whatever you saw, it was reality. Whatever you are seeing now is reality.
I
So
like
keep
your thinking.
watching the fucking thing. Sorry, but keep watching it and say that it's reality. They are perfect. The guys, they know what they are doing. It's we, the people, that they are falling into the trap. Not we, maybe me and you, but
No, not us. But yeah, we fell into it for a while and we're bounced out of it, you know.
But no, I can see every time they come and tell me, oh, look at this episode, it's so beautiful, amazing. I don't want to watch it because I know there is, even if I watch it, I know what's happening inside. It's like, oh, you can see how, oh, you can see that, you can see the trick, the magic, you can see the magic.
Right. Let me ask you
Because
this,
once
man.
you see the magic, once you see the magic, you see it.
Oh yeah. Once you see it, you can't unsee it.
Yeah.
And
you cannot.
And that most people don't want to look. They want to go through life with the blinders on, as they say. But let me ask you this, man. I mean, if I watch like a sporting event, like a soccer game or football game, that shit's real, man. Those guys are really kicking that shit around, man. I know some of these guys that did it professionally. They're amazing. They are amazing at it. Now, is the whole system rigged? Fuck yeah, it is. It's rigged top to bottom. But, you know, but it's still fun to watch those guys try to do those amazing athletics, right? Amazing.
You know what I watch now? I'm like a sportsman all my life because I was bartender. I used to work in the sports bars because that's where you make money.
You know.
Everybody gets drunk when they are cheating their.
Let's go.
And they tip and they tip and they tip, and I love that. And I've been into that all my life.
Right.
The last 4 or 5 years, I gave up. I said I don't want to watch any shit. But the only thing I watch is like darts, or sometimes the snookers. But the snookers now I don't watch it because it makes me sleep too quickly. But I like darts. Darts because it's like, you know, you and the board.
Yeah.
It's nobody else. It's not like somebody coming and pushing you. Somebody is telling you. It's you.
Right. There's
and
no
the board.
referees. There's no referees, man. There's no referee in darts. You know?
You cannot blame anybody.
Honest.
You throw the fucking thing. You know, I cannot blame you because I made a mistake. You know, because it was a foul. No, there is there is nothing.
Oh, you stepped over the line. You know,
and the board.
Okay.
Yeah, I have to be behind the line, of course. Yeah, and it's me and the board. I have to beat the fucking board. Nobody else. If I beat the board, I beat my opponent.
You might want to. Hey, Migo, man. You might want to start watching golf because that's similar, man. It really is.
You know, the only thing I don't like about golf.
What's that?
It's there was this thing that I saw long time ago. Like poor people, they play basketball.
Right.
And become like little bit richer. You start to play pool.
Professionally, yeah, you get more money.
And then you become playing golf, like when you become richer.
That's right.
So they play say that so they say the richer you are, the smaller balls you have to play with.
That's fucking fantastic. I can't wait to share that with my golf buddies, man. Fuck yeah. They're going to laugh their ass off.
I
That's
prefer
fantastic.
basketball, even though I don't have that, but I prefer basketball.
No, yeah, basketball's crazy awesome, man. But yeah,
No, that was a
sports.
joke. That was a joke.
That was a great joke, man. Fuck yeah.
Yeah,
That's awesome.
I like the snooker. I like snooker and like 8 balls or like
9-ball.
Or oh yeah, or like the darts and things like you play in the pubs. It's not like because I can see I still like look to the results sometimes on the soccer.
Sure.
Because
Yeah.
I've been into the soccer
Okay.
all my life.
Yeah.
And there is this team that I like, and sometimes I look to their what they are doing, but I'm not anymore like, oh, they lost, and
Oh,
like
man.
one time I
Fuck,
remember
they
I
lost,
drank
man.
2 bottles of champagne because they didn't. They survived the Premier League in England. It's like I drank 2 bottles of champagne for them, and I was drunk, and I was like, oh my god, and that. What the stupid thing to do. I can
What is
drink
the
2 bottles of champagne anytime I want, but not because of them, because I want to
Right.
drink.
Yeah.
It's like, yeah.
No, I grew up. I played all sports, man. I played them all. If they're gymnastics, I did kickball,
Ping pong is my favorite
baseball,
as well.
softball,
I love ping pong, the table tennis.
pong,
I love that,
tennis.
man. It's like very fast and very quick and very thing. I love that, man. I still love it. I still have 2 rackets and bunch of
Yeah.
balls. I don't know where to go and play.
Have you ever heard of beer pong?
No.
It's a game. It's a drinking game. It's an alcohol drinking game.
Oh yes. Oh yes.
Ping pong balls.
Yes. Of course. Oh damn! I know that.
I like beer pong myself, but I'm just kidding. I played
No,
it one
I don't know
time.
what I thought. I don't
played
know
it
what
one-
I thought you said. Bear instead of beer.
Yeah, it's a
Yeah, I heard
Beer
bear.
pong.
I'm like not bear, but I know beer bowl. Beer pong. Yes.
beer pong. Yeah, beer pong. Yeah, I don't know.
Oh my God. Man, my teenage, I spent a little bit in Greece,
Yeah.
in islands, in 90s.
Yeah.
And it was like 90s, yeah. It's like end of the hippie era, but still there was the hippie vibe. And I catch like the last wave of the hippie vibe, let's say, yeah, right? And it was very, very amazing. And we used to play all these games, like we used to, you take the beer, the can of beer, and then you make a hole on the bottom.
Oh yeah.
And
Shotgun.
we call it torpedo shots. We used to call them.
Torpedoes. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like you open it from the top and everything has to come down. Yeah, and you take it one gulp, like and then you burp like for like 10 minutes maybe.
Yeah.
Man, we used to. Damn,
I think we called those shotguns.
Yeah. Shotgun, torpedoes, or whatever.
Torpedo. Yeah, it was some kind of weapon. It's always a weapon.
Because it has to be very fast. Yeah, it's coming very fast.
Scud missile. It's a Scud missile. You lived through the 90s, you know what a Scud missile is, man.
Oh yeah, of course.
Scuds.
Oh man, the Scud missiles. Actually, I remember very well the Scud missiles.
Yeah.
The Scud missiles, it was given to Lebanese government during the 1989, 88,
Yeah.
because they wanted them to protect themselves from the Syrian army.
Right.
And
So you got to
the
protect.
Scott missiles, apparently it will hit from Lebanon to Damascus, which is like the Syrian capital. So it was like kind of a, oh yeah, you see, Assad family, you stay away because we have these missiles. But the missiles didn't work in the end.
No, they didn't. They were
No.
the Scott. The
Because
Scots were duds, man.
it was not given to work for. No, the ones I'm talking, the ones to Lebanon. I'm not talking about the Scott missiles. Is altogether
Yeah, right.
they are bad. But the ones they gave to Lebanon against to protect themselves against Syria, when they needed it, it didn't really work.
Yeah. I'm not
So
surprised. I'm not
it was like kind of propaganda. It was kind of like just a propaganda to say to Syria, "Hey, stay away. We Americans protecting these people, okay?
Right.
Because we give them missiles. Just you stay away." So the fucking guy didn't stay away. He come. So this guy, because he's crazy, oh, you come in. I wanna send it. So he sent it and didn't work out. So
Didn't work. Well,
that's why I remember the Scud missiles. Probably they are beautiful missiles. I don't know. But the ones we had them to protect ourselves didn't work.
yeah, I didn't
Now
like.
the rest, they must be amazing. I don't know.
That's fucking hilarious, dude.
We had 30, I think 35 of them or something like that.
Yeah.
Could have been 33. I'm not sure, but I think it
33.
was 35. But I don't know. I think it was 35, but because I said 35, the 33 came to my mind, and my devil mind said, "Say 33." But no, I think it was 35.
Yeah, it's probably 35.
But they didn't work anyway. It was propaganda. It was bullshit.
Lots of propaganda out there, people, man. You got to kind of be on the lookout constantly.
One
And
time I remember, that dude. One time I remember, it was 78 or 79. I'm
Yeah.
not sure, something like that. And the Syrian army was coming too much into the Lebanon Christian area, and so the Americans, they said, "Okay, guys, we cannot let you come so much in. We have to fucking bomb you, and you have to go away." And so they brought the aircraft carrier. What was the name? The JFK?
Yeah,
No, they have JFK aircraft
I don't know.
carrier.
I think they do. Yeah.
Or wait, maybe another one. I will look on the other phone, but one of these aircraft carrier, and they said, "We're gonna bomb you all the way."
Yeah.
And we could hear the bombs going. Yeah, it's like boom, and you can feel like flying overhead. It's like going, "Oh man, yes, thank you, America," you know. And the fucking all the bombs, they were like empty. Nobody died. Nobody died, man. It's like
Nobody died.
shit. What happened? I was so mad. I was so mad. But I live in America. I don't mind. I was mad that time. It was crazy.
Well,
but the thing is, I didn't trust anybody anyway. Even I didn't trust my my party that was like kind of supporting me. I didn't trust because we were in a civil war. Every party had his own area and like city and protecting it and like the other they attack, you attack back, and things like that, and
Yes.
happens. And sometimes it goes a little bit longer, and they go like little bit longer missiles, shit like that, and Katyoshkas or whatever, or little bit longer ones, and 125 millimeter shells and shit like that. And everything is regular the next day. It's like nothing happened. It's like
It's weird.
it's crazy. I
Nothing
can't
happened.
explain. It's like, I used to run from the work. I used to run back home. It's like, man, bomb falling everywhere. It's like 2 hours later, there is nothing. Oh, let me go back open the shop. Oh, let me work a little bit more again. It's crazy. It's like you don't know when you're gonna have another thing on your fucking head or not. It's like kind of living not free, but you say in the end you give up to God. Yeah, you say, "Hey God, Thy will be done. If I want to go back home, I go back home. If I want to go back to work, I go back to work. Whatever you decide, let it be done." It's like you live free because you say, "I'm not carrying any more responsibility. God is carrying my responsibility. I give it back. I give it to Him because He can take my life anytime He wants. He can do anything to me anytime He wants. So why I have to worry about my life and how I wanna run and how I wanna do? He take cares of it. I do whatever I can, but in the end, it's His will. He will do whatever He wanna do. I will be done and go.
That's it. That's a fact, Jack, man. There's no getting around that. They like to think they can get around that shit, but they can't. Even with $100 million, you ain't getting around that shit, man. Sorry. You
But
put your
no matter how many billions or trillions you have, in the
doesn't
end,
matter.
you have to succumb up to God or to death.
Ain't no fucking U-Haul behind the hearse, man.
No.
Sorry. You don't get to take any of that shit with you, fucking dumbasses. It's weird, man. We find ourselves in these incredibly enlightening times. I'm so glad to be alive right now and got to witness this.
Tell me about it.
This whatever we're going through, man. You call it whatever you want.
Yeah.
It's fantastic. It's just been fantastic. I really enjoy talking about where we live, and
I used to listen to Ram Dass, and in one of his talk he said, there is nothing wrong in existence.
Yeah.
Everything is happening because God let it happen. There is no one hair from your hair will come off without His will. Doesn't matter how much you pull. Whatever it will come out because He let them come out. It's His will be done. Nothing else.
yeah. I mean, some people would say, "Hey, man, that's the easy way out, man. Why are you going that route?" But no, ain't nothing been fucking easy about this shit that we're going through, man. By the way, nothing.
It's the hardest thing to do, to tell yourself that you can be gone tomorrow.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
Are you living your day to day?
Yeah,
or
man.
you are working what is going to happen tomorrow. But tomorrow you might not be here.
Yeah, I wrote a song about it, man, called "Living in the Moment." You got to take it moment by moment. There's no past. There's no future, man. It's just a moment. That's all you get. That's all you get, man. And if you don't enjoy it, man, you're fucked. You're totally
We
fucked.
only have this breath. Nothing else we have. It's like I breathe in. I don't know if I want to breathe out. It will be the last one, or can I breathe in again? If I cannot breathe in again, it's done. It's finished. Because he told me you cannot breathe in again.
You're done.
You're done.
You're done, man. It's gonna happen to all of us.
The body is not me. This is the thing that we cannot. The people they don't want to understand.
Yeah, that's a good point. The body is not you.
Now we're going a little bit more to the not because I cannot prove it. It's only my experience. So
Hey, experience. Yes, what we experience in life is very important. Now, last time I checked, the last time I looked, I don't experience shooting through outer space at millions of miles an hour, man.
of course.
Say, well, you're just too small to feel it. And I'm like, fuck off with that shit, man. Don't give me that. Hey, Big Root, what's up, man? Say hi. I know you're awake. You got some coffee over there? You're over there, man. Fucking, you have like sunlight and shit. Fuck, I can't believe you have sunlight right now, man. It's like 12:30 at night, and Big Root's in the sun over there. All right, that's weird. All right, I got 20 more minutes, man. You guys come in, say hi, tell me to fuck off, or tell Migo Wigo that no, Migo Wigo is like super in touch with reality, man. That guy is happening. Thank you, Migo Wigo.
Morning, Flash, dude. Thank you. Thank you, dude, that you are here for me. Thank you.
Man. Mm-hmm. But all these people are here for me too, man, and it's been amazing.
I know. They are all for us, and we are there for them. It's like we are all in this together. It's like we cannot escape it.
Yeah. We're in a cult.
I don't mean about what you heard the last 3 years on the news. I don't mean that.
No, I'm just here for the truth, and let's have some fun doing it, man. Because if you're gonna like find out how to cut a piece of wood, anybody can do that, but can you do it and tell a joke at the same time, man?
Yeah,
I don't know, man. Why not?
I'm trying to learn. I'm still here working every day.
You can do it. No question, man.
Of course. I know it's not I can do it. I'm doing it, but I'm still learning.
Learn
to do it
and
better.
laugh, man. The
To
best
do it better, and of course, laugh and happiness.
The best way to learn shit, man, is to do it the fun way, and then you really remember it when you do it and it's fun, and you think about it as in a past tense experience or whatever, and you're like, no, that was really fun. I learned how to fucking, re-veneer that box or whatever it is. It doesn't matter, but it's great when it's fun. It sucks, man, when you work with people that suck. People that don't really give a shit. And that's what I love about the Flat Earth community, man. They actually give a shit, about where we live. And they're fucking in, man. And they're in and they're taking videos and lasers and fucking airplane flights and whatever the fuck it takes to do it. And they're just doing it. 24-hour suns, whatever it is. I've seen it all, man. Yeah, it's been a great experience. Don't give it up, and don't do it. The not fun way, because you get to choose, man. It can be fun or it can suck, man. Pick your fucking battles.
That's the most important, Sometimes we try to do it and we get stressed because we're not making it, because
Right.
we're trying too hard. And sometimes it's like to just relax and watch and relax, breathe before we're talking is like so amazing. It's like,
Breathe in.
I was thinking about something like humanity. Anybody you ask in life, what is your ultimate goal? It will say happiness. I want to be happy.
Right.
Because anything you take, I want to be rich. Okay, how rich you gonna be? You can be trillionaire or whatever, but it will not end up. If you say I want to be a spiritual guy, okay, what is your limit? When you look, sorry, I lost it, but I want to come back. Okay, when you look to the people, they want their happiness because they want to be happy. Doesn't matter if it's rich or food or clothes or
Family.
you homeless. What you want, whatever he wants. Maybe he wants just a burger to be happy. Another one, he will tell you, "Oh, I want a tent." The other one will tell you, "I want to have a house. I used to be this, I used to be that." Well, whatever story. But they want happiness. Okay, what is happiness? Where I found happiness? Do I look outside in the material world? Is it the money will make me happy? Is it the situation will make me
That's
happy?
what they're fucking selling. That's what they're selling.
Yes, because that will not make me happy. I want to be a doctor because I want to help people. But when I go into that system and then
you're
I
fucked.
get indoctrinated, I come out with no education about how to helping somebody to be better in health.
Right.
I teach the nurses that they come to check my mom or the doctors, even the doctors. I teach them sometimes. I tell them, what are you talking about? What you are saying is not doesn't make sense because the body works like this. And she goes or he goes, yes, you're right, but you see, we cannot say these things because it's not in our jurisdiction or whatever.
We can't say anything.
You're a fucking doctor, man. You are playing with the health of the people. What are you saying is not your jurisdiction? I cannot say it. It's good that you say it. Like there is a doctor actually told me to write the brand of the bread that my mom would eat, and he didn't write it because he said it's not in my field to tell you.
It's not in my it's not in my contract. It's not in my contract that to tell your mom to eat this bread. Yeah, I see where you're going. Yeah. What's up, Timbo?
And he said that the
stupid upside down
from this bread is better, and it will help her to get with her heart problem from the regular bread. But I cannot tell you that because you asked me. I tell you yes, but you have to write it down. The name that I will give it to you because I will not write it with my hand. Because if something happened and you say, "Oh, he write it with his hand," writing, I can sue him.
My mom ate that bread and it gave her diarrhea. Oh,
Yes,
yeah.
because
Oh,
you write
shit.
video. You see?
I'm in trouble. See, I can't write that down because it might
Yeah.
give you. Yeah.
Because they are in contract. They are not free.
Yeah, they're not free. That's right, man. The system doesn't let
They are in
the
contract.
professionals free, man.
He will not miss his contract if he
It's
writes
no
something.
different than the. It's no different than the astrophysicist, man. He can't tell you fucking. He's just guessing shit. He can't, tell you the Earth's flat. Fuck.
These guys, they are living in imagination.
He can't tell you the Earth's flat. I'm a physicist.
But the doctor doesn't know any better, or even if he knows, he cannot do anything because he will.
He'll lose his job. Yeah. He'll lose his job. Yeah.
Astrophysicist, he's an imaginary person that he's like there to imagine and make a video here and there, write a couple of books here and there, and make money and entertain you.
That's it. And they're not
He's
going to
like,
give it up, man. They're not going to be like, dude, I just
Nothing.
spent fucking 7 years learning this shit, and I fucking.
Show me
what am I gonna do?
something that you are saying nothing. Neil
Tell my
deGrasse
boss to fuck off.
show me
Yeah.
something that you say. Nothing. There is nothing exist. It's like, it's unbelievable how people follow this shit for so many
It's a
years.
trap, dude. We talked about it earlier. It's the
I know.
fucking the
I
pigs
know.
are coming into the pen, man, and they get trapped
I
in the
know.
fence,
I
man.
know. I
We gave
know.
them free food, man. Look, man. If you get this little piece of paper and you go talk to these people about stuff, then you got to stay inside the fence. You can't be going outside the fence. I mean that would be illegal. That's
It's
against the
amazing.
rules, baby.
It's amazing how it happens, and like when you try, man, it's like some people. You think like they must understand because they are like kind of open up. They can see, but they cannot see. It's like you take them
Hey,
all the way
there you
to
go.
the water, and they don't drink the water. It's like you take the horse to the water, but you cannot make him drink it.
Hey,
It's
nigga.
like this is what's happening. I take them to the well. The water is there, but they cannot drink it.
Some
They don't want to drink
do.
it.
Some drink it, man.
Yes.
Some
Of
do.
course, of course. And I love
Most
when they drink it. It's like
most of them don't. Most of them don't, but
most of them
some do.
don't.
Some do.
They reject. No, I don't like alcohol. Okay, but it's water. No, I don't drink alcohol.
Drink some water, man.
And
You
the
gotta
other
drink
one
water,
is,
man.
I want alcohol. I don't drink water. But I can only offer you water, which is the truth. I cannot offer you alcohol. Alcohol is not the truth. It's the
Nah,
entertainment.
sure, man.
Water is the truth. Water is here. Would you drink it? No. I want alcohol. Okay. The other one comes.
I want alcohol. I know I want alcohol, but
I want
I
alcohol.
want the
Man.
truth too, man. I do want the fucking truth.
Yeah. Yeah.
Whatever
I
it
don't
is,
want.
man. I want it.
I want truth. Yeah. It's better. You give me anything. You give me a ball. You give me a football, American football. Egg shape or whatever. You give me anything, but don't tell me something that I don't want to hear. It's like
You guys are hurting my feelings. Stop it.
You're taking my balls away.
You're taking my balls. Stop it.
Away. Yeah, you're taking. Mama.
They took my balls. They took my balls away. Yeah, it gets fucking stupid out here, man. We're dealing we're dealing with like kindergartners. Yeah, what are you gonna do? Like fuck. Go ahead, play with your balls. Get out of here.
That's what I'm trying to learn. It's like how these people their mind is working, which I'm learning because like some of the guys like Heretic or like Miggy or other guys, they are like so
Timbo,
good.
Slice.
Oh man, they know like the trick, like Kiwi man. He comes like what, 5 minutes, the guy is destroyed. But
destroyed, fucking
he's like,
destroyed, man.
Did
Yeah,
you see what happened to that? What was his name? Peter the Great.
Peter the Great. Yeah, he's been around a while, but
Yeah, but you see what happened with Kiwi?
no, I didn't see that.
3 minutes, 5 minutes is like the guy is doomed. He doesn't know anything. It's like I'm this, I'm that, blah blah blah. Couple of questions.
That's why I'm still here, man, because I get to see that shit almost every day, man. I'm like, oh, that guy got destroyed. Fuck, that was fun.
He's like, what happened? What happened? Oh man, yeah, it's crazy what's happening. But I mean, I at least the guy is trying. Okay, he's a new blood.
Yeah, new blood. He's coming.
Jim Panda, or Matthew, or Ruhi, or Rumpus, or 10 years, 9 years. I mean, come on, guys. Fuck. Sorry, but it's been too long. You should have realized, or you are doing it on purpose. I mean, it cannot be. The mind cannot work like that.
Well, I gotta tell you, man. When it comes to Matthew, Matthew's a different character than the rest of these Mongos, but he's admitted to me so many times, fucking at least a dozen times. It's like, well, you're right about that.
But this is the thing. He has meat, but he goes back to his.
But then it'll just drop back, and it was like, oh well, if it measures this and it measures that, and we calculate this, and it looks right. It looks. But yeah, so Matthew's an interesting case, different than Panda or Professor Dave or some of these other cocks. But I appreciate, he's coming here.
I realize in Jim Panda's channel is like they are more they're attacking the person. It's like, oh, you still asking these stupid questions? How can you? Because I asked them, how can you take in a celestial navigation? How can you take a 90-degree angle on the curved line? Curved surface. And you go, oh, you're stupid. You're asking this question. This is a stupid question. Nobody asked except the stupid Nathan Oakley, and this is a stupid. I said, come on. I mean,
it's Nathan Oakley's fault. That's all Nathan.
I am on the 5th grade in mathematics, geometry. They told me this is it. Are you disagreeing with the 5th degree of geometry? And he goes like, no, but you're stupid. You cannot ask this question. I mean, and they wanna.
Don't listen to those guys, man. Hey, Migo.
Yes.
Stop listening to those fucking Mongos over there.
Yeah, that was the first time and the last time I went there. I mean, I went there.
First time, you get one time there over there, fucking paying this shit, man. Fuck that.
I've been there for like 45 minutes, maybe an hour, and they keep jumping from one place to another place, and I keep telling them, come back to the same subject. You cannot have, okay, let's finish this subject of celestial navigation. Right. And they went to another place. They went even to the
they just scallywag all over the place. Yeah, fucking
even gyroscope got beaten up. Even gyroscope, they couldn't make it. They went back. They come here. They go there. I mean, come on. And there are like 5-6 of them. They're going one after the other one against you.
Right.
Yeah. Okay. Wait. Where is the guy who told me where we were measuring the curvature? Because I told them about the Black Swan picture as well. I mean, and And they go like, oh no, this is refraction. I said, okay, if it's refraction, there is no geometric then. So what are you talking about? And another one comes in with another thing to pull me out again. I go like, oh guys, okay, fuck off. One by one.
Yeah, I mean, Migo, listen to this. The fucking Globers think the same thing about us. They do. I've heard them in here 100 times go, well, you guys are just jumping on my shit one after another. And it happens. It's called dogpiling. They dogpile a rugby scrum that shit, man. Yeah.
But I understand.
And
but
it happens. It happens on both sides, man. I'll admit that.
I know. Their argument is like very old and is like doesn't make sense. It's like even when we talk about the gas pressure, and they go like, yes, but gravity. Okay, let's go back to gravity. It's like it was 20 minutes ago we talked about it, and you said let's jump to another one. And let's go back now to gravity. Okay, let's go back to gravity. It's like circle argument where we're not going anywhere. Because these guys, they've been there. You see, they know the argument. They just want to circle navigate, circle, how she used to call it, this, I will circle around. There was this minister in one of the shit on the news during the pandemic used to come and say, oh, I don't know about that, but I will circle around and come back again to you. So this is what they say. I will circle around and come back to you. It's like they jump.
Yep.
Yeah, I understand what you say. We are the same as well. Sometimes when we see
do that, we do that too, man. I've seen it. I've seen it fucking firsthand here.
And I did it as well. I agree. And I'm not saying
that's why I usually come in late at night. It's just a few people, you know, we just hanging out and have a laugh. But it's during the day, man, it can get pretty heated. Yeah, it gets pretty smoking, you know, whether it's here or Nathan Oakley's or fucking politics, whatever, fucking Earth Awakenings. There's a lot of servers that are just all over the place.
Nathan Oakley from number one, the Flat Earth debate. And yeah, it's mad. That's what I'm saying. It's like these same people, they are arguing the same subject, but just they modified their argument. It's just like they got different language and different statement, different mathematics, different stuff. But you look to the base of the subject, it's very simple. That's why nobody comes to Nathan Oakley, because they get like
destroyed
straight away. Because why I have to go play with you the game that you want to play when I can cut your legs just now?
I'll just cut you off right now. Yeah, exactly. And
you're stealing from my pocket, and I have to wait that you go and spend the money. And before you spend the money, I want to tell you, don't spend it because you stole it from me. No, I have to stop it. You're here. You're stealing from my pocket. I catch you. I want to stop you.
Yeah, and you know, Nathan's very harsh. Nathan's harsh. He's right to the point. Same with QE. QE's pretty harsh.
I can understand him now. I was very, very against Nathan, and that's why I didn't watch him when I started to in 2014 when I become a flat earther. I didn't like Nathan's argument, the way he talks, and the same thing it was. When they start to fight with each other between Eric Dubay and Max Sargent and what was that?
Flat Earth Potatoes.
Yeah, potatoes as well. It was with myself, and there was another flattered ass or something. He went
Asshole.
against asshole. Yeah, he went
Yeah.
against. So I was like, "What the hell is happening, man? You are is community or what? What happened?" It's like I was hoping, people that come together and grow up and not like fight with each other. What's happening? What's happening? This is not what I want. So I start somewhere else. So, and I heard all these debates and I didn't like because people swearing and all these things. So I said, okay, I know the truth. And so I went in a spiritual way, different, whatever.
Right.
And, but when I come back during the pandemic, so I don't have anything to do, well, let me check what's happening with the flat earth community.
Right.
Oh, okay, I went here and there, a few places, and then again I saw flat earth debate, Nathan Oakley. I didn't like in the beginning, and I said, okay, let me listen a little bit more. But yeah, the guy, he doesn't want to fuck around. He's like, okay, you saying you are a scientist. Like last week, he had one guy. I'm a scientist. Okay, you're a scientist. You're saying this, that, blah, blah, blah. In the end, the guy, he doesn't have a clue about science.
Yeah. He doesn't know the scientific method.
Nothing.
No.
The guy is completely. And when Nathan goes crazy because the guy is resisting, and of course he gets triggered. I mean, it's his character.
Yeah.
That's his character. Maybe I would shut down because I will not have that thing to argue. I would shut down maybe. I don't know what I'm going to do. But in his situation, this is his how he reacts. And he's very logical. He's not saying anything against science or anything against logic.
No, he's not going against logic or science. That's for sure. Hey, I got to go to bed.
Okay, man.
Big Rude, eat their grass. What's up, man?
I have to go. Oh, it's 1:00 already. Oh my god.
It's 1:00, man. I got to go to bed.
Yeah, me too. Oh, I have a glass of wine to finish now.
All right. I got my last sip of beer.
I still have a little bit of wine.
All right. Well,
okay, man. Nice to talk to you again.
Talk philosophy for the next half a glass of wine or whatever you got. Talk philosophy, man.
What's happening when you leave? It's like kind of my steam is going off. Maybe you stay a couple of minutes, I talk, and then you leave, and it will be okay. But I don't know.
No, you just keep talking, man. I mean, I've done it probably 100 times already. I just come in here and go, hey, man, I think sports is rigged, and I totally think that the space is fair. I might just go off, and like who knows. I'm like, blood is thicker than water, bitches, and I'm like,
actually, blood is blue.
Whatever.
Blood is blue. Actually.
I might just start talking about, tying my shoes. Who knows, man? But yeah, I just whatever comes to you, got to let it flow. You got to let it flow. Sometimes, sometimes it flows, and it's just like, this feels good. I gotta say this shit. I gotta say this shit, man. I gotta say this shit. And you just got to get it out, That's okay.
Yeah, I know. Actually, today I did with you pretty much, but the other day I did like kind of monologue. I don't know, maybe 45 minutes, and I went as you said. Yeah, I just let it go.
Let it go. Let it flow, man.
Yeah. I do it, but I think I did pretty good today. I talk a lot today with you.
You're doing great, man.
And thank you very much.
Some of the best analogies I've ever heard, man. I mean, you really you brought something, man. Thank you.
Oh, thank you for listening to me. Thank you for being here.
Bring it, man. Bring something, man. I mean, I might bring some stupid shit, but I might bring something fucking killer. Like instead, I call it instead. My latest genius was instead of Newtonian, I'm calling it Old Tonian physics. Anyway,
There is nothing is happening bad, dude. Everything is happening. It's happening in the perfect place,
That's
in the
right.
perfect time, because it's happening because
It's
it's God
happening.
who's willing. Because
It's
it's God
going.
willing to happen, it's happening. Me talking to you, you listening to me, or other people listening to us, or
Yeah.
whatever is happening, it's all
Whatever's
happening
happening,
perfectly. It's perfect.
it's happening.
It,
It is perfect. It's
because
fucking
it's the best
perfect.
moment. It's the best moment of our life.
It
It's the
could be
now that we
one of
are
the
breathing.
greatest. No
The
question.
breath that we are taking. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, we are breaking the yeast. Well, you don't have yeast in the wine, but anyway. Cheers, brother.
Okay, good. See you.
Cheers, man. Everybody eat their grass or Chris. Blood is thicker.
I'm smoking my grass.
This is our buddy. It's our Lebanese brother, man.
I'm smoking my grass.
It's our Lebanese Miguel Wigo, man. He's our Lebanese brother, man, that lives in Las Vegas, man. I love it. I love you live in Las Vegas.
Yeah, man. I love because I live in myself. Whatever I am in this creation, it's my home.
Yep.
Because God didn't tell me you have to be here, you have to be there. It's everywhere He created, I can be.
Even the Mojave Desert now. Even that.
Yep. Yeah, it's my home. And I'm going to camp next week.
Nice,
I'm
nice.
going to camp next week. Yep. Ain't
Where you
that cool?
where you
I
gonna
love
go,
it.
man? Where you going?
I think I want to go Lake Mead. I'm trying to get my fishing license.
Okay.
Man, this year I cannot get my fishing license. I don't know what happened.
What do you mean you can't get it?
I cannot get it. I go to because when I get my nationality, I change my name, and after that everything will change it. So I'm trying to put my everything, every information they want. So it's not happening.
Bastards.
So I have to go to the office, and I'm going next week. So as soon as I get, I have to go to the lake fishing,
Fuck,
fishing little
man.
bit. Yeah.
Just
I
go
want to get
fishing, man. Just
connected
go
with
fishing.
nature again.
You'll be all right, man. Just go fishing.
Yeah, I'm alright anyway, but now I got my target as well. I want to start slingshot training.
All right.
So later on, I want to start arrow shooting. So slowly.
Hey, it's 1:11, man. Go to bed. Or stay
Oh,
up.
perfect.
All right.
Okay, bye.
You guys keep it real, man. I'll be back tomorrow at some point.
Yep.
All right.
Hopefully I'll be here. God
Cheers.
willing.
Cheers, everybody.
Bye. Thank you, Flat Earth. That was good. Thank you for listening.